what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart. do what you want to say, baby. When you alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the king. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the king.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, December 13th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City once again. Live and alive, at least that's how it appears to me. Could be in a brain in a jar somewhere, could be completely being drowned out by the music. Let's try to fix that. Yeah, could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be. Sometime in the distant hyper future. Chat, is like the holiday season again. Do you hear that holiday music? Yeah. It's Christmas in Sumeru. That's pretty cool. Actually, is Sumeru a real place? I never know, like, of fictional, cities from video games, like which ones are actually named after a real place, supposed to be like a real place. Which ones are fictionalized? Like, right? I think the city in JoJo Part 4 is supposed to be like Araki's hometown, but he calls it Morio, which is not, I don't think it's the real name. Anyway, chat. What fictional cities are you living in these days? Oh my god. I'm looking at a big bowl of sweet and sour soup over here. Gonna dig into this in a while. I'm sorry it's so late we had such a long sequence of bumper music. It's just that like every minute that I take longer, on that side of things, I guess is a minute that I won't have to, go take care of something while on stream. So maybe it's a good thing. But yeah, if you've noticed, we're creeping earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier, and that's on purpose. I'm trying to get my stream early because it kind of makes more sense if I could in fact stream so early that I have a few hours left in the afternoon to run errands. That would be ideal, right? And it makes sense for you too, because if you're watching me from the United States, as my demographics tell me most of you are, it's hard to catch the stream in the middle of the night. So I'm trying to make it at least start a little bit earlier. I mean, we still kind of go into the wee hours, but I'm hearing from Coral Pal over in Twitch chat that my stream schedule says 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Central Time. It should say 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Yeah. That is, that's a pretty good tracking of a streamer's go live times over the course of several weeks. That a streamer that's usually late to stream. Ideally it'd be more like, I don't know, 10 your time? I gotta put it in my hours, but I think, I don't know. I don't actually know. Normal person going to bed at 10 p.m., sleeping till 6 or 7 will never get, that's the whole thing. That's the whole, only Gigians. Well, I mean, there's some advantages to that too, but this is Oh my god, Chad, I gotta drink my tea. I only had a little bit of tea left, but I knew I needed some more caffeine today. But yeah, you know, you're right. These are definitely degen hours, and why would I be surprised to find out that I have dream characters even in my chat, right? That's, you know, that's what one would expect to happen when you stream so late, that only dream characters would be awake. And you know, we'll just deal with that. We'll deal with that because we got some cool content tonight. We've got Pisco Liddy, former friend of the VOD, making a reappearance on the VOD. I don't think we've talked about Pisco in a little while, but he is still out there kind of fighting the good fight in some cases against, well, I keep on wondering whether I should say the rest of DGG or not. I haven't really heard back from Pisco, you know, whether what his perspective is, like whether he's trying to cut ties and move on. You know, probably a good idea. You're definitely a big fish swimming in a little pond with very dirty water, very polluted water, as long as you are DGG's lawyer, Pisco. But you know, you don't feel like DGG's lawyer, and they certainly don't treat you right. So, you know, we're hoping for people like Pisco and Straighter Aid that they will be somewhat coming around, maybe more so Straighter Aid than Pisco, right? Former DGG related streamers who were kind of moving to the left, right? I don't know, or so it seems. But yeah, Pisco's like the voice of reason when it comes to Ethan Klein, and what I think should be obvious even to DGGers, that this guy's kind of out of control. He's kind of, you know, not living his best life, and he's kind of, you know, projecting that anger and onto everyone else that he comes across in order to start performative fights to stay relevant on his dying channel. The further you got from DGG, the better. That's what I think too. So yeah, Pisco's going to be debating Hutch. Now, here's the thing though. Here's the reason that makes me not want to stop calling him DGG's lawyer, right? The conversation starts out pretty friendly. It's like, hey, old buddy, old pal, what's up, Hutch, right? I don't know how... If Hutch is your friend, I don't know what that says about you. But at the same time, you know, friendship's a strange thing. So, you know, and you know, it can be hard to cut somebody off even when you disagree with them on almost everything. But I don't know how much they disagree on everything. Hutch still has an audience, right? You know, it's funny. I mean, I'm not trying to pocket watch anybody. I'm not trying to like, or not pocket watch. I'm not trying to like, you know, obsess about anybody's numbers or anything. But yeah, considering what a large channel he is. So if anybody doesn't know, you know, who Hutch is, right? We're talking about I guess still, yeah, you'd call him a Destiny Orbiter. I think you would call him a Destiny Orbiter. Destiny makes appearances on his thumbnails enough in a non-negative way that I think you got to call this guy still a DGG Orbiter. Pisco, not so much. Streaming is not just, wait, it's not just, what? Penguin? Or streaming is not just, as in it's not fair. Anyway, I gotta stop eating this orange, chat, because I gotta tell you about what we're talking about today. But yeah, Hutch is a boring guy. He's Rizless. He's maidenless. He's sad. But not so. You know what? The second you're tempted to feel sorry for him, he just says something that makes you hate his guts. So yeah, it's very hard to feel sorry for a guy like Hutch. He's kind of dug his own hole. And he dug it all the way from Call of Duty, right? That's what the kind of streamer he used to be. Not a politics streamer, but a gaming streamer, which means that he's good at least one game, right? There's one game, like that's what I've determined about gaming streamers is, unlike me, they tend to be good at least one game, right? Instead of like passively playing Minecraft, but not having ever really completed like a sub 30 speed run, right? So I mean that kind of puts me in the class of, I guess, a Minecraft tourist, even though I've been playing it since like 2012 or whatever. I just have never really locked in on Minecraft the way that some other people. When will you make your debut as a VTuber? What? So I can start drama with the burnt peanut, maybe, and defend the honor of VTubers everywhere. Anyway, yeah, no, there you'll see my well, God. Like I've VTubed before as kind of like a one-off thing. I probably have the software still, as a matter of fact. I just don't remember how to do it. Should have been a Fallout streamer. I should be playing some Fallout. That sounds like fun, right? Especially in New Vegas. Are there people that still like stream New Vegas and get a lot of views? Anyway, Call of Duty to Call of Duty. I mean, that's what he's on duty for Ethan Klein. He's scooping up the dog poop to cover Ethan's ass, right? To clean his ass, to de-stankify his ass, to sweep his ass, to make his ass acceptable to the public at large, which it's not, right? Yeah, Hutch, I don't envy his job. It's like Santa, like he should get paid extra money, like, cause he's basically doing, you know, I mean, it's like a, you know, a sanitation's job that requires you to wear a hazmat suit, right? It's like he's working at a Superfund site, being, you know, cleaning up Ethan's dirty laundry for him, trying to make the shit that he says, or trying to make something like the Giardia story, a story that Ethan told, and a story that if you take it at face value, it's legitimately concerning, right? If you don't think like, hey, wait a minute, this guy's a, you know, comedy channel and his whole brand is built on, you know, like just off stories, like just fucked up stories, maybe he's embellishing this one a little bit, right? Then yeah, it sounds concerning, right? So whose fault is it that Ethan got CPS called on him? What event what event caused that to happen, right? What's the one thing that if somebody hadn't done, that would have never happened? Is it Denims streaming it, reacting to it, being like, that's kind of gross, that's fucked up, I wonder if that's, you know, like, I don't know, is Giardia, like, you know, could it, like, how, it sounds bad, like, how bad is it, right? Was it that, or was it maybe the fact that Ethan even told that story at all without some kind of disclaimer, right? So something to be like, Ethan is, don't worry about Ethan's kids, he's kidding, he's you know, memeing, don't you know, take this too seriously, right? No indication of that, right? Somebody from the outside, or even from the inside that just doesn't know that, yeah, he's probably embellishing his fucking story, is gonna listen to that and think that, yeah, like, how is it that, you know, your family is, you know, so susceptible to being infected with this stuff, right? Wait, her visa is up. Wait, oh, Giardia's visa. Did Giardia get deported by Trump? I'm not gonna laugh, chat. I have a perfect record of not laughing at anybody that got deported by, you know what I mean? I'm not one of those people that is like, if you voted for Trump and you know, get deported, or your, you know, friends and family get deported, I'm not, you know, I am not laughing at you. I mean, Giardia didn't vote for Trump, but I don't think Giardia can vote. Ethan's also sick every 2 weeks from a new thing. Wait, maybe I'm getting the Ethan Kleinitis. Chat, I've been sick too much lately. Can you catch something from covering somebody? You know what I mean? If you're covering drama slop and you cover a slop tuber that is just a sickly individual that manages to reinfect his family with Giardia every every so often. Wait, sent to his diaper? Wait, what? She didn't encounter ice. She immigrated to Canada, which is time to go back. Wait, so you mean she lives in Canada and she was on a temporary visa? I got it. She's on a tourist visa, maybe? It seems like they should be able to get her on a work visa, right? I don't know how it works anymore. Like Trump's, you know, State Department, immigration policies, they're crazy. And I like half of the time they don't even seem like they're legal. Right? It's just that, like, you know, when is the hammer of justice actually gonna catch up and smack up the Trump administration to be like, you can't do this shit, it's illegal, right? Sometimes they get away with illegal shit for a really long time and then drag their feet. Their feet? Yes, their petite feet. They drag their petite feet on you know, in terms of obeying court orders. I get sick of listening to Ethan, so me too. Yeah. We kept it to a minimum last time though. Last time I covered Ethan, I think I only watched Ethan for like 30 minutes and it pissed me off. In just 30 minutes, he managed to piss me off. That's right, Variant. Petite feet, feminine step. The Trump administration we're talking about. Okay, that's a really good orange. Although, you know, oranges are always worse. It's hard to tell how good your orange is right after you brush your teeth. That's an annoying thing. I don't know. What is it, like menthol that mixes with the... there's something in toothpaste. Maybe it's baking soda that mixes with the orange juice and it tastes weird. It's a fairly common poop virus, actually. He did make it. He made it sound rare and he made it sound maybe more... Now, I will tell you, chat, I've had Giardia before. I took a camping trip with a bunch of idiots that were like, let's get water from this fucking lake with cows standing in the vicinity, right? A lake, non-running water. I think they were just like, right, you know, they wanted to get from here to here to here to get to the camping spot that they wanted, right? And like that necessitated us getting water from a place that you really shouldn't get water from, right? You should not, like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. I didn't know anything about camping. I was just a kid, right? And they're like, yeah, we're just gonna pick up the water here. And I'm like, the water is like, it's dirty. It's got stuff floating in it. It's not like, can we get some actual water, like from a creek or something? You know, you still have what you're supposed to do is put iodine in it, and like, and then after you put iodine in your water, and then afterwards you turn your canteen upside down and you squeeze to get a little bit of the iodine water to go and, like, you know, spill, like, kind of wash through the threads on the canteen, because you know you're drinking out of it, so you want the threads to be clean too. So I mean, I guess that iodine treatment should like be sufficient to killing Giardia or anything else that's in there, but you know, but most of the time people don't take water from a lake like that, right? But anyway, I'm complaining about something that happened when I was a kid, chat. Pineapple juice after toothpaste is also remarkably bad, but it's almost, you could taste like what it would taste like if it wasn't ruined by the toothpaste. Was reading up on viruses, word viruses or regular ones. Seems like most of the bad ones make you shit yourself to death, like Ebola. Iodine to kill all of the weed beasties. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, I don't know. I always blame it on them having us take water from a standing, like, water source, right? I always think that was like a really, and I know why they did it too. It was just to, like, you know, they're hikers. They know where they want to go, and they, like, you know, they kind of ignore the fact that the route is gonna not have enough flowing water. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're, like, the smart way to do that, I think, would be to take a route that's got flowing water along it so you can re-up on water. Beavers can spread Giardia too. Oh yeah, beavers, moose, beaver. Did they call it beaver fever sometimes? Jesus Christ, maybe it was a beaver. Maybe the beaver did me dirty, chat. I mean, we like weasels, we like jellyfish. I'm not sure how we feel about beavers though. I feel like I could be chill with a beaver, maybe. Do you think you could? Do you think you could chill with a beaver, chat? Like you could chill with a panda, theoretically? Anyway, we're gonna chill with not Ethan Klein tonight. I mean, I know it's on the thumbnail. It's probably giving some of you jump scares. Anybody get a jump scare from the thumbnail tonight? Right? A little bit of a jump scare. Is that like I'm imagining somebody looking at this thumbnail, they see Pisco, Kuihman, and Hutch, and then they read Meanwhile in Slop Tube, and then all of a sudden their eyes go up and they're like, "What's that? Oh my God, it's Ethan Klein! Oh my God, jump scare! Jump scare, Ethan Klein!" Beavers are some nasty hoes. I guess they can be. I love a beaver. I mean, yeah, I feel like I would get along with them, right? Because I would know, like, if they slap their tail on the ground, they're probably getting pissed off, right? You probably said something wrong. You gotta, you know. I never really knew my dad. He was always pissed off about a woman and a guy named Hank Becker. He was always off in his editing a video in the basement. That wasn't. Wait, they had didn't they have a gas leak in the? Is it chat? Am I misremembering this, or am I like actually remembering something? Didn't they have a gas leak, or am I thinking of season whatever of Community? I feel like I heard about there being a gas leak in the Klein's basement at some point. That was real? Was it radon or like gas from their stove? I was gonna say season 4, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I remembered it right. I have to put this down. It's too yummy though. It's a sweet and sour soup with like all kinds of vegetables, turnips, cabbage, like big chunks of cabbage, green beans, or these are probably yard beans. These are like yard long beans, the long beans. And then I got what is it? Morohaya noodles. They're made of some weird vegetable that's apparently pretty nutritious. I don't know. But it's good. It's good. That's the important part. Not how healthy it is, which I think it's pretty healthy. I think we got a lot of vegetables in here. But it's good. And it's sweet and sour. A little light on the protein, maybe. I don't know. Could use some tofu in there. That would be good. Oh no, I gotta eat one more piece of turnip before I leave it alone. Two more turnip. Okay, that's it. It's so good. I never really liked turnips, but these are like flavored just right. The thumbnail gave me Giardia. You see, that's the idea, is you get surprised by the you look up, you see Ethan Klein, and you get all of a sudden you get a rumbling and you're tumbling, and it feels like you're gonna have to run to the bathroom. You're gonna have to make a really quick trip to the bathroom. Okay, so Coral Powell mentioned that my time is off on Twitch. let me see. I don't want to bore you all. I know, like, right, you know, I'm here to entertain, right? So if this takes too long, I will put it off until, until, you know, later. But I want to see if maybe I could just fix it now. Streamer survey, no. Where does the streaming schedule live? Where have they moved that? Or maybe they didn't move that. Maybe I just am being dense here. Account settings, maybe? Schedule. There it is. Okay. Chat, we're gonna try to, and this is important to you, even though I'm doing something on Twitch. Many of you on YouTube may think that it's not important, but it is, right? I gotta set up some kind of schedule, right? The closest I can get to when I normally go live, right? Delete schedule. Let's delete all my schedule. Yes. Add stream. I don't even know. I should give myself like a couple days a week off or something, but I don't know. For now, let's just put every day because I don't know what days. News, politics. News, politics, drama. Today was at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. What time am I? Pacific time is what I'm putting on. So this is like 3 hours before for just chatting. Okay, so 12 p.m. would be at noon. It's more like... You said I was on at 1 a.m. Central Time? Okay, so 12 p.m. Mountain, 11 p.m. We're gonna... Wait, 10 a.m.? What am I doing? p.m. Oh my god, this is taking too long. 10 p.m. Pacific for 5 hours every Monday, every Tuesday, every Wednesday, every Thursday, and every Friday. Now, I'm probably gonna find like one day and try to take like one day off a week. I'm just putting every day for now until I know better. But yeah, there's the new schedule. It is what, like, is it an hour before what you were saying, Coral Pal? There we go. 10 p.m. Pacific is 1 a.m. Eastern. Now I'm gonna shoot for earlier than this, but I might be later than this, right? So just know that this is an approximate time. I'm doing my best here. Saturday, Sunday, upcoming. Okay, so it's just doing it for the upcoming things, right? Today's Saturday, tomorrow Sunday. Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, it's on for 10 p.m. Pacific to 3 a.m. Pacific, all right? You know, again, it's a general time. But yeah, okay, so what we're going over today is you know, primarily Hutch debating Pisco. We'd love to see it. I mean, sometimes, right? Sometimes, you know, Pisco's, he's willing to say some things that nobody else in that sphere will say. And Hutch is willing to say, I don't know, like the worst takes you've ever heard. The most like vacant arguments you could imagine, right? That's Hutch's style. Pisco's a lawyer, so it's like, this is the one guy that you don't want to be caught like talking bullshit to in a debate, right? Because he will tear you the fuck down. But yeah, Vadim helped me to this debate that was on. They're not talking, you know, we've talked a lot about the legality. Pisco's talked a lot about the legality. All the law tubers have talked about the legality. I've talked a little bit about the, you know, legality and sort of the unprecedented nature of this case. Not that, you know, there's never been a case brought like this, but there's not a lot of precedent set for the case. The only precedent that, you know, that people keep mentioning is the Matt Haas versus Ethan Klein, where Ethan was on the completely opposite side of this issue, trying to defend his right to fair use. And so by virtue of that, like, I think it's 50-50, right? I think it could go, you know, it's really going to depend on the judge. But, you know, it's a little bit more interesting to talk about rather than the legality. Yes. Is Ethan Klein allowed to sue people? Yes. Is he allowed to, you know, set a trap where he registers his video with the Library of Congress and then uses it to you know, to get punitive damages against defendants instead of just the, you know, like the liability, the, you know, amount of money that he can claim that he's lost? Yeah, he can do that, apparently. I mean, I don't know if the, you know, I don't know if registering it will really do anything, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Biggest risks for children, secondary infections. Giardia itself is very readily deadly. Leaves you more vulnerable for other opportunistic pathogens. Good point, Spencer Ho. You know, okay, so here's my idea. Like I was telling you I've had Giardia before, and I wasn't just telling you a gross story about a camping trip that went wrong. And don't worry, chat, I didn't get Giardia while I was on the camping trip. I got it as soon as I came home. Like it incubated or whatever. It took a while to infect me. So I wasn't shitting my brains out on the trail, which would have been really miserable. But I was shitting my brains out like on a family trip, right? You know, my family went on like a car trip after that, and that was pretty miserable. And I would say even if I was home, it would have been pretty miserable. What I'm trying to say, chat, is that even though Giardia might not be deadly, even to like the very young, you know, like Ethan's children, it's incredibly unpleasant. And just because your child isn't able to, like, you know, vocalize how much they're suffering, you know when your child is suffering. And subtitle says right-wing civil war. Yeah, there's a few things I gotta change here. Okay, what am I doing right now? I'm talking with chat. What am I gonna be doing? Pisco versus Hutch debate. There we go. Thank you for letting me know. And yeah, always feel free to give me any feedback that you think will help out the stream. And yeah, like letting me know that my time was not just wrong, it was like ridiculously wrong, right? It was so incredibly off that it would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Sad for anybody trying to watch my stream, waiting till the hour that my schedule says I go live, and then they're like the dog from Futurama, chat. I don't want to make any of you like the dog from Futurama. You know what I'm saying? The dog from Futurama, chat. That shit made me cry so hard. The dog was like waiting, and Fry had been frozen or something. We don't have a content poll. That's true. Let's fix that. So we watched Anna versus Bill Maher yesterday. We didn't end up watching. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. My hair did it again. Oh. Like my hair is so long now that when it, you know, if it's at all like warm, if my hair sits on my back, it'll actually make my back sweat. Oh, god damn. I mean, it's not super wet, but it's, you know, ideally like my I don't know. Sweat's not good for my hair. Let's just put it that way. And I'm putting a little rubber band on it to like. We'll just keep this on here for now. Oh my god, something like that. If you don't cry over Fry's dog, you have no soul. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. I'm imagining somebody. I mean, it's not quite like Fry's dog because Fry's dog was waiting for what, like hundreds of years or something for Fry, but okay, I gotta put a pander to the snark. Left stipend. Yeah, pandering to snark indeed, I guess. Actually I haven't been what's up with snark lately? What's up with the H3 leftover, or sorry, the leftovers H3? Is that what it's called now? I wouldn't know. Because I am pure. I am unadulterated. I am untainted by the evils of snark. Okay, what am I looking for? Yeah, I'm looking for a substitute, something else to put into the bonus content. Majority. Milo versus Ben Gay. Chat, is that wrong? Is that wrong to call Benny Johnson Ben Gay? Like, I just want to remember which Ben he is, right? You know, if you've got like a tall Ben and a short Ben, or an old Ben and a young Ben, right? In this case, we got a gay Benny. But the Ben, what is Ben Gay? Ethan would call me snark-brained. I don't use Reddit. Yeah, apparently people like you and me, Joshua, we're in psychic communication. Benny likes a Johnson. A majority report. Milo and Benny. Milo and Benny. Wait, no, this makes it so. This is so salacious, chat. If I call it majority report, Milo and Betty gay, you know, I'm gonna take the gay out. I'm not even sure that like, there's weird words that'll make your poll. If you try to make a poll with certain words in it, it'll like fail, and it won't be like, hey, you can't use this word. It'll just be like, poll did not work. Like, try again later, right? And it's just trying to get you to. It's just, the idea is to try to get you to, okay, so we got majority report, Milo and Benny. We got Jose and the fall of Ben Shapiro. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. People didn't really vote for the Jose video. People don't care about Ben Shapiro. Wait, I just had an inspiration and then I forgot it immediately. Milo and Betty sounds like a title of a porn video. Benny and the Jets. We all have the snark mind virus, yeah, and the woke mind virus. And the, waiting for Vivian, oh my god, what is her, Wilson? Yeah, waiting for Vivian Wilson, to clap back at her dad for Gavin Newsom. Although maybe she won't, I don't know, I've heard she's getting harassment now. I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, chat, but Gavin Newsom got in a fight with Elon Musk, and I think it was like Elon responding to Gavin's post about you know, Megan's Law, and he said, hey, like Elon, I'm sorry that your daughter hates you, like, right? Oh wait, Spencer, you're talking about something that we've covered before. Wendigo and his wife and Oompa Villa all freaked out. Now, Brandon has seemingly ghosted everyone. Brandon being the guy that's running for, is it Senate or Congress? You just got blasted in your Insta feed with Charlie Kirk remixes. Did you get the Agartha, Charlie? The Charlie from Middle Earth. That fucking lore is so weird. But anyway, I've got to go. I gotta get us started. We can cast aspersions at the veracity of Brandon Buckingham's medical claims. What? Getting under the skin of all the worst gormless, soft, right-wing grifters? Wait, is that... Are we talking about the same Brandon? Is this the Brandon that is running for office? And like Xander Hall made some video about him and then Chud Logic clapped back. I think that was the last time I covered. If it's who I think you're talking about, right? And they do indeed know YouTubers like Wendy. They're like a YouTuber, I think, that's running for as Sam Hyde Brown Noser. But yeah, isn't he like a... Is he a former spicy chatter? Has spawned into stream and has been stirring it up. Wait, what? Are you talking about this stream? Are you the spicy chatter? I'm curious. I'm just curious because like I'm not sure if am I thinking it's a YouTuber? Yeah, no, this guy's a YouTuber, but he's also running for office, and his name is Brandon, and he knows Wendigoon, right? Maybe it's a different guy. Maybe it's a different guy. I don't know. I thought it was Texas Senate or he's run before and he almost won, and it really seems like he has a good chance. But he's like kind of a far right. He's a gun tuber, right? Is this a gun tuber? Are we talking about a gun tuber? The guy I'm thinking of is a gun tuber. Maybe it's a different Brandon because you know there's multiple. There's Dark Brandon, there's Light Brandon, there's Agartha Brandon, there's Charlie Kirk. I don't know. But anyway, we'll figure out if I'm thinking of the same guy as you're talking about. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to make our bonus goal great again. And I had an inspiration and now I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, Ethan Klein's gambling thing. That's it. That's the one. Ethan Klein's Gambit? Is that too cheeky, chat? It's a bit cheeky. It's a bit cheeky, is it not? Brandon Herrera. Yeah, you're right. That's who I was thinking of. It's a different Brandon. It's a different Brandon. Yeah. He is a YouTuber, though. Yeah, I don't know Brandon Buckingham. Here. First, let me add a poll. Start poll. Bonus content. Do you want it? Question mark. And for items, majority report. Milo and Benny, who is actually gay. Milo claims that he is somehow no longer gay, but that Benny Johnson is gay. Make it make sense, right? Are people gay or not, Milo? I don't know. He's also what he said. Charlie Kirk is gay too. We kind of touched on this yesterday. I was like, really? Because I had not heard the accusation of Charlie Kirk being gay. I only heard the accusation of Benny Johnson, Mike Johnson. Who else? Lindsey Graham. I mean, some of these are not even like. Some of these are just like open secrets, right? Some of these are not even like I wouldn't call them rumors necessarily. All right. There you go. There's your poll. Okay, so I got that done. Now I can break the chat. Hey, this is a great time to remind you. If you are in top chat, you might not be getting all of chat, right? Including some spicy chatters that maybe relegated to live chat. So if you want to see the whole chat with everybody chatting, click on live chat. I mean, I don't know. It seems to be better. It seems to be a good place to be. I always try to put myself in live chat so I won't miss anything that's going on. So it's a good time to do that. It's also a great time to like the stream. It helps me out a lot. It helps me out, get the stream out to more people. More people will see the stream if you like that stream, right? One thumb liking alone doesn't seem to do much, but if we put all our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and end up winning. And that's gonna be a great day, chat, when we beat the algorithm, the evil algorithm with our thumbs. The power of our thumbs is all it takes. All right, so the power of adding a new link to my browser source here is what gives me the power to recognize super chats in the chat, right? So what have we got here? Yeah, this the Brandon Buckingham's medical claims. Yeah, I don't know anything about this business here. Getting under the skin of the worst gormless soft right-wingers. I mean, that always sounds like fun. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for getting us started here. And then pandering to Snark Left stipend. There we go. Well, thank you for sharing me those stipend funds. I'm sure I'm sure I'll end up getting sued by Ethan Klein for that money somehow. But it's nice while the money's mine. So right until he makes me read a statement out where I have to disavow Snark. Anyway, we're gonna get going here. It should say 5. Goal should say 5, right? Okay, and then what's the one other thing that I gotta do? So I've got your poll up. Go ahead and vote in the poll if you haven't already. Make your voice heard. Let me know which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. We're gonna do, like, for sure, Pisco versus Hutch. We're probably gonna at least touch on Kuihman's debate against Ahhhhrelevant. I couldn't remember his name because he's so irrelevant now. He's literally, like, he's become, you know, just like Chud Logic, his name has become unironic these days, it seems. But he's still around. He's still around, probably still accusing me of supporting blackface. I'm sorry, I'm not. That's Ethan. That's your guy. That's Ethan Klein. Wait, I thought this guy had a problem with blackface, right? That was what he was accusing. He was trying to make the argument that being trans was like blackface. So, you support blackface? You like either say that trans people are bad and faking it, or you support blackface, right? Anyway, some of the worst takes, some of the worst arguments I've ever heard have come from that guy, Ahhhhrelevant, and we will very likely be getting into that with him. I don't know, but Wendigoon was a Proud Boy? Really? Oh, wait, for real? Okay, was that for real? I know there was a controversy a couple of years ago with a horror tuber that made a video saying a bunch of things about Wendigoon. Maybe some of which were true and some of which weren't. Is it from that? Foodstore versus Lonerbox is interesting, but it's very long. I've been advised to watch the second half. I've been advised by people that have watched it that it's the second half of the video is the one to watch. So yeah, we're not gonna watch all of it. Yeah, you're right. It's incredibly long. It's ridiculously long. But yeah, I don't know. What was Wendigoon a Proud Boy? Is that like a real thing? I know that what is his name? Brandon Herrera. He's definitely a far right weirdo. I mean, you know, he's running for office too, so probably had enough sense not to tie himself to something like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers. But Wendigoon claimed to be the founder of the Boogaloo Boys. So wait, was Wendigoon just taking the piss? Was this just Wendigoon memeing and people took it seriously? Did you do Pisco versus Hutch already? No, we're about to get into that. I fear Pisco versus Hutch. Oh my gosh. Well, you know, you can fear it together because we're about to watch it in a second. All right, so what am I doing? I am getting the stream started. And oh yeah, so our topics for today, all right. The poll is in YouTube. You can vote if you have not already. Make your voice heard, right? We got 4 awesome subjects, 4 awesome topics for you tonight. We got the majority report going off on Milo and Benny. Milo is accusing Benny Johnson and maybe a lot of other people too of being gay. You know, I mean, Milo, you know, has been gay, was gay, claims to be converted from gayness, claims to have prayed away the gay and is no longer gay. Although the less gay that he says he gets, almost like the more gay he seems is what I've noticed, right? Like since he said that he's not gay, he's actually seemed more gay, but I don't know. Yeah, we got that as a possibility. That's just I mean, I'll be covering the Milo and Betty thing, hopefully if I get some time in detail later on. Also, I've got to cover Pierce versus Fuentes. There's a whole bunch of stuff I haven't covered, chat. Then we got Ethan Klein's Gambit. That's right. Ethan Klein, who apparently, what's the story, chat? Love, the cast member from Sweden, had like a bit of a gambling problem when he was younger. Loot boxes, right? Lost a lot of money on loot boxes. And I think he might have, like, I think the story goes that he found H3 and Ethan. The first video he watched was a video against, like, what it was like XQC and his support of Gamba and all of the like all of the Kick streamers that were supporting Gamba, basically kind of feeding their audiences to a very predatory sponsor, right? In terms of gambling. And I think at some point, yeah, Ethan took a principled stand against that, but times have gotten tough. And he has come to a point where I guess they're taking some kind of gambling sponsorship. So we can take a look at that. That sounds interesting too, and I haven't even touched on that, so it'd be very interesting. I know, Rave, you sent me what was it, a Reddit link on that one? So that's another possibility. We also have Sam Cedar, kind of like, you know, the daddy of the whole like left tube space. He's on iHip with the iHip ladies with Pumps and Jennifer, saying hi to the, oh my god, chat. What is it that they say again? Patriots, Theytriots, Blacktriots, and Gaytriots? Is that what they say? Something like that. Anyway, Sam Cedar stopping by the iHip set now that they've moved, I think officially relocated to New York City. And then we got Chris Kunstler versus Lonerbox, which, like somebody in chat said, it's very long. We won't watch the whole thing, but I've been told that the last 90 minutes, oh god, that even seems too long. 90 minutes even seems too long. Is where I should focus. So anyway, these are your possibilities for bonus content. You can vote on those. That's how I end up picking them. The other way I end up picking them, or actually deciding whether we do any bonus content at all, is who is versus Lonerbox? Kuihman. He's like a commentary streamer that I guess you'd call him a Chud, or he was at one point a Chud Logic orbiter. Chud Logic's not a very big planet, especially these days, it seems. So, you know, he doesn't have a lot in his orbit. But yeah, Kuihman was one person that he's kind of a spin-off almost of Chud Logic. And surprisingly enough, Kuihman's one of the only people that will call bullshit on the likes of Ethan Klein. So you've got a whole, you know, sphere of commentary slop tubers, right? That purport to have, you know, they're not good people, right? But they purport to have a certain code of ethics, right? They don't want anybody like bullshitting them. You know, they'll try to call out if somebody's like obviously spouting bullshit. But because of their hatred, their negative polarization against people like Hassan, they've taken the Ethan Klein and iDubbbz, I guess to a lesser extent, right? they've taken the Ethan Klein side in the debate, and it's almost like they all got a memo of like, yeah, we're gonna support, you know, Ethan Klein no matter how cringe he is, and somehow, you know, this is Kuihman's like the one of the first people to stand up and say, yeah, that's no, Ethan's full of shit, right? So kind of a rare thing in that world. And Ahhhhrelevant, yeah, is the, wait, what did you say versus Lonerbox? Oh, Chris Kunstler, sorry, you're asking a different question. You're asking a different question there. You're asking for about the debate in the bonus content, right? That one is Chris Kunstler, a TikTok streamer and a historian, right? He's a historian that's kind of come into prominence by debunking several Ethan Klein. When Ethan Klein tries to, like, now listen, I know you say you support Palestine, but do you really know the history behind? Do you really know what the Palestinians did, like back in the day, basically to deserve the Nakba? You know, bullshit like that is, you know, what Ethan Klein's ignorant audience is hearing and believing. And so a lot of Chris Kunstler's videos have been pushing back on that and debunking it and being like, actually, Ethan, you don't know shit about the history of, you know, the whole Zionist project. So that's Chris Kunstler. It might have been Boogaloo Boys Not Proud Boys. He was caught following right-wing libertarian accounts on his socials. There was some post about Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, he got backlash and then posted a statement that he's not right-wing and left all that. Okay. Kuihman burnt half of his audience and a lot of bridges going against the great aunt Ethan. True. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a hard thing to do. You know, to stand in a voice of in a fucking, you know, army of idiots, to be the one that stands out and says, no, that's wrong. That's clearly wrong, right? And you know, it's not like he loves Hassan, right? He's not a Hassan fan. It's not positive polarization, right? It's just that, you know, there's a lot of bullshit that hides behind this kind of negative polarization, like we're gonna get into with Hutch and Pisco about the you know, why did Ethan Klein sue the 3 people that he did, right? Why did he choose those 3 when you can find a ton of people that reacted to Ethan's content nuke but didn't really add much to it? You can find people that added less substantially, right? So for instance, people like Asmongold and XQC, right? Why didn't Ethan sue them? And you know, a lot of people have concluded it is misogyny. I'd put a little bit of an asterisk on that, right? My claim doesn't rely so much about Ethan being personally misogynistic, although I feel like he has shown some signs of that. I think it's strategic, right? I think that these are 3 people that he knows, like, there's an audience that he's trying to get, and it includes people from Asmongold's audience. It includes people from XQC's audience, and he knows that those 2 streamers are bigger than him, or, you know, have a more engaged audience, and that if he was to start drama with either of them, it wouldn't be good for him. But if you know, raise your flag against Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan, you're gonna just farm misogynists, incels, take your pick, right? You're gonna farm a lot of different you know, people that are very online, and that seems to be what Ethan's trying to do, right? Farm that sympathy, because listen, if you take this straight up, if you look at what's going straight up, you'll see Ethan Klein as a monumental hypocrite. Everything, the main reason that people connected with this guy, that people liked this guy, people respected this guy, is because he stood up against a YouTube bully. He stood up against a channel that was saying, hey, you can't make fun of my content, right? I'm gonna use the law to stop you from making fun of my content. And normally what happens when somebody does that is, you know, it sucks and people, you know, but you know, nobody wants to take that court case all the way. Ethan Klein did, and he won, right? That's, you know, like I said, where a lot of his respect comes from. So for him to turn around and kind of become the bold guy, become the Matt Haas figure, in this case against Kaceytron, Denims and Frogan, it should be embarrassing. The only thing that's holding him back from that is that, like, yeah, the audience is focused on the femoids, that he is the women's chat. The women are bad. So Ethan Klein doing a bad, immoral, fucked up, hypocritical thing to them is actually based. Is actually great. It's the greatest thing in the world. Ethan is trying to reignite Gamergate. You know, he's harnessing that same energy, and that energy is kind of like never left, right? They've never, you know, it's not focused on, like, you know, female devs, gaming devs anymore. But it's, you know, that audience that created that, and that mentality, that sentiment that caused Gamergate is very much still there. Yeah, so he's absolutely harnessing that to make something that should be a PR nightmare for him be a real crowd pleaser, right? I mean, that's my take on it, right? Why Ethan has chosen who he's chosen. But yeah, we're gonna get into that. I guess has Kuihman been on a hiatus? Has there been a Kuihman hiatus, maybe? It says he talks to Hassan every day as a bit to upset DGGers. Yeah, I'm sure J-Stalk does too. J-Stalk is, yeah. It's the same group like Grums. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna get into that. So, yeah, I gotta talk about, so we're gonna cover the Pisco and Hutch debate. Wait, what? Why does it say bonus content? That's not... I did this wrong. Pisco and Hutch debate, and then Kuihman versus Ahhhhrelevant. I can never remember how many H's are in Ahhhhrelevant's name, but that's okay. Because it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, Ahhhhrelevant. Kuihman is less active on YouTube, but still streams supposed to... Well, did he take a break or something? Because there was like a whole... There was like several months I just did not see any... maybe just the algorithm was fucking him over or something. Because I didn't see any, like... I did not see any of his videos come up. Anyway, we're gonna do Pisco versus Hutch. We're gonna do Kuihman versus Ahhhhrelevant, and then we might do some bonus content. Only if this number gets to 100. It's at 5 right now. This number goes up from people supporting the stream. So whether you choose to support the stream through a super chat, a super sticker, if you decide to get yourself a membership on YouTube, or if you decide to gift memberships to other people, if you decide to support me on Throne, which right now I am trying to replace my desktop before the time runs out. It can't have Windows 11, and they've discontinued support for Windows 10. So I'm trying to change my PC before that completely becomes untenable. So if you want to support me that way and keep this, make sure the stream doesn't go down because of tech issues, then you can support me on throne.com/nocommentchick. You can also support me on Patreon, which, yeah, all these things make that number go up. In fact, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. And I'll do that in a second since we're towards the beginning of the stream. Also, you know, things like getting yourself a Twitch sub or even gifting subs to other people makes this number go up as well. Or getting yourself a Twitch sub for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. If you hook up your Amazon account, if you have Prime to Twitch, you will get a free Twitch Prime sub to give to the streamer of your choice. And if that's me, not only do you get all of my animated emojis, but you also are gonna get the ability to rewind the stream. Isn't that cool? Wow, that's something they added or took away. They took away that feature from everybody else. But yeah, if you want to be able to rewind the stream while I'm live, you can do that with a for free with a Twitch Prime sub. So great way to support the stream. And of course, every time you do support the stream, this number goes up, and you have the ability to tell me to put your money where your mouth is. What do I mean by that? I mean that every single topic on here, right? Every single topic that is on the poll is, you know, is available for you to, I don't know, what would I say? You can kind of add points to it, right? When you donate, you can turn your donation into a percentage and tell me to, you know, I want to see Majority Report. I want to see Sam Cedar on iHip. I want to see Chris Kunstler versus Lonerbucks. I want to see Ethan Klein and his Gamba Gambit. And I will turn your donation into a percentage and add it to the topic. So yeah, at the end of the stream, right, I'll see two things. First of all, do we have 100 points in the kitty, right? And if so, we'll proceed with bonus content. What bonus content? The bonus content that gets a combination of the most votes along with your, you know, boost of the different topics by letting me know which bonus topic you want to see at the end of the stream, and causing me to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. I think I've explained that. It does mean less money for Amazon. That is true. That is true. I think. So, you know, we'll have to cry our tears for Amazon later. He's going after Dioria? Well, somebody should. Somebody should be like, it's ridiculous. Nick is, speaking of people that are massive hypocrites, speaking of people whose, like, you know, earlier versions of themselves would kick their current self's ass right now, right? Nick Diorio is like one of the first ones that comes to mind. He has turned into a disgusting glazer. He's turned into a fucking Ethan Klein orbiter, right? This is something, if you know, like, how Diorio, you know, if you know how Diorio was back in the day, his disposition towards Ethan, I feel like if you went back in time and you were like, hey, Nick, guess what? You're going to become the Ethan Klein waiting room. You're going to become the fucking glazer of Ethan Klein. You're going to sweep for Ethan Klein. You're going to say everything that he does is based and awesome, right? I feel like Nick Diorio might, you know, he might, you know, he might end his own existence, right? So whatever you do, don't go back in time and tell younger Nick Diorio that he becomes an Ethan Klein orbiter, okay? Because we don't want him to disappear from reality as he would were you to do that, right? The Brandon, okay, I'm so confused, Spencer Ho. That sounds like a lot, but thank you for the super chat. 1 minute clip of a major left W, snark left W in Discord. Nice. What am I trying to do? Rich Lux, yeah. There's another person. I don't know. Chat. Can you imagine me going after Rich Lux? I was tempted. I saw him on Twitter the other day, and it wouldn't have been that hard to ratio him. But like, I don't know. I just feel like having Rich Lux aware of my existence is maybe something I don't want. Oh, Nick Diorio is on par with Rich. Okay, so we're at 6. Oh, wait, that's the other thing I want to do. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is give you the ability to... Wait, what am I trying to do here? The ability to put a butterfly in my hair. How do you put a butterfly in my hair? Well, if we can get 10 teal super chats in the next 2 hours, I will put a butterfly, that's right in my hair. Boom. There it is. So we're at 7 now. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Spencer Ho. And again, the NCC TV broadcast is listener supported, so you know it is through your support that I'm able to stay independent and speak the truth in the midst of an AI hell world slopscape. So thank you to everybody who supports the stream, whether you do through a super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, whether you're supporting me on Throne or on Patreon or supporting me on Twitch. Those are all great ways to support the stream. You can also support the stream for free by just hitting that like button, right? Costs you nothing, and you know, it helps out a lot, right? Those thumbs up, they add up. So massive appreciation to the Thumb Gang. Let's shout out the Patreons. That's my next move. Again, like I said, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. We're close to the beginning now. Let's go ahead and shout out some weasels, all right? So, shouts out. Okay, maybe I should acknowledge the gifted memberships first. All right, so Narwhal by Nature just gifted 5 memberships, meaning that we just have some new weasels for me to shout out. All right, so shouts out to Finn Stevenson 3733. Shouts out to Winniecat 6453. Shouts out to Joel.exa. You just got weaseled. Shouts out to Paige Cuts. You just got weasels. And shouts out to Chrissy Henderson. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you for the for gifting weasels. Giving the gift of weasels, right, chat? The perfect holiday gift for your fireside, you know, tableau, right? Yeah, the gift of weasels. You know, I wish they somehow came with like plushy weasels. I thought about doing that, chat, but it's the whole thing where, you know, people pay for them up front. But they don't get sent anything until you get 200 people ordering weasels, and if they don't, then you just have to refund all the money and nobody gets a weasel, right? So until I'm bigger, it doesn't seem like you know, the right kind of merch. But yeah, plushy weasels would be awesome. There are background DG Sloptrooper meltdowns, kind of, yeah. So let me shout out those Patreons that I was talking about. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Sarah Steven Sayers. I can't speak. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Nape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. There we go, Patreons. Thank you so much for supporting me every month and you know, getting me through some tough jams. Sometimes it's that Patreon money that makes the difference. So I really do appreciate. With that being said, chat, we got so much to get to tonight. We got so little time. We got so much time and so little content. No, scratch that, reverse it. Pisco Sour. Oh my god, chat. Okay, Pisco. It's called Pisco, right? I was confused for so long. I really thought that Pisco was his name and that it was pronounced Pisco, right? And that whenever anybody called him Pisco, they were like low-key insulting him. But Pisco's Hour is like it's like a code word for a kind of drink. It's a Pisco Sour, and it's what is it, grape brandy or something that makes that they used to. Anyway, it's a kind of brandy, and there's a drink that you get with it called a sour. So his name is a joke based on the alcohol and based on a drink that you can mix with it. Anyway, I didn't know that until today, so that's me learning something new. I was always correcting people. No, like, no, it's not Pisco, it's Pisco. Come on, let's, like, you know. I just had a horrible recognition. Oh my god, chat. It would suck to put somebody on the thumbnail and then to not be able to access said content, right? Because say said content was streamed. You know what? Let's just check, right? It's not, maybe it's not all, I'm starting to get, I'm getting nervous here, okay? About this Pisco thing. Like, listen, I guess we can watch Kuihman, right? It'll be the Kuihman hour. I'll be platforming Kuihman. I'll be boosting Kuihman if we can't get this, you know, video running. But I know I watched it. Yeah. No, that's me. Got it, maybe. Let's see. This is the moment of truth, chat. This is the moment of truth. Oh, that sweet music. That sweet, sweet music, chat. That sweet music that means that Pisco is about to make his appearance on my stream for the first time in a hot minute, I guess. You know, I had him, I've actually had him on panels and stuff years and years ago. And then a little thing came between us called DGG. We didn't really, we didn't speak of Pisco for a while. Pisco, sorry. I believe it's pronounced Pisco. It sounds like a company that produces piss, like, right? And there is there's a thing called like artificial urine, or what is it called? Like it's like a powdered urine. I forget what it's used for, but it's, I think, in like, you know, chemistry or like medical uses or something like that, of just having like neutral dried pee. So there could actually be a company out there called Pisco, like PISS Co, right? That produces piss. You know, they're like, we got the best piss of any of our competitors, like, right? We've cornered the market on piss, right? We got the piss monopoly and the piss monopsony, right? You know, if you want to sell your piss, you come to us. If you want to buy some powdered pee for whatever reason, we're not judging, we're not asking, right? You come to us, right? We control the market of piss. We are Pisco. This is the dystopian, you know, hyper-capitalist dystopian future that I'm always talking about. I'm always warning about, like a voice in the wilderness. Anyway, chat, let us get on and move on and cover what I'm supposed to be covering today, which is, yes, Pisco. It feels so good, chat, to finally say Pisco. His name is Pisco. That's how it's, that's how the alcohol is pronounced, and his name is a reference to the alcohol. So, Pisco it is. I hope that doesn't sound like I'm insulting him or making fun of him. I don't know, chat. What's the word for this? What's the phrase? Taking the piss on him, perhaps? We're not trying to take the piss on Pisco. We're trying to watch Pisco take the piss on Hutch, on one Hutch Hutchinson the third. I believe that's his name. I believe he goes by Hutch Hutchinson of the Hutch clan, which is like a, I don't know what it is. I wonder if you could sell Gamer Girl piss jars with bonus rocks. Yo, that would make them more valuable, right? Like, do you want it with rocks? It's like boba. You know, do you want it? Do you want it with boba? Wait, I feel like I missed something or other earlier. The ongoing civil war in Pisco's Discord, Neo Snark versus DGG. Yeah, that's kind of what Kuihman's title sounded like, that DGG was coming down on him. Coming down? Wait, that sounds like everything I say, chat, sounds like a double entendre. I could swear, I thought somebody did a user chat. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I heard a user chat. I don't see it. I don't think it was real. I was hallucinating, chat. I was hallucinating support. Twitch will be dethroned. Hey, as long as I'm not dethroned or detwitched, I'll be happy. All right, let's not bring any of that bad luck. I'm knocking on wood. Collect them all, complete with a variety of calcium oxalate and citrine. Wow, are the citrine ones the rare ones? I don't know. I feel like I always hear about calcium or oxalate. Nobody ever talks about citrine. But that's because they're not unable to mix a pisco sour properly. Chat, it sounds like there's maybe piss in the drink, right? That's the secret ingredient, right? It's you know, you got the pisco, you got the brandy, you got the you know, the sour, whatever makes it sour, and then maybe it's the piss that makes it sour. I don't know, chat. Let's do it. Let's stop taking the piss. We like Pisco. Heading down to Pisco Town for some piss. Anybody want anything? Yes. Could you pick me up wait, what do you call those big drinks from America? Chat, what do you call the giant drinks from the gas station? Thirst Buster or something? I sent I missed it? I missed your super chat earlier? Maybe that was it. Anyway, I'll go back and look for and see if I can dig it up. Wait, I think I missed your recent, like this one, right? Boom. All right, I'm told we're at 22. Let's change it to 22. There's Pisco. Or like, it almost sounds like a gas station with a really efficient, like bathroom. Like almost like a gas station that is advertising, you know, to people that don't want to buy anything. They just want to piss and go. Pisco. Let's try that again. Let's not do hexadecimal code. There we go, 22. I think we're on 22 right now. So yeah, 22 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of the 100 by the end of this, and my coverage of Kuihman, however much I cover of Kuihman, going up against Ahhhhrelevant, the Thirst Busters, yeah, from Circle K. I grew up with Circle K. Yeah, that's probably, I was probably thinking of Thirst Busters. Thirst crushers, thirst disembowelers. Disembowel your thirst with, I'm sorry, with the mighty Viking sip. Anyway, chat, let's see what Pisco is sipping on tonight. Maybe it's a Pisco sour. Fix your audio, Pisco.
1 second, guys. Sorry about that. That's my fault.
Yeah, it is.
Give me a sec.
We blame you.
Ever.
We're a tough audience, Pisco. I'm sorry, we're a tough audience. Yo, Real Burner 23, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. That brightens my day. It looks like we're at 26 now. Fully a quarter of the way towards securing that bag of bonus content. All right, so Pisco, and thank you. Yeah, you just got jellyfished, by the way, in case you didn't notice, and that's a good thing. But greetings from Berlin. Yeah, it's probably a good time for Berliners to watch me. Not jelly donut Berliners, but like actual people that live in, you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, there's multiple meanings for Berliner, chat, apparently. 29? Oh, you're right. It's 29. Is it right? Is that right? To add both Twitch Prime subs? Wait, what? Both? I see one. Are there two? Anyway, we'll figure it out. Let's get into this. Put Pisco on, turn the music off. Even though it's holiday music, I hope you're enjoying the festive.
Strange things happen.
Oh yes, he's singing.
Do it a little bit on the pod.
Yo, what up? What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait,
Yeah.
we should.
Okay, so I'm gonna play the first part for you. It's boring, you know, just to show you these guys are friends, right? They're, you know, or at least they're starting out as friends here today, right? Like they're not starting out from a like a place of distrust or anything like that. You know, they're still. They're still buddies.
Show each other's videos, bro. I'll show you if you show me.
Show you mine if you show me yours.
You know, it never doesn't get old, right? From the first moment that I heard a Twitch streamer make that joke, it was like old then, and it's old. It's old. It's a groaner, right? I feel like my principal in elementary school used to call jokes like this groaners, and he used to like to tell groaners to like just really bad jokes that nobody likes, and he enjoyed telling us jokes that we didn't think were funny.
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. You sound like it's not the same mic. Are you on the road?
It's
I'm
like
on
a
the road,
dad
bro.
thing, right? It's kind of a dad
Okay.
thing.
All right.
I thought you were
hold
gonna
on.
say I sounded dulcet. Didn't.
No, it's fine. It doesn't. It's not horrible, you know, but
Sorry, bro. Yeah, let me turn the gain up a little bit. Is that any better? No,
it's fine. It's fine.
All
It's
right, my
fine.
bad.
I'm just playing. It's fine. It's fine.
Voice of the narrator. It wasn't fine. What's happening, and just as a spoiler, Pisco's OBS is receiving his Blue Yeti, which is a decent mic. It's a good mic, right? Blue Yeti's a good mic, okay? Not a great mic. It's a good mic, right? It's a passable mic, and so that good audio input is going into OBS, but what's going into Discord right now is actually the some webcams have a microphone, and so the reason that Hutch is reacting like this, even though his audio sounds fine, is that Hutch is hearing, you know what I mean? Hutch is I'm sorry, RIP headphones, but you know what I'm saying? Hutch is hearing some really bad audio. So you know those mics are the worst, right? Webcam mics, there's nothing worse than those.
pop out. We'll do that.
This.
There we go. It's good. Okay. Are you live too?
I'm live as well. So don't
Okay,
ever
yeah.
talk shit. I just talked to Rob Knorr for 5 hours.
No, you did not.
I
For
certainly
five-
did. I
What did
certainly
you talk about for 5 hours?
all manner of different crazy things. Would you believe that we talked about the Carter Page FISA warrants and Russiagate for about an hour and a half? Would you believe that if I had told you that?
Rob Knorr is a very annoying debater. He's a, you know, he's just like a MAGA. He's a car rant guy. He's like a MAGA car rant guy that for like half a second was relevant on Twitch because Dylan Burns had trouble finding right wingers to go on his panel, and Rob was like the kind of the small, like what would you call it, like the best of the worst, right? There wasn't a lot to pick from. Rob was the best that Dylan could find. Him and what, Lecture Fan, right? I mean, people like that. I mean, like look who else Dylan used to get. Critically Thinking Veteran was basically a lolcow, right? So it was hard to find right wingers. The reason for this is because a lot of the right wingers on Twitch would break terms of service. They love to say slurs. They love to harass people, right? So they tend to get kicked off the platform. There's not many of them there, and so he's kind of forced. But anyway, Rob Knorr is just an annoying pedantic car rant guy, basically. MAGA, maybe not. He's not like a Fuentes fan or something. He's just a straight up. He's your MAGA uncle, right? With a little bit better debate skills.
Yes. That's
Yes.
the easiest thing to believe. Yeah.
How you been, my boy?
Well, now I'm curious. How's he doing? Like, how are the vibes?
Well, it's part of his
and,
24-hour stream, and so I gather that he's tired. But he also, I can just tell that there's some internal frustrations with how shit is going. I don't think that he would ever say like Trump was the wrong choice. No, he's not even close to that. And he's continuing with his like false equivalence
Pisco and Sunday had a 12-hour debate about what?
bullshit, all that stuff.
Thank you for the super chat too.
But he is willing to recognize that shit is fucked up, even from the MAGA perspective, that the Trump administration is not taking on the deep state and draining the swamp, taking all the assumptions on board in those assumptions the way that they ought to. And, you just point no further than like the indictments against Comey, the failed grand jury proceedings against Letitia James, what's going on with the Epstein stuff. And yeah, you can tell he's a little bit like not thrilled, especially with congressional Republicans. Now I think it's a little bit of cope that he just puts it all on like Bondi and the congressional Republicans. But he does say sometimes that like Trump ultimately bears some responsibility. So obviously like we differ vastly on the starting assumptions, but I can tell he's not totally happy with the administration.
Well, here's my lukewarm take. I think MAGA in its current form is just dead. I think it's just dead. I think what happened in Indiana yesterday is just kind of the final nail in the coffin as far as my analysis goes, because he couldn't pressure.
Indiana yesterday voted to not redistrict, right? Indiana was one of the pressure states for Trump to try to get them to redistrict in order to apportion more seats that are favorable to Republicans, right? To gerrymander essentially. Texas did this. What is it? Missouri, like a few red states did this, but Indiana, despite a ton of pressure and threats, right? Trump has straight up threatened to cut Indiana off from federal money, from federal support. If they don't do this for him. Is that legal? Who knows? But it's always the Trump breaks the law and then some judge puts a temporary restraining order, then some other MAGA judge comes along, lifts the temporary restraining order, somebody else puts the restraining order back on, it goes to the shadow docket, they lift it, and then you wait like 2 more months to find out that yes, it is indeed illegal. And so they've got 2 months to be able to enact orders that are ultimately rejected by the courts. And they know what they're doing. Anyway, so just to show you that these two are friends, they're co-hosts of Lib and Learn. They're 2 libs in a pod, so they don't like hate each other. But yeah, they're starting off talking about stuff they do agree on. Let's see if we can find where they start to disagree, because I believe that'll be the more interesting stuff for us to watch.
Lawsuits have been brought. That's not
why.
That's not really the thing that interests me too much, because
let me give you a point of contact, right? Because
that's a good question. Let me.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
I mean, so like that to me is like the least part of the interesting part of the conversation, because like that seems totally subjective. Like, and it's difficult to unpack that. Like I don't know what I would do if I was in his if I was in his spot. And like you for example, I think you said that he has a strong case, right? So like if these laws, if these copyright or regulations or statutes or whatever they are, if they exist and somebody abused them and he's using the legal mechanism to get a remedy for that, then are we saying that that means that it was justified, or like what kind of angle are you
the legal remedy, right? The way look, I mean, technically, does what Ethan's asking for qualify as a legal remedy? Yeah, but no, like look at the language of that is supposed to imply that you're out money, right? Somebody's taken money from you in an unfair way, and you are seeking a remedy to try to be made whole, right? It's such a load of shit for Ethan to claim that people that enjoy watching Denims take the piss on him. To assert that those people would otherwise be his viewers. Welcome Raider, welcome streamers. Good to have you with us tonight, Echoplex Media. Good to see you. Good to see you, friend. How's your stream? We're just about to get into Pisco versus Hutch on the subject of Ethan Klein here. So buckle in, right? You got kind of lib on lib violence here, or a lib on lib disagreement. And Pisco's just one of these guys in sort of vaguely the Destiny sphere that is willing to say the obvious thing, that Ethan's lawsuit is kind of spiteful, right? It's not coming from a place of like I was just saying, it's not coming from a place of seeking remedy for financial harm. It's coming from a place of just wanting to hurt people, and specifically looking for people that he can hurt without looking like the bad guy. He would look like not just the bad guy, but the bold guy, right? Ethan's early career, was reacting to content. He would react to content. All of it, everything went, swimmingly at first, but then he reacted to a parkour streamer called the Bold Guy, the Bold Guy, who was he was a parkour / I guess pickup streamer. Like he would pick girls up as he was parkouring. I don't know. It's very cringy content. Ethan and Hila reacted to that, and this guy Matt Haas didn't like being made fun of, so he sued them, right? And that case is the only bit of case law we have as far as how copyright claims of one YouTuber against another are handled by the court. And luckily that case was settled in Ethan Klein's favor. Now he finds himself on the opposite side of things, being if you if you live long enough, as the hero, you eventually become the villain. And Ethan's hero pass has long since expired. He's definitely stepping into those Matt Haas shoes. Gambling ads on my Twitch. Wait, what? Wait, on this channel? Are you getting gambling ads on this channel? Are you getting ads at all? I thought I was like demonetized to fuck. Wait a minute, chat. I gotta check something. Twitch, do you? Oh no, chat. Oh no, I got a sinking feeling, right? Oh my God. Okay. Twitch is interesting in that an important thing that you do is setting your category, right? And in which is usually very easy for me because I always stream in just chatting. I suspect right now, chat. No, I'm in just chatting. Okay, we're good. We're good. Just chatting with. Oh, maybe you are getting ads. It looks like, huh? Maybe we're not demonetized. I don't know. Maybe Twitch has changed. Twitch categories are not politics. The politics category is tiny last time I checked.
Going for here, like, do you want to have a conversation about should he have brought the lawsuits?
Well, I think that's a conversation that a lot of people do want to have. Whether you want to have it, I'm not sure. But just to give you a point of contact, I stopped by your stream a little bit recently and I said hello. But I heard you talking about like the propriety of like Denim's statement and analyzing whether she should have said this, whether she was throwing Kaceytron under the bus. And so in that context, what we're really talking about, whether it's subjective.
But YouTube's getting ads, right? That's normal. But is Twitch getting ads?
Or not? Listen, I take all this kind of normative analysis to be subjective in the sense that we're just talking about what do you think about ethics? What do you think ought to happen? I do think that people have a desire to talk about the underlying ethical justification for all sorts of things, including but not limited to legal action taken by individuals. And I think that there's a lot of people who care about that. And I think that you care about, regardless of its subjectiveness, the ethics of certain people's conduct surrounding this, including the ostensible triggering incidents that brought this about, the CPS call, the conduct of the snarkers. Like, this is all norms laden. And so I think it's a little bit much to accept that people are like, it's irrelevant to talk about ethics. It's irrelevant to talk about moral justification because everyone's talking about it. And if someone asks me about it, I want to be clear about where I stand. And the more, and separate and apart from that, I think there's a broader norm that ought be established to like not blatantly lie to your audiences. And all of us kind of like do this kind of debunking shit when there's like, if Tim Pool is accused of lying about the shooting or whatever, No one's stopping to say like, huh, why are you calling out lies? What do you care? Now I can give you an explanation, but
you're saying that Ethan is lying about any kind of motivation to like protect his IP, or do you call it IP or copyrighted content?
It's a type of IP.
But you're saying that that's a lie because the real motivation is just like personal grievance. But why can't it be both? I don't understand why.
We can get into that conversation, and I definitely want to have this conversation. But the conversation to me, it's very obvious that he's.
It sounds like, Hutch, you don't have a problem with a wealthy man abusing the legal system to excise his personal grievances. Hutch, why don't you just vote for Trump then? Like, seriously, that's the problem we've got right now. That's what's in the White House right now. It's exactly that, right? This is the whole problem with America. Like, this is an encapsulation of what's wrong with America. What Ethan is doing in a very small way, it is like a microcosm of what we're dealing with right now, right? People with power, people with wealth, getting whatever the fuck they want. And in this case, you know, using the legal system, which is supposed to be for, like, let's say, Hutch, somebody clones, you know, let's say your channel blows up. You're making a lot of money from it, right? It's plenty of money to live. You know, you're moving into a bigger place. You're buying a new car. Everything's going swimmingly. And then all of a sudden you see your views crash down, right? And you look on YouTube and somebody's like cloned your channel. Like they've got an AI Hutch, and people like the AI Hutch better than you, right? Or I don't know, maybe they've just stolen, no, a better example, they've stolen your content. They're re-uploading, right? Now YouTube has, you know, ways to take care of that, but let's say that they didn't. Let's say it's a platform that doesn't have that. You should be able to be made whole if somebody is taking your money, if they're literally re-uploading your content, right? There's no difference between the content that you're putting out and the content that they're re-uploading. So now you've got a market competitor that is yourself, right? That's unfair. That's your work. That's your thought that made that content. And if it's popping off on another channel and somebody else is monetizing it, you should be able to, yeah, reach into their pockets and you know, estimate how much you lost and try to get that back. That's what these laws are for, right? Not for some fucking rich guy to put words in Kaceytron's mouth and use her as like a fucking puppet to say, haha, I won the, you know, I mean, this is ridiculous. This is and the only reason that he feels entitled to do it is because he's fucking rich. And in this society, you know, tells you, well, yeah, you know what? Why does it have to be one or the other? Maybe he is being vindictive and he's using the legal system that, you know, legally he's allowed to do this, right? So what's the problem? Legally, he's allowed to sue them, right? Pragmatically, somebody like Kaceytron can't take it to trial, even though she, you know, might be on the ultimately judged on the right. So she has to give in and she has to say whatever the fuck Ethan wants her to say, right? On the Pisco scale of political horizontalism, wait, what?
Motivated by both, because like he's already on the record as being someone who was trying to bring.
Well, yeah, you can sue. So in terms of, if this is a claim of, can you do what Ethan Klein's doing? Yeah, of course you can. He's doing it, right? Can you do what Donald Trump's doing if you're the president? Apparently so, right? But are either of those two things right? Fuck no. Fuck no. Massively hypocritical on the part of Ethan Klein, and God, Trump's on a fucking whole nother level in terms of there's so much more than just hypocrisy going on with Trump. So that's what this discussion, we've talked plenty about, can Ethan do this, right? Can he prevail in the end if somebody does take him all the way to a judgment? Yeah, no, he can, right? Now we're talking about, like, is it the right thing for him to do this? And is not the fact that he's picked these three people a little bit telling about his motivation? We're not saying that, you know, there's anything illegal that Ethan is doing or anything corrupt that Ethan's doing. We're saying that he's a bad guy. He's a hypocrite and he's an entitled, rich blowhard, right? There's the argument. Let's go.
attention to what he considered to be like lazy React content. And what the three people that he sued did went even beyond that. Like it was beyond just like lazy React content. It was, we might say, malicious in nature. You say that has no like bearing on the case, this like malice or whatever. But the fact remains that they were being malicious about it. Like they were openly advertising that their intention was to
So when they dunk on him by saying, hey, there's one view that Ethan's not gonna get, right? Not serious about it. Like I said, if somebody likes Ethan Klein, they're gonna watch Ethan Klein. They're gonna watch the content nuke, right? If somebody agrees with Ethan Klein, they're gonna watch the content nuke, or they're gonna watch Nicholas DiOrio, or they're gonna watch Asmongold, or they're gonna watch XQC. They're gonna watch Ethan or somebody that's gonna be like, yeah, based, yeah, based. Oh my god, Chad, I gotta get a drink. That hurt. I feel like a roach just crawled up my throat. Okay. Better. Wow. I feel like I was about to be possessed by the Lich King himself there. That was bad. That was rough. Anyway, what was I saying?
different views. And it happens to be the case that all three of those people were participating in an internet pylon that was like some of the most vicious behavior from
Now we get it. Now we get it.
Ever seen.
You were a Destiny Orbiter, you piece of shit. You've seen way worse than that. You just didn't recognize it because you had no sympathy for the victims. Right? This is objectively false what he's saying. The spaces that Hutch has been around, he has seen so much worse, right? The pylon on Ethan Klein. Go fuck yourself. You double standard having fuckboy.
In all my years of being on the internet, like how they behaved around the whole CPS thing was fucking vicious. It was fucking vicious. And so like, I think he was motivated by both of those things. Like, was it right?
I can't believe you watched my content when I said something ridiculous that made it sound like I had turned my family into a real life version of the human centipede. I can't believe that you fucking turned around and looked at my car and my train wreck, right? When my shit went off the rails. How dare you? What an entitled, rich piece of dog shit. No pun intended. Giardia infected dog shit. To be specific, Ethan Klein is allegedly, of course.
To bring the lawsuits. I don't know if I would have done it, but I understand why he did it. I don't know if that's a cop-out answer.
I understand why. There we go. Hutch, do you understand what you're saying? You're basically giving away the game here, right? You understand, you empathize with Ethan, right? And you feel like the bad things that he does are justified by the things that have been done to him. You don't have that empathy for Denims. You don't have that empathy for Kaceytron. Maybe partly because of them being women, all right? Or maybe maybe because they've been declared kind of enemies of the state in your neck of the woods. They've been declared, enemies of all the, slop tuber, shit tuber, DGG orbiter kind of people, right? You are, giving the game away here by saying that you can understand Ethan's, choices here, right? You relate to him more. That's what you're saying. And that's a really unfair criteria. That's an inherently slanted criteria to be judging anyone on, right? And I don't see, look, I'm not calling you an incel. I'm not necessarily calling you a misogynist. I don't know what your motivations are. They could be, multifaceted, for all I know. But you're no better than those incel misogynist douchebags, right? You're no better, for instance, than a Tectone here.
I understand why he did it.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other. So I definitely want to have a conversation about ought he have done it. But before we get into that, I just like want to make sure that you think it's worthwhile to even have that conversation. Right? Like, so we're not even talking about the thing itself. It's like people will question why should we care about these ethical aughts and whether it's good or bad? And I thought I was hearing something approaching that critique or that observation from you. And so before we get into like the actual meat and potatoes, which I do fundamentally reject the view you just presented on different grounds, I want to make sure that you consider that conversation to be valuable.
It can be depending on, you know,
let me give you a little
sure.
insight here, because like
intellectually valuable. What do you mean?
So people will say things like this: Pisco. This is
It is Pisco. Oh my god, I'm so confused now, chat. Wait, let me look at this up. Is he not named after the brandy? I thought okay, I'm so confused. The reason I'm so confused here, okay, pronounce Pisco. Pronounce. I always assumed that Pisco was a name and that it was, you know, pronounced Pisco. But then I found out it's not a name, it's a brandy. And it's pronounced, let's see.
Pisco.
Let's try that again.
Pisco. Pisco. Pisco.
That's how you say the brandy, right? So like a Pisco sour, his channel is called Pisco's Hour, right? But he's pronouncing it Pisco. It's Pisco? Well, yeah, if it's like a Spanish word, right? It would be Pisco. Like that's how you'd pronounce that, right? But like when I look it up and see how is this pronounced, everything says Pisco, right? And I don't find any reference to it being a name. I only find references to it being a type of brandy, like a brand of if it's Latin, it's Pisco. It's got to be I think it's a brand though. Yeah, Pisco sour, right? It's Pisco sour? What? Okay, let's try that. I'll try what you said. Pronounce Pisco sour. But the thing is, people always call him Pisco, and I always correct them. I'm always like, it's actually Pisco. It's not, you know, don't call the guy Piss. Like, that's rude, right? You know, if his name's not pronounced, you know, Pisco, you shouldn't call him Pisco. Pisco sour. Wait, okay, I gotta try something else here. Pronounce Pisco sour. Oh, you're right. It is saying like
Pisco sour.
Pisco sour. Oh no, I'm so confused. So yeah, I was always correcting people saying it's Pisco, it's not Pisco. But you pronounce Pisco sour as Pisco sour, with Pisco sounding like Pisco. So when you talk about the drink, it's Pisco sour, but when you talk about wait, this one says Pisco. It's pronounced Pisco according to this. Pronounce Pisco. Let's try it. Let's see if what the other things say. Spanish pronunciation. There's a city by this name. So it's a place name. It's a place name. It's a brandy name. I'm not seeing it as a person's name. So it makes me think it's anyway. I'm so confused. Okay, anyway, he pronounces it Pisco. I guess we should too. But I've gotten corrected multiple times, right? You know what I'm saying? That's all. I'm just noticing. Like I'm frustrated because like I thought it was pronounced one way, then I looked it up and it said pronounce it Pisco, and I was like, oh shit, I'm wrong, and I've been correcting people, and that's embarrassing, right? So you know it's Pisco, and then I hear him say it as Pisco, and oh my god, Pisco sour. Okay, I mean that sounds more appealing, appetizing, whatever than Pisco sour. Nobody wants to drink that except maybe maybe Ethan Klein. Anyway.
Who the fuck cares about whether these lawsuits were the right thing to bring or not? Or like, I don't really, or someone might say something like, I don't care whether it was right or wrong to bring the lawsuit. And I just want to make sure you're not proposing those views of like indifference, Like maybe you are indifferent as to whether it was right or wrong to do.
Yeah, there's some people that just like they know that they don't care about the ethics of it. They just hate the femoids, the femoid triumvirate that Ethan has selected as the recipients of his ire.
Presumably, you think that that's a worthwhile conversation when analyzing, especially. Now this is getting a little bit into
Pisco's definitely in Rob Nor mode. Yeah, so if you're just coming in, this is Pisco and Hutch. Pisco on the right, Hutch on the left. And Pisco has just gotten finished with, I think he said, a 5-hour debate against Rob Nor, who is a very frustrating man to talk to. More so probably than Hutch.
to the argument itself, but I still do want to have the meta conversation first to make sure that we both agree this is a valuable conversation that we want to have. For someone who presents a lot of his lawsuits or his legal stuff as vindicating some broader interest, either in a particular group or in a broader community, I think that we ought care about whether we agree with the assessments being rendered by Ethan and co.
It's not that I'm indifferent. It's more that I'm agnostic. Like you can, and maybe that sounds like a cop-out answer. Like I want it both ways.
No.
It's not that I'm avoiding taking a firm position. It's just, I can understand why he did it. And I can't tell you if I would have made the same decision because I've never been in that position. I don't know what it's like to have.
This is a huge part of the problem with the Twitchpol community, with the Twitchpol environment, by which I'm talking about political streamers on Twitch. And generally when I use that word, I'm referring to a certain era of politics on Twitch, right? We're currently in the era where like Hassan and Asmongold are ascendant as the two biggest streamers on the left and the right, respectively. This is this harkens back to what 2020, 2019 to I don't know 2022 roughly is like I don't know. Some people would call it the golden age. I would say that it's the golden age in the same way that the color of urine is golden, right? It's golden in that sort of sense, in that it's disgusting and smelly and revolting, right? And this is why because it's dominated by let's be real, white straight dudes, white straight cis dudes like Hutch, and dudes that can feel a lot of empathy for guys like them and not much empathy for anyone else, right? So again, in some ways, somebody said Gamergate earlier, obviously, this isn't, that was a long time ago, but yeah, it is kind of the same dynamic. I mean, that's the dynamic right there that empowered Gamergate, that got a lot of people to think, right? Because here, chat, if you don't, just really quickly, I promise it won't be too much of a diversion, but I want to take us back to Gamergate, right? In Gamergate, there were two kinds of people in terms of the people that supported Gamergate, right? There were people that were enjoying harassing like female game devs, right? And there were people that were doing kind of fucked up ops, I guess, right? I think Medicare is probably kind of representative of that group, right? And then there were people that thought that it was really about ethics in games journalism. They really thought they were standing for something, right? And the reason that they thought that, the reason that they didn't notice what they were a part of and what it was doing to like women in the gaming industry is because they just didn't have any empathy in that direction, right? They empathized with Zoe Quinn's ex-boyfriend, who was just a fucking guy that got, dumped and was mad about it and wanted revenge, right? They empathized with this guy so hard that they became his personal fucking army, right? And it's the exact same dynamic that I'm seeing in Hutch right now. And like, let's be really clear, right? I'm not trying to say that Hutch is like an out and out, like, is consciously like enjoying like misogyny in the way that the, in the way that the first group of Gamergaters that I talked about were. I'm thinking he has more in common maybe with the second group, who may not have really recognized what they were a part of and what they were doing and how much harm they were actually causing in what they thought was a struggle for like, ethical games, journalism. I'm sure there's some issues with like games journalism, just like there is with any kind of journalism, right? I'm sure there's some like legitimate grievances tucked in there somewhat, like what Total Biscuit, right? Was somehow wrapped up in Gamergate. Like I mean, everything I know about the guy, he's not a misogynistic douchebag, but yeah, for a while, I think he did support the wrong side. I think, did he change his mind before he, like he passed away of, tragic circumstances, very, died very young. But I'm thinking that he might have even, kind of recognized that by the end of his life, if I remember the 3 types. If you categorize Brianna Wu, wait, what is this one? Yeah, okay, well, Brianna Wu, like, if you want to understand her, right, Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian were on a bus that crashed, right? They were harmed by Gamergate. Brianna Wu saw that bus wreck, and she got on, and she put a sling on. Oh, my arm. Oh, I've been injured. Can I find an attorney? Like, right? Brianna Wu was trying to make herself, give herself that stolen valor by appropriating, victimhood in Gamergate, when really she was very late to the party and had consciously chosen to be part of that party. She wasn't just I mean, Zoe Quinn did not ask for, any of this shit, right? Like, all Zoe Quinn's crime was being, I mean, I believe Zoe Quinn is non-binary, goes by they them pronouns, but being perceived as a woman in the games industry, right? That was what brought the hammer down on Zoe Quinn. And yeah, having a ex-boyfriend that a very toxic ex-boyfriend.
Children, and then have government called to your home to like try to force you to justify that you should be allowed to continue to have guardianship over your own kids. Like, I don't know how I would have felt in that moment. I don't know what kind of actions I would take after the fact. But I'm also sympathetic to the idea of like, fuck, I mean, that must really suck to be bogged down in that kind of litigation. It's not like I have no sympathy for people like Kaceytron or Frogan. Like, even though I
mean, this is the first I've heard of it,
find their conduct to be pretty disgusting, what they did with Ethan and Ela and how they were joking about the CPS calls. And you could argue that Denims helped to enable it with the way that she was running her chat on the particular day that topic came up. And but even with all that, I'm sympathetic to like, fuck, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in that kind of a situation. But
so he's almost like he's saying that, like, yeah, harm was caused by Ethan's actions, but we're going to see Ethan as almost a victim of circumstance here, right? That Ethan's not responsible for the ramifications of his actions, even though he is literally a rich guy bullying people without his resources, without the means to adequately fight back, right? Hutch is still presenting fucking Ethan Klein as a helpless victim of circumstance. So, like, I don't know if that happens to you, if CPS came over to your house and you were scared that they might, take your children, and you had a fucking shitload of money burning a hole in your pocket, maybe you too would cause that kind of pain and suffering, right? So therefore he can be not morally right in what he's doing, but because he's understandable, because Hutch has an easier time empathizing with Ethan Klein, just like he might have an easier time empathizing with a male protagonist in a video game. Chat, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the connection? Is it clear? For the record, I'm not saying Hutch is a Gamergate. I have no idea, what he did during Gamergate, what side he was on, or if he even, was involved in any kind of way, right? This is not me calling Hutch a Gamergater. I'm just noting the parallel, right? I am just noting the parallel, which is like where your sympathy, where your empathy lies. And even though he claims to have empathy for the situation that, Denims, Kaceytron, and Frogan ended up in, I haven't seen, let me be real, this is the first I've seen of any indication of any kind of sympathy, empathy. But yeah, he's willing to kind of recast Ethan as being a victim of circumstance here, and therefore his actions are not his own. He's not responsible for his actions. Chat, that is some fucking male entitlement if I've ever seen it.
It's going to be satisfactory.
And I have.
But I don't know what I would do in that position. I really don't, but I understand why he did it.
I don't think there's anything inconsistent with you saying you're agnostic on the ethical question, but also
I'm trying to. Anybody understand what he means when he says he is agnostic? So for anybody who doesn't know, agnostic is when you you could believe in God. You could be an atheist, right? You believe in God. You think that God is real. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God. Agnostic is like you're like, well, God might be real. And you could be like different kinds of atheists. There's some kind of atheists that are like, listen, can I prove that God's not real? No, but do I see any indication that God exists? Also, no. Can I easily imagine humans having come up with this notion, with this idea, with this myth as a way to cope? Yeah, that's what I think it probably is, but I don't know for sure 100% that nothing like no kind of God, no kind of like omniscient, or I don't know, does God have to be omniscient? No kind of being that matches the description of God like exists. Maybe it does, and it's just outside of my realm of perception, right? Or somebody that is like, I think on the other side you could think that God exists, but there's some chance that admit that there's some chance that you're wrong, right? That's all within the agnostic spectrum. So what is he saying by calling himself agnostic on what the issue of the morality of Ethan's actions? Is that what this is? Very different than a very different take than I've heard from him before. I'm just trying to understand it. Yeah, doesn't know. Yeah, exactly. Is what the literal meaning, or else ellipsis is pointing out, of agnostic. Hey, Amanda Panda Sensei, good to see you. Omniscient, omnipowerful. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just trying to understand what Hutch is, how Hutch is like using this metaphor, this contrivance of being being agnostic about the morality of Ethan's actions, right? Because it seems like he's been kind of ride or die for the guy when it comes to the lawsuit. Anyway, let's watch more.
maintaining that it's a worthwhile conversation to have. That's what I want. I want to say those are distinct questions. Whether or not you have a firm view about whether it's good or bad is different than whether or not you think it's a conversation. That the conversation about whether it's good or bad,
yeah. So
is worth
Pisco's restating that what he wants to, the conversation he wants to have before they get into the conversation of ethics, right? Was it right? Was it moral for Ethan to do what he does? Is to ask Pisco, is it worth it for you to have this conversation? Do you care? Whether it's right or wrong. All the conversations so far have been, going over the legalistic aspect. Does Ethan have the right to do this? Will the if the case goes through and gets a judgment, will he be found to have had his copyright violated? Will he be able to use the registration with the Library of Congress in order to increase the damages, add some punitive damages on top of being made whole? So in other words, what he's trying to do here, right, is get an amount from these women that I don't think any of them really have, right? By using this, like when a movie is made, it gets registered with the Library of Congress, and if you violate their copyright and you're taken to court and you go through and get a hearing, you can get punitive damages, and in addition to the whatever they can prove, like money you've cost them, right? And so will Ethan, I don't think anybody's ever tried this for YouTube before, so will that stick, right? These are all the like legal questions that, of course, Pisco, being a lawyer, has been talking about to no end. But yeah, now we're like asking, okay, Hutch, do you want to? Is it worth it to you? Do you care about the discussion of Ethan's motivation for doing what he did here?
And what I want to avoid more than anything is someone after the fact saying, "Who the fuck?"
I'm sorry. The day prior to this, Hutch was reviewing Denim's videos. Wait, which reviewing them to see if Denim's like reviewing like the content Nuke React or new stuff or what? That guy accosted them on the street. Also showed up in USC and UCLA protest that Hassan was at. Wait, which guy? Oh, the guy, the what is his name? Like something and money. Like dating and money or something. Yeah, the right winger that that called out to Ethan and Ela when they were driving around in LA. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. Yeah, Ethan tried to sell it like this was a Hassan fan, when really it was just some guy trying to clout chase off of Hassan, and Hassan's people kind of giving him the cold shoulder because they got no interest. Yeah, he's a red pillar. Yeah, he's like a red pillar guy. Yeah, he's a, scumbag. And you can guess what maybe his motivation of going after Ethan might have had a lot more to do with, I don't know, how he feels about Jewish people than with anything to do with Gaza. Yeah, Sneeko fan.
About this shit. Or like you saying, I don't even give a fuck about the conversation. Like, clearly you care. We're having this conversation. It's maybe like the third or fourth time we've had a conversation about this. You have a vested interest. And you can tell by the way, I'm just going to be honest, you cover some of the other conduct at issue here, that you're weighing the respective normative weight of what the parties are doing. You're thinking about, is it good for Denims to throw Kaceytron under the bus? Is it okay for, Hassan Piker to not...
Chat, did anything weird happen? Looks like the stream's still going. I heard a weird noise, computer noise, and I don't know what it means. I don't know if I accidentally pressed something. I think we're okay. I think let's proceed.
Donate. And so I think it's a little much to accept that this is a conversation that the ethics of bringing the lawsuit, who cares about that? But all the other aspects, the ethical assessments of the other conduct, that stuff is interesting to me, and I will comment on it. So just to be super clear, I do want to get into the question here, and let's also talk about the other issue, the legal issue, whether I think it's important or not, and the lies for sure. That you think that this is a valuable conversation, or one that at least that you're interested in. Because if you say I'm not interested,
I want what you want.
Okay, no, but I want, if you want what I want, I just want you, like, this is what I want. I want us to agree that this conversation, it matters.
Yeah, I'm sorry, YouTube, or what is it, Twitch? Twitch has been banning people for showing YouTube's chat on screen, so unfortunately, I can't, put up a multi-chat or I don't know. They said they were cool with people, dual streaming, and then I don't know. They popped this. A few people have gotten banned. Didn't Chud catch a small ban for having his YouTube chat on Twitch? TikTok does this too, right? It's really annoying. It's part of the reason I don't stream on TikTok. The TikTok. Yes, I said it. I said it, chat. I said TikTok. The Trumpification, the Bidenification has begun, chat. I've gotten too many nights of not enough sleep, and I'm getting dementia here. I don't know.
It matters whether or not Ethan did the right thing. Doesn't it matter to you?
I don't know how to evaluate that in an objective.
I feel like he's being evasive. Am I wrong?
Sense though. That's what I'm saying. I really don't. This is such a messy thing for me. Like I don't think I can give you an answer of like this is unequivally bad or this is universally
I'm not
bad
saying,
or good thing.
He's waxing philosophical, chat. In an effort to evade fucking taking a stand. Wow.
Into the meat about whether
what a weasel.
Whether it's good or bad. That's a separate question. I'm being very precise here. You care whether or not, you care about the conversation. You care.
There it is. I had to scroll to find the super sticker, but thank you, Narwhal, for the super sticker. It looks like the happy ending to the story of the lime and the lemon. Do you know that here in Thailand we call them both manao? Like generally, if you're talking about a lime or a lemon, you call it a manao. Like that's the name, and like technically it means lime. Like manao means lime, but most of the time you'll just call a lemon that too. I asked my language teacher, I was like, is it maybe Manao Luang, right? Is it a yellow, is it called like a yellow lime? And she was like, no, you just usually call them both a lime, right? But wait, there was limon. I think there was if you say the like cognate for lemon, you know, people will understand. But you might, if you ask for one, you might get a lime, because that might be all they have. Limes are a lot more common here. Anyway, but the lemon and the lime have found each other. They've gotten back together, and everything is good. Everything is good in the world of the citrus. Thank you for the super sticker, Narwhal by Nature.
Care about.
Yeah, he's like, let me sit on this fence here, Pisco. Let me see if I can get the fence post up my ass any further.
Relative arguments. You care about thinking.
Is it kind of like Spanish? I feel like I'm just putting that pronunciation. I feel like my Thai pronunciation isn't great, so don't bank on my pronunciation. I'm still working on my tonality, right? And Thai, there's a difference. What is the word? The classic word is like pa, like, because if you say it with a flat tone, it means one thing. If you say it with an up tone, it means another thing. One of the meanings is dad, right? Like one of the meanings is to throw, one of the meanings is dad, or like, did I say pa or is it po? Po. I thought it was. Anyway, I'm confused. But depending on how you pronounce it, if you do an up tone, a flat tone, a down tone, there's also like an up and then down tone, and then there's a down and up tone, right? And depending on how you say it, you could either be saying dad, or you could be saying sugar daddy, or you could be saying throw. But yeah, tone is important, and I've not perfected my tone
regarding whether this is good or bad. And I think that's clear. I mean, if you're really going to say, well, I spent all this time talking.
Oh, let's see how much time there is left on the butterfly. We got 53 minutes left to put a butterfly in my hair. If that's of interest of you, you can do so by contributing a teal or higher super chat. If we get 10 of those, we could stack 10 of those in the next 53 minutes. I will take this butterfly and I will put it in my hair for the rest of the stream. So that's a thing. Anyway,
about the ethical implications of Denim's conduct, of Hassan's conduct, of the Snarker's conduct, but I'm not going to consider the ethical implications of Ethan.
I'll consider it. It's fine.
Yeah, like I said before,
if you have a case to make in terms of like why you think he should
look. If you take him at his word for what he was saying, right? He's giving Ethan an exception. He's looking at Ethan as a victim of circumstance. He's looking at these, that the event of having to deal with CPS, right? Having to, have them come out to check and see, if your, home is safe for your children, is such a traumatic event that Ethan can't be held responsible for his reaction. That's what he's claiming. We are not considering, the ethics of the situation because it's out of his control, apparently. Throw your sugar daddy at your dad? Yeah, I don't know if my dad would like that. I think he might be slightly confused. Zaddy, if you're wise. Nice. Good morning, Vamps.
have made the case, then I'm genuinely open to being persuaded.
Awesome.
Like, there's a universe where you could convince me that it was a wrong thing for him to do. Go for it.
No, but no, just because I get shared these people who really don't get it, and they're making comments like, who the fuck cares? Or like, who asked Pisco? Who the fuck asked whether this is good or bad? Like, you guys all care about this. We all care about these norms. And the proof is in the pudding. The fact that we spend any time on it, the fact that people feel vindicated and feel that this is just desserts meaning these people deserve what's going on, that is a normative conversation. It's saying this ought have happened.
But they're saying, like, you could say that from a point of view saying, like, this satisfies my id. Like, I'm going to suspend, like, Hutch is kind of doing with his overly empathetic disposition towards Ethan. You could say, I'm going to suspend my normal, like, what I regard as ethical and unethical because this is such an extreme situation that Ethan's got the card to act unethically. Right?
Good that this happened to these people, and this is deserved. This is either a punishment or some kind of retribution or some kind of like justice for Ethan, and that is intrinsically invoking normative assessments. And so what I don't want to hear is this kind of like banal statement that you get from the Redditors. They're like, who the fuck cares? Who asked about the ethics? As long as it's legally viable, that's the only thing that matters. That shit is cooked. Agreed?
Yes. Yes.
What's cooked?
Yeah. Try listening to the your interlocutor. What were you just? Anyway, let's let. What, you weren't listening?
The notion that the only thing that matters is the legal argument. And this is coming from someone who obviously cares a lot about the legal argument. My whole reason of examining this in the first place was because it was a new copyright case, and I have an interest in copyright, and I've been following H3 for a while, and even their first case, and I actually, really praise them. And if you watch my coverage, I really praise them for their initial law.
So again, first case, the one he's talking about Matt Haas versus Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein sued for reacting to a parkour streamer's video, kind of a cringe video. This guy's like a parkour streamer / pickup artist. It's a really cringy video. Hila and Ethan reacted to it, laughed at him. This guy didn't like it, so he sued Ethan, right, for copyright infringement for the same thing that Ethan is going after Denims, Frogan, and Kaceytron for. So yeah, again, Pisco's saying like at that time Ethan is kind of a hero, and that maybe now he's lived long enough to become the villain. He is stepping into Matt Haas's shoes here.
Lawsuit defense against Bold Guy. But as someone who does care about the legal argument, someone saying like the only thing that matters is whether or not it's legal or not, and whether or not they have a good case.
No. I mean, it's like it's interesting conversation, and like I can just lay out very clearly to you the pro case, like the bullish case, the case for this potentially being an appropriate action, and then you can tell me your case, and we can go from there. But
well, to be clear, this is not a view that you necessarily hold. It's one that you want to provide.
No, I have it. I hold the view, but again, there is a conflict in me. I'm just being 100% transparent.
Wait, I'm trying to understand. Is the conflict that, like, it sounds like what he's saying is like, yeah, I recognize like there's wrong and right, there's good and bad, and we should really like try to be consistent on those on the application of that analysis. But at the same time, part of me really enjoys seeing these women that I've been conditioned to hate as a guy on the internet, right? And in certain communities that have overlap with incel communities, red pill community, certainly the Destiny community. I mean, this is a Destiny orbiter here. These both were Destiny orbiters at one time. Pisco's pretty much pissed off DGG to the point where they are his ops, and according to Kuihman, he's under attack from these people, right? Oh, anyway, Vape Nation was never funny. Hot take. I laughed, but maybe maybe I was just a stoner bitch. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't funny if you don't smoke weed. I don't know. I just thought it was funny that he had, like, what was it, 67 batteries or something? Like, anyway. Look, I thought it was funny, but I am admitting that I might have bad taste, right? I might have a low bar for humor.
I think it's a good thing that he brought these lawsuits against Denims, Kaceytron, and Frogan, correct?
I think a good outcome of this happening is the possibility that creators in that space will do more to moderate their own communities.
Right, but you understand that's a different question.
That's the value that I see, and so that is an argument.
That is a wild thing. He didn't sue them over anything to do with CPS, anything to do with the skulls, anything like that, right? He sued them for copyright fucking infringement. You're expecting them to make the connection that, hey, even though the case was about copyright, really what got me on Ethan's radar, according to Hutch Hutchinson here, was the fact that I laughed at his Giardia story. I thought that was fucked up. I thought I was like, wait, really? He got, like, his dog got Giardia, his kid got Giardia. This is what Ethan said. This is Ethan's, like, again, this never would have happened. The CPS thing would have never, it would have never happened had he not described in an attempt to be humorous, in an attempt to do a bit, right? He describes a situation that sounds like it sounds like his house is uninhabitable. Now, people have pointed out that Ethan is really wealthy, and it's very easy for him to get his house perfectly clean. without doing any work himself, he or his wife having to do any work, because they even had a housekeeper, I think, until they fired her, right? But then look at Asmongold. Asmongold could afford to have his house. Steve Asmongold could afford to move into a fucking mansion and have it cleaned every day. Asmongold is incredibly wealthy, right? He doesn't do that. So no, that's not necessarily true, right? But again, I will, if you say to me that, Ethan Klein and his content have always been about telling fucked up stories, right? Fucked up, gross stories, often involving shit, often involving a less than hygienic environment, and that if you watch him enough, you should know that those stories are probably embellished because nobody actually lives like that. Okay, you've got a point, but is everybody going to get that point? Do we fault somebody for taking Ethan at his word, right? And also this assumption of where the CPS caller came from, right? Hutch is going to say later that we don't know, it could have been Denim's community, it could have been Bad Empanada's community, it could have been, whoever's community, right? Who else's community could have been? Let's look at the numbers, right, chat? Denims at the time, I am guessing, streamed to about 2,000 people concurrently, right? 2,000 people watched Denims say that live. I don't know. It might be more, it might be less, but I'm trying to ballpark it, basically, right? So Denims 2,000. We got who else reacted to Bad Empanada, 1.5 thousand, right? Let's say it was a big day for Bad Empanada. He got a lot of viewers in. He's got 1.5 thousand in chat watching Ethan Klein talk about his children crawling on the floor and eating shit, right? So we got 3.5 thousand viewers. I don't know. Are there some more? Like my stream and all the other streams that covered this. Let's say there's another 2,000. All right. So we got 5.5 thousand concurrent viewers, having seen this, right? Where else was this Giardia segment broadcast, chat? Do you know? I'm thinking it was broadcast on Ethan Klein's channel on H3H3 podcast. And I'm thinking that the number of viewers were more in the range of 20 to 30,000. So we have 5.5 thousand on one side. And again, this is total ballpark. I mean, but I just think that the most people that saw Ethan tell that fucked up story were actually watching on Ethan's channel. And again, you got a mixed audience. It's a big YouTube stream, right? This is the kind of YouTube stream that pops up in people's channels if they watch live streams, because it's such a popular live stream that YouTube, the algorithm is like, hey, you watch live streams. This is a very popular one. Let's try this out. Let's put this thumbnail here. And if you see a thumbnail and it looks interesting and you click on it, you're watching too. You're not necessarily somebody that knows Ethan's whole history, knows that he often tells fucked up stories for comedic effect that are heavily embellished, right? Nobody proposes to his wife like while sitting on the toilet taking a shit. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. I don't think that a lot of, H3H3 stories are true, but that's good for Ethan, right? Because then he can claim that like he can have some plausible deniability, because the story he actually told was concerning if you take it at face value. And I'm going to guess that there's a good number of people in Ethan's chat taking it at face value. Ethan, how do you know that the CPS call isn't coming from inside the house? How do you know? The answer is you don't.
In favor of Ethan taking this action.
Right.
Did it have to be this litigation action, or could it have been a different action? I don't know. But like that is the strongest case that I would make, is that these creators existed in a world where they were totally emboldened. They felt like they had total impunity. They demonstrated no sense of responsibility for moderating their own communities. And in some cases, they explicitly or implicitly egged on this kind of what I view to be like significant harassment. Like it is, to me, a really significant form of harassment to do a CPS report.
Wait, what? Teddy called CPS? No, it was clearly one of his dogs. It was Olive called CPS. Olive was tired of being infected with, you know, Giardia and just had enough. So figured out how to use a human phone and imitate a human voice. It was one of Ethan's dogs.
And then that ends up.
Wait, no wonder he's so good at poker. What, that he learned from his dogs? Like the dog, the famous dog painting, dogs playing poker thing?
Like government intervention. That to me is so much worse.
You sound like a fucking right-winger bitching about COVID or something, right? This framework of like government intervention is like the worst thing you could possibly do. Oh my gosh. You know, heaven forbid a rich man like have to prove that his house is habitable and suitable for children, the same thing that people, you know, living in a trailer have to do fucking every day. The same thing that if Ethan wasn't a rich white dude like he is, might be a little bit more common, right? And still probably be held up to a much lower standard because, again, of the you know, sort of prejudice that we have of seeing like wealthy people, you know, their behavior as not being you know, problematic. Where we see, I don't know, R.D. Laing, the you know, psychology author, wrote about this in the 60s, right? The social construction of schizophrenia, the way that in rich people certain behavior is often just called eccentric, whereas the same behavior in people without money would yeah, get you, you know, maybe committed in the 60s, right? You go to meet Nurse Ratched and all those people.
Significant in the litigation.
A malicious CPS report that is based either on lies or distortions, things like that, right? Like you wouldn't say you wouldn't say like a CPS report by itself is bad. It's when it's informed by either lies, distortions, or exaggerations, right?
They had a vendetta against Ethan.
If it's motivated by bad stuff.
What if it was simply an email with a link and a timestamp, right? A link to the moment in the stream where Ethan talks about the Giardia situation. What if it was just CPS watching Ethan's content that caused them to come out and make sure that you know that you know the kids were safe?
Either lies or bad motive, some kind of, so it's not just a mere calling of CPS, it's calling CPS on a basis that is improper, such as trying to hurt someone.
I gotta be clear, when I said R.D. Laing, please don't confuse that with R.T. Laing. There's like an actor named R.T. Laing? I'm talking about R.D. Laing, an author from the 60s or something.
Not actually being concerned about what's going on, you know, including lies in whatever you're telling CPS, or exaggerations, or things that can't be reasonably obtained. Yeah, okay.
They crafted a narrative about him and Hila that they were these ultra-Zionist genocide supporters.
Okay.
It was a full-on mass psychosis event for that community with a collective audience of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. And in that collective audience pool...
what was the book that I'm talking about's name? I'll try to see if I can find... I feel like it's something about knots? Like Knots? I'm not sure, though.
Crafted a narrative about Ethan and Hila. Number one, that was just a total fucking lie. But number two, that narrative that they delusionally...
You don't know. We don't have the words that were said to CPS. We don't know if it was a lie or not, Hutch. You could also say maybe it, you know, it wasn't a lie, and maybe you could say, well, I think those the CPS that day, the officer that they got, the person on, you know, was a little overzealous, right? This is probably not a case that should be, you know, there should have been clues that this wasn't like, you know, that this came from the internet and this was, you know, you could maybe say that maybe they were mistaken, but you can't say that the people lied because we don't know what they said. We don't know the content of that message or if it was truthful or not. Or like I said, if it was simply a link to Ethan Klein's video, are you going to tell me they were lying by linking that video? Is that are Ethan Klein's own fucking words a lie? Are we supposed to know when he's bullshitting to like embellish a story for, you know, extra laughs?
All convinced themselves was true, at least maybe some of them.
Oh wait, is it called Politics of the Family? Maybe it's Politics of the Family or something.
but there was also an element of like bad faith to this as well. And so like I think they wanted to believe that about him. So it's possible maybe the person who made the report, you know, like got themselves to believe this lie about Ethan. But the whole point is like it was fostered by those creators. They had active role in making a mockery of the whole situation. By what do you mean? The creators like fostered this in their own communities,
like intended for them to call CPS, or what did you mean?
They helped promulgate these lies about Ethan and Hila.
Okay, lies.
And in doing
Wait, okay, so Knots is his it's like a book of poetry that he wrote, I guess. I think it's Politics of the Family.
Doing so. Wait, did you say what lies?
I said okay, lies. So I'm understanding. So
okay, yeah.
How they're fomenting it or how they're fostering it isn't with a specific intention for a kind of action, but doing stuff that with its Okay, go.
I'm not saying that, but in the case of, I would have to go back and because it's been a minute since this drama kicked off. This was like a year ago or a year and a half ago when the CPS stuff happened. I don't even remember. But with Denims,
yeah. So if you don't even remember, maybe don't be so quick to call people fucking liars, right? When you haven't heard what they're saying. It's a conversation, Hutch, that neither you nor I nor Pisco were privy to, and you are claiming that whatever the words that we're saying that you don't know what they are were you know lies, were dirty deceptive lies, because you just can't imagine the idea of a rich white dude like Ethan Klein living in a mansion in Bel Air being held to the same standard as somebody, you know, raising their kids in a trailer.
Typically, she was watching like a Bad Empanada video where he was doing these, and you would agree that Bad Empanada is a malicious actor, right? Like just one of the worst malicious actors in the entire space, right?
I mean,
I've heard that from a lot of people. I've seen you know, Bad Empanada be a bad judge of character, right? I remember, you know, him supporting Keffels even when, you know, like Zara was trying to tell him his support was misplaced and he called her an idiot, right? I don't think Zara's an idiot. You know, I think he can be an asshole. You know, I disagree with a lot of you know, what he says these days. I think he overestimates his understanding of American politics, you know, for one thing that jumps out at me, but like saying that he's the worst person in the space. Hutch, again, can I remind you that you're a fucking Destiny orbiter? You don't get to, your guy is a fucking, your guy was sexting a fucking 17-year-old NSFW shit, right? Your guy was sharing people's, you know, nudes allegedly, right? You don't get to fucking say that the Bad Empanada is just like the worst guy. Let's talk about like his weird statements about like, you know, fantasizing about, you know, Trump MAGA supporters getting, you know, killed in the crossfire at Butler, right? Even that, like, I mean, I've got no love for Trump or MAGA, but I don't think that was a smart thing to say. I don't think that was helpful. I don't think that's a, you know, coherent take. It's just him like fucking rage baiting, right? I don't think you get to say this shit about Bad Empanada. And admittedly flawed you know, individual, right? It's just like compared to other people in the space, right? Compared to Vosh and Destiny and Mr. Girl and all the shit, and Nick Fuentes. Don't forget that Nick Fuentes rolled through the DGG space, right? And got, you know, treated like just another debate bro, fucking straight up Nazi who Destiny claimed, well, we don't know that Nick's not necessary. Nick hasn't told me he's a Nazi. You know good and well. You know what you were doing, right? You were using him because of his reputation. If you could be seen as like, I don't know, somehow rehabilitating somebody that had popped off comparing Jews to cookies in Cookie Monster's oven, Cookie Monster, of course, being Hitler, right? You knew exactly what you were inviting into your midst, and it did not leave quietly. Yeah, Nick Fuentes basically, he was so irrelevant that he was like going on Stardust, right? That's how hungry he was for any kind of relevancy, right? He was going on Stardust stream, Small Talk, I think she's called now, right? And then Destiny kind of brings him back, and this is the whole thing. He did it with Lauren Southern too, right? Nick and Lauren, like, they're kind of like mythological creatures, right? They're kind of like mythological monsters, right? To the almost like I mean, at the time, I mean, Destiny would hate this comparison, but breadtube space, right? To the breadtube space that he occupied, right? These were like dragons. These were like mythical dragons. And if you could bring the dragon onto your stream and slay the dragon, or at least get your audience to perceive that you had beaten Lauren Southern or Nick Fuentes in a debate, then you looked like a very heroic and brave knight, right? That was the game. That was the meta that they were playing. And it went backwards. He brought Nick back into relevancy, and then Nick screwed him. And probably took a portion of his audience too. Wait, what is going on here? We got a super chat. It is a butterfly. And that's 1 out of 10. We are 1 out of 10 of the way there towards. We have 30 minutes left to try to make this happen. But thank you, Girl Friday Tuesday, for the super chat. Are you hearing vocal fry, chat? One in chat if you hear vocal fry. I feel like my voice sounds different than it normally does. Anyway, I don't know.
That's my
I probably just need water.
understanding of his reputation. I have seen him do things that I would consider to be malicious, and so my answer is yes.
Like, he will lie. Like, he will lie. He will call people pedophiles. He will lie. Like, his whole thing.
He's been called a pedophile, and those were fucking lies. He's been implied to be like running from Australia on, like, I've seen people just like, in a way, like I was talking about before, like the Ed thing, like the I don't give a fuck, like, right? I know this is wrong. I got no evidence to back this up, but I'm just gonna perpetuate this thing that I've heard like Vosh or Eris or somebody say, where yeah, I heard he was a fugitive from Australia because he's a sex predator or some shit like that, right? I have never seen Bad Empanada disingenuously call somebody a pedophile, right? I have seen him, throw those claims back at people who say shit like that about him, but I've never seen him, initiate that. I don't know, maybe he does, but everyone on the internet calls everyone else internet pedos. True.
Thing is, he thinks
I
that
don't
it's
consume his
justified.
content. I understand that's his reputation. I've seen instances, for example,
It's not just his reputation. He has a storied history of.
No, the storied history comes from the communities that fucking hate him, all right? The storied histories come from and are curated by mainly DGG and VGG, right? With probably a little assistance from whatever, Zionist hellhole community in Twitter that people like Aristocracy occupy.
Like, maliciously lying about people that he identifies as enemies.
I'm just telling you my what I have access to. What I have access to is, I know he has a reputation for malicious lies. I know he has a reputation for doxing, and for saying stuff, and I know that they have their own justifications for it, publicly available stuff. But I kind of have a different view on.
I mean, and again, I mean, like, doxing is bad. You shouldn't dox people. That's fucked up, right? And it'd be really easy for me to see Bad Empanada as unambiguously the bad guy in those situations if it hadn't been for the fact that, yes, he was also doxed by them. And I don't know which came first, right? I don't know if he's ever, again, I've seen him do fucked up shit, but it's usually to people who've done that shit to him first. I could be wrong, right? I'm not a Bad Empanada expert. I'm not a Bad Empanada scholar, but just from what I've seen.
And I think that there are self-standing harms and stuff that he engages in. For example, regardless of whether or not it's technically publicly accessible, I think that certain kind of revelations of information, even publicly available information, can sometimes, I think, be considered norm violating. And so I've seen him make certain connections that I find to be malicious. I can't recall them, though, as I sit here, and I'm not going to claim to know more than I do.
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Hassan had a no Bad Empanada video policy at one point, because
that's what I mean. He has a reputation for
he had even acknowledged that Bad Empanada was.
He didn't want Bad Empanada to make a drama cycle off of I don't know, Hassan's supporting, you know, a DSA candidate when he should be operating outside of the electoral system. It's stuff like that, right? It's leftist concerns that really don't have much to do with Hutch Hutchison and Pisco Liddy here, right? These are liberals, right? This is inner leftist squabbling. That's what he didn't want. That's what Hassan, you know, tries to avoid is, you know, is beefing with his own, you know, side, even if Bad Empanada has, you know, a principled, you know, critique of him, right? And yeah, that Bad Empanada, I think the other thing he said is I don't want him to make 5 videos on me, right? So you know, he does a lot of response videos, right? So if let's say that Bad Empanada were to criticize Hassan were to watch the criticism, react to it, say this is why I don't think it's valid, there'd be another video from Bad Empanada, here's why it is valid. And then, you know, if Hassan doesn't answer that, oh, are you running for Bad Empanada? Are you running from Bad Empanada? You refuse to engage with Bad Empanada? Why won't you watch the Bad Empanada? I think that's what he was trying to avoid, right? This wasn't like a principled stand. Bad Empanada is a bad person. It wasn't like a non-platform, right? Which is what Hutch is implying. That Hassan at one time held a principled stance against platforming Bad Empanada because he too knew that the guy was a bad faith actor, was dangerous, was whatever, you know, a doxer, whatever Hutch wants to say. It wasn't because Hassan was worried about getting doxed. It was because Hassan did not want the, you know, back and forth that usually results from, you know, engaging with him. That's all.
Completely deranged and unhinged. And it wasn't until Bad Empanada started doing like anti-Ethan content and like, I guess, pro-Palestine content that Hassan just consciously decided to.
It was because Bad Empanada did anti-Ethan content, not in a drama slop sort of sense, but with a historical perspective. And Hassan has acknowledged that on a lot of subject matter, Bad Empanada has a, you know, like a deeper I mean, that's what he's a history YouTuber. Like, that surprises a lot of people, right? But you know, Bad Empanada started off his career making videos about history, you know, especially about you know, kind of grand narratives about, you know, communism and socialism, right? That was what Bad Empanada was known for, right? The response channel or the react channel, Bad Empanada Live, came later, and you know, as did the Twitter account, right? You'll see, if you want to see, you know, Bad Empanada just doing his shit, it's on his main channel generally. I mean, there's a few exceptions. I think he put an aristocracy video up there, and like there might be an Ethan video, like, right, but that's mainly a history video. In fact, even the stuff that sounds like drama that's on the main channel is on there because it has some tie-in to history. That's why Hassan started watching Bad Empanada, right? Because in addition to being a hard guy to deal with, right? Still remember when Bad Empanada tried to no, he wanted Sam Cedar. He was going after Matt Bender to try to somehow get to Sam, and obviously Sam had no interest. He didn't do so. Well, here's the thing. Like, he low-key had a point, but I don't think that Matt was like harping on what he thought he was harping on. Like, he's kind of bitching about the way Americans see Argentina, right? Americans know 2 things about Argentina. Nazis came to Argentina, you know, around World War II and after World War II, and Evita, you know, and Perón, right? They know, most Americans know these 2 things about Australia. And I think he kind of projected that onto Matt. Matt's got a little bit more of a historical perspective, but I think he didn't know that in Argentina, Peronism, let's separate the philosophy, the modern political, you know, tendency, I guess. Let's separate that from the man himself, because Perón, you know, governed in different ways at different times, represented different things. You know, Perón's a complicated historical figure. There are people out there that will, you know, accuse Peronists of complicity with fascism, right? As a way to undermine, I guess, the most viable like leftist, you know, like the cluster of you know, viable, not leftist is definitely the wrong word here, but candidates of the left, right? It's a tool that right wingers use to promote candidates like Milei. I think that's what Bad Empanada was saying, but again, you know, Matt didn't deserve that smoke, even if he was, you know, missing a few pieces about, you know, yeah, a lot of Americans don't know much about Argentina. Just like Bad Empanada has apparently, at least like from what I've seen, there's things about American politics that he doesn't quite understand, right? I think the same, you know, is probably true of us, more so of us looking in on Argentinian politics. But yeah, he was definitely, yeah, he's kind of like rage baiting Matt to try to provoke. I think he thought somehow he could get a debate with Sam Cedar. So yeah, he's a little bit of a clout goblin too. We can say that about Bad Empanada, right? It's a little bit of a clout goblin, right? And those are the kind of things that Hassan was concerned about in terms of, you know, watching, interacting with, reacting to Bad Empanada, right? He didn't want to get, you know, goblin slop on him, right? Basically.
To forego
Oh God, this is gonna get back to BE. Did you know that nocommentchick compared you to a goblin?
or to get rid of that rule. And then he started platforming Bad Empanada repeatedly over and over again, knowing that Bad Empanada had this like very unclear record of malicious behavior.
Yeah,
and then people like Denims watch this Bad Empanada video.
There's nothing malicious about debunking Ethan's, you know, chopped historical perspective, right? Like Ethan's heard a lot of propaganda that he just took at face value and then comes back and tries to teach his chat history, and it's not history, it's Hasbara. And yeah, Bad Empanada is, you know, Chris Kunstler, like, you know, these are, you know, there's some people that are really good at debunking that sort of thing.
About Ethan. And if you, again, it's been like,
was he arguing they didn't go to Argentina? I thought he was arguing that they went everywhere, including the United States, in something called Operation Paperclip, right? The United States, and probably the Soviet Union too, if we're being real, you know, grabbed as many useful Nazi scientists as they could and relocated them as in the, you know, the US to use for things like the space program. And also probably some, yeah, I think there's some high German officials that ended up in the command structure of NATO. That's definitely not a good look, right? That you win a war against Germany with the help of the Soviet Union, and then you create a treaty organization that is designed to contain your former ally. With fucking actual Nazis in the command structure, right? That's not the fucking free world that I want to be a part of, right? That's pretty scary, actually. That's pretty patent pilled if you know the reference, right?
Year and a half, but like her chat on the screen that day when she was watching this video, they were all doing like CPS talk, and it was just like she was making
CPS talk. You should scold your chat. No CPS talk. If you watch this and you have any concern for those children's welfare, you're a bad person. If you take Ethan at his word here and don't give him the benefit of the doubt that, you know, he can tell any fucked up story, no matter how like dangerous of a situation it seems to imply his house is for his kids, you know, he's above that. Never suggest that the rich man should be held culpable in the same way that poor people are every day in this country.
Oh, effort to moderate. Would you agree?
And
for
you feel
example,
she has an affirmative obligation to do that, right?
Of course, don't you?
I'm not sure what the standard is for. So if people are calling for CPS calls in the chat, I'm not sure that I would moderate those opinions. If they have the opinion, that would you?
I'm sorry, Pisco? I don't have the Frogan drop, but if I did, it would sound something like based? Based?
1000%.
Okay. I mean, I don't have it.
You would, come on. If you had people in your chat that were like, I don't know, Hutch seems kind of dodgy. I think he's like beating his his fiance. I think we should call the cops. You feel like you don't think you'd have a responsibility?
Hutch,
to jump-
the analogy would be if you told a story where like I had this one night my fiance just wouldn't listen to anything that I said, so I had to slap her around a little bit. And you know, like, I mean, I don't like to be a violent person, but sometimes when people won't listen, like, you know, sometimes that's the only way to get through. And I don't know, like, you know, like that's the analog, right? You haven't presented any evidence that you might be a domestic abuser. Good for you. High five, right? That's a point in your favor. Good for you. But yeah, that's the difference. There'd be nothing to go on. They'd have to make something up. The thing is with Ethan Klein, like I said, there is some chance that you could that somebody could have just like, you know, copied the link with the time, you know, stamp and sent that to CPS, and that Ethan's own words could have been the basis for CPS's decision to send somebody out there. And then in that case, Hutch, you can't blame the messenger. You gotta, yeah, that's right. That's on Ethan. You hate that soundbite. Actually, I think it kind of sounded cool. I mean, I know they use it to denigrate Frogan, but I think Frogan was kind of cooking there.
Not going to be like, no.
I'm not sure. What I'm telling you is I don't have that intuition that this is an expectation or norm that you have an affirmative obligation. Like, I have deranged chatters say totally unhinged stuff. Like, for example, you know,
yeah. You have chatters, you know, coming in there, calling you DGG's lawyer, like DGG's law tuber, right? It's deranged. It's ridiculous. You know, the things that No Comment Chick says in my chat.
Abrego Garcia, they should be throwing all these illegal immigrants into the fucking waters, and that's their political opinion, or that's their norm-based opinion. I don't know that I guess I don't know if I share that intuition. Now, if it's actively calling for such things that occur, everyone call CPS. Maybe that's different. Maybe that's or if they're saying you should dox people. Okay, then I would say then I say have an affirmative obligation. But then you have to answer the subsidiary questions. And I do want to take a step back in a second, because I think that we're in the weeds in a way that I'm concerned about, and I'll tell you why. You have to then see, like, she saw that, and she
what? No. Yeah, no. Sorry, I didn't mean. Yeah.
Sorry, that's my mom. No, Mom, I don't want pizza rolls right now. I already ate some tendies you cooked last night. Oh my God, shut up. Don't do it. It's not true, chat. It's not true.
Yeah, so like, I think the nature of the obligation.
It's not his mom.
What the expectation is to read chat. Like, often I don't read my chat, but like, I want to be clear. I think that
no shit, Pisco. No shit. I'm aware. You don't read chat.
To prevent your chat from encouraging illegal conduct, encouraging false things, encouraging government associated things. That for sure. But an opinion, for example, is so. I'll give you the following thing. I think it's justified for CPS to be called. Should that be moderated?
In a general sense, or in this particular sense?
It seems based on this that, like, they're eating poop, and they have a wrong opinion, which I think it's the wrong opinion is to conclude.
No, wait, hold on. Sorry. Are you talking specifically in this context, or just generally?
Well, let's do an abstract first, and then we'll go to this context. Okay. So in general, if someone said, there isn't this massive, whatever you're characterizing as a wave of harassment against Ethan Klein, and this someone in your chat says, I don't know, this is kind of fucked up. I think that someone should call. Like, I think it would be justified. I'll put it there.
If it's a good faith observation, sure. That's obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So
do you not see that a good faith observation could have come from viewing Ethan's clip, or even from viewing the stream in its totality, right? Like, it's not even like a clip chimp kind of situation, right? I've been clip chimped before. What that looks like is me saying, addressing like somebody's fans, right? And then them and saying, something about what their fans were saying, what their fans were doing, right? Or what their chat was doing, what their chat was saying. And then if that person cuts off the part where I say, his fans, and then represents that as like, chat, she was saying this about me, these accusations that she's saying, these things that she's saying I've never said before. How dare she lie about me? That's what it looked like when I was, clip chimped by Dylan, right? You take out the context that makes what I'm saying understandable, and you portray it as if I'm lying about, something verifiable, right? And it wasn't a clip. That's not the situation. It wasn't cut off, right? It's never, there's no like after the segment, Ethan is like, or like Zach chimes in, does everybody know that that's a bit? Yeah, it's a bit for every, there's no acknowledgement that was a bit. There's no gesture towards maybe this didn't happen. There's nothing before they go into that, right? There's nothing in the whole stream that would tell you that, hey, you all, this isn't a real thing. This is Ethan embellishing maybe a real life story that actually happened, but it's not, you know, it's not actually that bad. We're embellishing it. Don't worry, right? There's nothing like that. So there's no out of context. It's just Ethan telling a fucked up story that, yeah, you know, he's turning his family into the human centipede, right? Like his dog gets the giardia and starts shitting all over the place, and then he notices his kids have diarrhea. He thinks his kids got the giardia. He's cleaning the kid up after the kid has, you know, shit themselves. You know, and you know, he tries to do the best he can to like wash, you know, his hands afterwards, but he starts feeling sick. He starts having giardia or diarrhea. He thinks he has giardia, and then you know what else? Hila, yeah, her poop was smelly too. So maybe the white, right? He's telling a story of, you know, which sounds like his family is progressively, different members of his family and his pets and his wife are becoming infected with giardia, and that he's kind of like nonplussed about it. Like, oh, well, you know, I guess that's what, you know, kids crawling around on the floor. What are you going to do? They put things in their mouth, and if the dog's shitting giardia all over the floor, then, you know, I guess that's just like, right, that's the...
Disagree with that, but the nature of what the message is and whether she read it, I think matters to me. Hutch, I do want to say though, I wanted to take a step back, right? Like this is all stuff that I think indicates that we care deeply about the ethics of
BBC reporting a mass shooting in Australia. Wasn't there one in the US too? Like, I don't know. I was watching Hassan, and anyway, breaking news. We don't know what's what yet, so we'll wait until we know more about that situation. Sometimes it's hard to nail down the facts when a story like that breaks.
People's conduct online, and that we're interested enough. You know, we had the conversation about Taylor Lorenz, for example, on the chorus stuff, and all of this matters. That's kind of the base root here. That said,
Sure.
I want to be clear about whose conduct we are assessing, right? Because it could be the case that the conduct to call CPS, I do believe that it's immoral, incredibly immoral to call CPS on the basis of what Ethan said regarding the giardia stuff. I think that that's unhinged. I wouldn't do it. I would condemn people who would call CPS on that basis. And just because though that is unethical doesn't mean that everything in response is also ethical, right? So I want to be clear about whose conduct at every stage that we're talking about we're analyzing. So who do you want to analyze first?
Well, we can't analyze Ethan's actions in a vacuum, though. We have to evaluate the conditions that arise that led to that.
But
yeah.
But what is our like?
Are we going to analyze the material conditions that led to that, Hutch?
What is our dependent variable? What are we trying? What is the ultimate focus of our inquiry? Are we trying to figure out whether it's right or wrong for Ethan to bring the lawsuit, or do you want to spend some time to build that, to talk about various different actions that different people took regarding Ethan?
Wait, Hutch reminds you of Cumtown's liberal Elmo bit? Wait, can I watch this, Uzoops? Is this going to be okay for Twitch? Many Cumtown bits probably not okay for Twitch, or maybe even more offensive than elucidating. But yeah, liberal Elmo sounds like it could be okay.
You had asked me, I mean, I was giving you my argument for why litigation could be justified.
Okay.
Could be a justifiable response to what happened.
Okay, so
And that's where I'm coming from with it.
So let's start with Kaceytron, right? It's justified to sue Kaceytron for copyright infringement because I would assume you would say, A, she committed copyright infringement, right?
You tell me. You're the lawyer here.
Presumably, you wouldn't be in favor of suing Kaceytron if you didn't think that she committed it, right?
No, if it was frivolous, no.
And I want to ask you, because first of all, I don't think any of these cases are frivolous. I just want to make that 100% clear. Anyone who says it's frivolous, that's wrong. Why would you be against someone bringing a frivolous lawsuit in this context?
Maybe I'm a bit like a purist about the system, that the system shouldn't be used in that kind of way. I don't know. I'm just intuitive.
So wait, what about Hutch's reminding you of liberal Elmo? Is it the way he's talking or just like what he's saying right now? Hutch reminds me of the liberal Elmo. He's so defensive. Reminds me of the liberal Elmo come town bit.
Nothing.
Where you going, Gordon? Well, I've been priced out of Sesame Street, Elmo. The taxes got too high and had to sell the brownstone that's been in my family for 100 years. And now I'm homeless.
I mean, it's an asset. It's
I had
probably
to use the
mature,
money to
though.
move my mother into a nursing home,
Oh, man.
and they abused her.
Oh, man. Do you get a settlement or something?
No, not at all. I got arrested for getting too loud on the phone with the insurance company. But now you get to live here, Elmo.
That's awesome.
That's great, Gordon.
Good. Fuck you, Gordon.
Gordon, did you see what conservatives are saying about AOC? Sorry, Elmo. I'm completely checked out.
This is great. I need some space for my podcast studio.
No!
Down
No! Chat, did you see that Elmo Trap House?
This is great. I need some space for my podcast studio. It all worked out in the end.
I'll see you later, Gordon. I'm going to Maria Hernandez Park to skateboard until I can give a 19-year-old HPV. I'm going to be a photographer for Vice, Gordon.
I'm 47 years old. Good luck. Good luck moving to Rockland County or something. I guess you're either going to East Brooklyn or jail. Or maybe you'll move with your family back to
Gordon,
the
I
South.
totally get it. I went to all the protests last summer, you know. I'm on your side.
We really made a difference, Gordon, for those 3 days.
I mean, it's really not that simple, Elmo. You know what? I'm kind of tired of talking about this.
Can't we just all move on?
Let's just fucking move on, please.
We believe in science.
The important thing is making sure the vaccines got rolled out. And last time I checked, it wasn't red fuzzy people not getting the vaccine. All the red fuzzy people I know, they took the vaccine.
Wait, is this the right? Is there more? Do they bring? Is there like a callback to this? I don't see the. I'm trying to get the connection between Hutch and this, right? Seems like the kind of guy who would call the cops on a neighbor having a breakdown. Wait, wasn't it Bert and Ernie though? That wasn't it like Bert and Ernie that were calling the cops? Like Elmo's just like really thrilled to see, you know, he's gentrifying, and then when he sees like the result of that, he's like, oh, that's cool, more space for my podcast studio.
At the earliest opportunity.
It's maybe a different group of people who naturally, obviously, have a reason to be suspicious of government. But
I get that.
the orange man is gone. We have a ghost now.
Elmo murdered in his newly purchased brownstone. Gordon would go out like a fucking hero for that one.
Just because I want to defund the police doesn't mean I can't call them on you. If I hear bachata music played too loud, too late into the night, I can still call the police. I have to work for 2 hours.
I called, but I requested a social worker. I told him I thought you were mentally ill for letting your dog bark after 7 p.m. I said I don't want it to turn in to a Tamir Rice situation.
I'm sorry your children were sent to juvie, but they shouldn't have opened that fire hydrant on a
Gordon,
hot day.
did you steal my fucking bicycle? Well, I've got a Ring doorbell, and I'm going to watch the video. Gordon, I'm sorry for accusing you of stealing my bike. It's just, I just got out of a toxic relationship, and I'm still processing the trauma. So you have to understand.
borderline personality disorder.
You have to understand that I have my own issues. And maybe we can split your lawyer fees 75-20. I'll pay 25%. which of course is due back to me honestly, no rush. It's 6% interest annually. I swear, no rush at all.
Do you have a business license for this lemonade stand?
Gordon,
Can I see a permit, Gordon?
Gordon, that's very cute that your granddaughter's trying to start a business, but the thing is it bothers me.
There's a process that you have to
Honestly,
go through with the city before she can make money for her basketball
honestly,
team.
your tone and the way you're asking me, why are you doing this, is frightening me. And you're leaving me very little option but other than to call the police, which I don't want to do.
I want to
wanna do it.
defund.
Ideologically speaking, because I'm a good fucking person, I don't want to do it. But push comes to shove.
I will and I have.
I already did. I've requested that they only bring tasers and a social worker.
No,
But if they don't, it's already out of my hand.
I'll film it in case you need it as evidence.
I'll film it just in case.
All right. I don't know. It does give Hutch. Wait, what part? What part? Bert called the cops. Don't lump Ernie. Oh, did I call it Ernie? It's Bert. It's not Ernie. Yeah. Okay, you're right. Ernie's the one that's like more horizontal, and Bert's the one that's more vertical. Kind of. Is that that's how you tell the two apart? Yeah, not Elmo. Not Elmo failing at basic. Not Elmo being a disappointing ally. Oh my god. Here, let's get back to Hutch. I don't know how long this debate goes. Like maybe it'll be short because he's already this is an 8 hours and 50. That's like, this is an NCC runtime. This isn't a normal Pisco stream, right? Sometimes I think he does 2 streams a day. Maybe he does that many hours, but I haven't seen him do that many consecutively. So but yeah, well, like, I don't know. Could we do like a little preview? See how, all right, 6 hours. So like 30, it goes 30 more minutes. It goes an hour more. It goes an hour and 30 minutes more. It goes an hour, it goes 2 hours more. It goes 2 hours and 30 minutes more. It goes, Jesus Christ, there's like almost 3 more hours left. Jesus. Okay. I don't know. Maybe they talk about different subjects. Hutch, Convo, REH3, and more. Okay, so maybe when that more starts, we'll dip.
Well, I think that's right.
Like,
right.
You know,
I think that's right. I think that we have this intuitive notion that these legal frameworks are here to...
Oh, no, they didn't talk for 9 hours. Like the first part, I'm assuming like Pisco, started off the stream, maybe covered a few things, then talked to Rob Nora for 5 hours, and then talks to Hutch for about maybe 3 hours 30 minutes or so.
Represent particular things, and we just have like a structural issue with individuals who at least in the case, and again, I want to stress, I don't believe these are frivolous cases. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. In the case of a frivolous...
I don't understand. What is the taboo against calling something a frivolous lawsuit? When you're saying it's a frivolous lawsuit, are you saying that it has no chance of winning? Is that what that means? Or could you say something's a frivolous law? Like, I feel like, to me that means that it's, an unnecessary lawsuit. Or I don't know. But maybe like the way that Ethan, that was part of the stipulations of Kaceytron's release from like the settlement, right? Part of the stipulation was that she would say, "I'm sorry that I called it a frivolous lawsuit. It is not. It is anything but. It's a very important lawsuit, and I've learned a lot from this lawsuit. It was a great lawsuit, right? I'm so happy that Ethan filed this lawsuit against me, this lawsuit which was in no way frivolous, meritless." Well, that's I think that's what Pisco's like. when he says it's not frivolous, that's what he means. He means it's not meritless, right? It could, you know, it could win. So in other words, it's like a slap suit, right? Maybe would be frivolous, right? If somebody that has money files a suit against you that you're unable to afford your defense for, right? But were you to have the money, you'd be able to, you know, the judgment would eventually go towards you, but you end up settling because you just want out of the lawsuit. Like, I think that's what Pisco means by frivolous. Yeah, nuisance, exactly, Emily French, yeah.
Lawsuit. We think that the motivation in bringing that lawsuit, that is a predominating structural concern. And we don't want the law to be used for an end that we consider to be in.
Okay, so Alice on Fire is saying that frivolous lawsuit has a meaning in legal terms, and that like the way that people use it, you know, is not like that. Yeah, that is the meaning something like that, that it's a nuisance lawsuit, a lawsuit that wouldn't ever win a final judgment, but it's just you know, like a slap suit, right?
Improper. And that, I think, it's especially present when the suit itself is frivolous, because if the suit itself is frivolous, the chances that what's actually being motivated are genuine concerns under the law are much lower. So I think that you're repeating an intuition that I have and that we all share, which is that the law protects certain rights, vindicates certain interests. And to the extent that we are using the law to target things that we think are improper under those various frameworks, it raises a concern about abuse of process. I'm not saying from a legal perspective, and moral hazard. And the moral hazard here is especially concerning given the amount of leverage that a particularly rich person has in the context of the legal system.
There we go. There we go.
Understand that the American legal system is one which is not equal in terms of who is trying to vindicate a claim. So I agree with your assessment there.
Right.
Do we have any UK chatters with us right now? I am told that in certain instances in the UK, if you've been legally wronged, you can appeal for like the government to like pay for your case. Is that right? Hutch's face is, yeah, he always tries to do this. Like most of his debate strategy is to just like give a look like that makes it look like what the other person just said was crazy, right? That's a big part of what he does.
I have a question. I have a question then. Beyond frivolity, maybe I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah.
Is your position that you shouldn't bring a lawsuit against someone, even if it's not frivolous, unless you are exclusively motivated by the desire to get a particular remedy about that case? Or is it ever appropriate to bring litigation because you have personal grievance with someone, not necessarily because, like, even if the case is valid, right? Like in this case, you say it's valid. Like, is that...
You can have legal aid, you can appeal for legal aid in the UK? Yeah, the closest thing we have to that is if you are criminally charged in the US, you can ask for a public defender. If you don't have money to pay, if you're criminally charged and you don't have money for an attorney, you can opt for a public defender. And it's supposed to be, like in theory, you know, this is supposed to be adequate legal representation. In practice, there's a lot of reasons that having a public defender is not effective representation, and will most likely result in you being recommended a plea bargain that may or may not be in your interest, right? There's some conflicts of interest there. It is not a great job in a lot of cases to be a public defender. They don't get paid enough from what I've heard, and you know their jobs are super hard, and maybe they don't even have time to you know, spend the effort that you'd want them to with each client. So yeah, that's the only the closest thing to legal aid we have is that. Hutch is so horny for these girls being sued. He grasps it. Yeah, exactly. Motivated reasoning is what we're seeing here. Motivated reasoning is at work.
Wrong to you? Is that a...
It's supposed to be, yeah, about seeking repair, seeking redress, being made whole. You know, like I said, the classic example is somebody took an action that caused you to lose money that you would otherwise have, and you're appealing to the court to be made whole, to be to have that grievance redressed.
Immoral use of the system to impose that kind of consequence, maybe for some other unrelated behavior, but you're using the system in that kind of way. Is that what you're saying your moral position is?
What I'm suggesting to you is merely, and I will get to what I think my standards are, is that there are situations in which, you know, it might not be a crime to file a frivolous lawsuit, though it's often.
How about this? With great power comes great responsibility, and being a wealthy person with access to legal counsel in the United States is a great power. And we don't want people that are in that position to act frivolously, because that could hurt any one of us. And that creates a very unfair situation where, you know, the law is literally working for some people and not for others, right? Like the same way as, like, you would say that if you're a big YouTube channel or a big Twitch channel, right, you have a more responsibility to, you know, you don't want to, like, let's say that you cover a smaller YouTuber or Twitch streamer, you don't have all the information, you portray them in a really bad light, you make them look like a really bad person, and then they get harassed, right? You've got more responsibility there than somebody who's got 5 subs and is broadcasting most of the time to no one, right? That there's less responsibility with, you know what I mean? Like, at the very least, maybe you know, I don't know. I'm just thinking of ways that Hutch might understand what's wrong with what Ethan has done, and that the excuse that he offers, that, you know, Ethan was hit with a traumatic event, that being, you know, a CPS visit, and the skulls being sent to him, is not an excuse, does not let us, like, you know, he's still got that responsibility, despite the fact that, you know, the emotional I'm not trying to downplay the emotional impact of a CPS visit, or you know, receiving skulls in the mail, and the implied threat therein,
and unethical. That motivations behind bringing a lawsuits matter, and someone who is, for example, we'll take an easy case. Suppose that Ethan Klein were purely motivated, 100%, not any other percentage, 100% motivated with the specific purpose of silencing his critics by filing justified lawsuits under the law.
Do you think he's trying to silence these people?
This is a hypothetical.
Okay,
we'll get there. Yeah. So the hypothetical, I'm not saying that this is necessarily what occurred.
I don't know if he's trying to silence these people, but he's creating a chilling effect on commentary in general, right? That if you're Asmongold or you're XQC, you can do any kind of shitty react you want. If you're Kaceytron or Denims, if you're at all critical, in other words, of Ethan Klein, then, you know, if you have to piss, like, right, and you don't, like, you know, turn off the reaction, you know, then that's, you know, what they got. That's what Ethan's justification against Frogan was. If you smoke more than you speak, like, that was his, you know, excuse against Kaceytron. Or if you what was it that Denims did again? Was it just Denims saying that, you know, like, after the fact of, like, you know, kind of shitting on Ethan by being like, thanks for watching it here instead of on you know, Ethan's channel?
Giving you a stylized example just to prove the point that if it were the case, right, if it were the case that the only motivation, the pure motivation, this is the easiest case, that's why I'm making it easy for myself, were to silence critics because he felt he didn't like their criticism. He felt that the criticism was, like, untrue or something, or that he didn't like that they said it. And that's why he was bringing otherwise valid claims of copyright infringement, that you would think that that was bad.
If he was off base.
With respect to what? His opinion?
No. About his judgment about, like, what they said about him. Like, in my opinion, like, you brought up the idea of, like, him using the legal system to, in this kind of way, but he is responding to
All us on fire. Just say you hate leftist, Hutch.
a community of people.
Did Frogan settle? No, but Denims seems to think that Frogan will, right? Denims seem to think that Frogan is kind of in the same boat as Kaceytron, based on the fact that I guess Ethan set a legal deadline for Frogan's team that wasn't met, and there hasn't been like a request for a summary judgment or anything on Ethan's side. So Denims concluded from that, and I think it makes sense that it sounds like Frogan maybe is in talk with Ethan's lawyers. That's her best guess. Seems reasonable enough. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna listen to this. I don't want to miss anything, so I'll listen to this while I'm doing it. I might even jump in chat while I pee. Does that say is that too psychic Natalia chat? If I chat while I'm peeing, is that like gross? Psychic Natalia is this TikToker who famously Frogan has not responded at all. Ooh, okay. Well, hopefully there's something going on for a settlement, because that could be bad if there's a summary judgment ordered. Yeah, like Psychic Natalia was like a TikTok psychic that is just kind of scandalous. But one of the scandals of Psychic Natalia was that she would be streaming, and all of a sudden you'd hear noises that sounded like she was sitting on a toilet and relieving herself. And people think she was streaming from the toilet while and then she if anybody asked her, she'd say, "Oh no, that was the dog. That was my dog." She was like she would like, I don't know. Anyway, chat. I'm not gonna do that, all right? But I might I'll be looking at the stream at least. Here, let me put it back on.
Use the legal system against him in a way that I would argue is worse.
Yeah, but Hutch, what I'm giving you is
remember the time when Hassan was mic'd up for IRL, and he went to the bathroom. He thought that like somehow the mic had been turned off, but it wasn't. And like over the stream, you hear the sound of Hassan. Yeah, I'm about to go piss. Hopefully, chat, I won't bring any microphones with me though when I do.
Hypothetical.
So, like, no, but I'm just saying so in your hypothetical, it depends on like what was being said about him. Like,
right. So I'm trying to simplify it only because if you don't grant me this hypothetical, then the conversation's over, right? If you say, I don't give a shit that his motivation is to silence his critics, as long as there's a valid claim, I don't have a problem with it, then we don't need to get into the weeds at all, right? Because you've granted the easiest case.
This is what I'm telling you is that like we can't evaluate this without getting into specifics about like what is being said about him in this hypothetical. So like if he's using the legal system to silence critics because they didn't like his opinions about things, then yeah, I would say that that's an immoral use of the system.
Okay,
that would be overreach. That would be too far.
So I'm building little by little.
But if they're spreading lies about him, about like abusing his children, for example, then that's a different conversation entirely, right?
We're just saying all else equal, and I would add like a kind of there could be certain extenuating circumstances where even a desire to with the only desire is to silence one's critics, if there really is some overriding concern in terms of like the world's about to blow up, and if you don't bring the lawsuit, even though it's motivated by this thing, like I can think of situations in which I would grant it. But in general, that's why I'm using a stylized example, by which I mean like a simplified one that's not, we can't read minds in the real world, right? We don't know for certain all the time what people's intentions are. We have to rely on circumstantial evidence. The only reason I'm giving you a stylized hypothetical is for you to grant me the easy case, so we have a base to work with. Because if you don't grant me that, and if you say, I don't really give a fuck if your only motivation, if your pure motivation, all else equal, is to silence your critics, then the conversation on ethics just ends there, right? Because then like all we have to talk about are like, I guess, the lies and the legal validity of the case, but the ethical stuff kind of falls by the wayside if you just don't grant me that example. And now we can build.
If Ethan was trying to use the system to generally just silence his critics, then that would be bad.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you would also agree that all else equal, You know, you can think of situations in which this is not the case. Lying about your intention regarding a lawsuit, that independent of whether the filing the lawsuit itself is bad, in general, lying about why you're filing a lawsuit is itself bad, right?
I mean, lying in a vacuum is bad.
Yeah.
There's a content element to this where like Ethan Klein is this public persona. And I think if you asked his audience, like his dedicated fans that like watch all of his shows, they will tell you that Ethan is like a very kind of like petty person and doesn't really make any effort to hide it. So there's him like, you know, maliciously lying, actually like trying to do actual subterfuge or deception. And then there's like him like being coy, right? Like you understand that there's a difference in those kinds of like versions of dishonesty, right?
Oh no, what you're suggesting is a kind of like open facetiousness or kind of like coy, wink, wink, nod, nod, where, you know, literally it might be a lie, but everyone kind of understands what's going on. And so we don't really interpret it as a lie because it's kind of like a farce, right?
Yeah.
So I can totally acknowledge that distinction for sure. No, that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm merely suggesting is, all else equal, if someone, you wouldn't be like, it's good for Ethan to lie about his motivations. You would be like, it's bad to lie about it, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, like just
now there could be some
very broad sense.
Yeah,
but
there could be some extenuating circumstance where if he doesn't lie about his motivation, the world will blow up, or you know, they'll take away his kids or something like that, and there can be some more. But in general, like we even think this of our politicians. We don't like it when our politicians lie. In general, we don't think that's good, and we think that there's a good norm in making sure that our public communicators are being frank and being upfront. And it's distasteful to us. We don't like it. All right. So this is just establishing, because what will happen, Hutch, and it's not really specific to you, is people will say things like, who the fuck cares if he lied? I guess everyone just kind of assumed that he lied. Whatever. It matters to people. Like these kinds of lies matter. And it matters when they do it, right? It matters when Ben Empanada lies. It matters when Hassan lies. It matters when Denims lies. Fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I feel like we can't just skip over what I just said a moment ago, which is essentially just like not all lies are created equal.
I agree.
Like we should not evaluate all lies as the same, just like it's just lie equal bad.
No doubt. So for example,
like
when
in this
when the Trump
context and many other
administration,
contexts,
when they lie about like the fact that they you know, this thing that comes to mind right now is they lied about whether Costa Rica would accept Kilmar Berger Garcia as a third country removal. And even though they said, yes, we would love to accept him, you don't have to send him to fucking Liberia or Africa. Like there's no reason to do that. You can just send him here. And when Trump lies about that, I'm like, yes, this is a worse lie than a potential lie about a copyright lawsuit. Okay. All I'm just saying though, is not that there aren't lies, that one lie can be better or worse. If you lie about whether, you know, your girlfriend looks fat in a dress, if you lie about like, you know, I'm not saying that all lies are created equal. What I'm just mainly saying is, in general, we would be against Ethan in the sense of we would condemn him lying about his intentions. We would say it's bad, right? Like misleading his audience about the reason behind a lawsuit. And I think that you would grant me that. Fair?
but what's the value? Like, yes, but like, what's the value of this hypothetical when we know the particulars? Why don't we just get to the particulars? You're trying to establish this framework, you know, you're trying to take me on this journey.
I don't want it to be the case that I get you to agree that there's a lie, and then you be like, but I don't care.
But hang on. I just said a moment ago, I don't think that, like, I think when Ethan talks, I think everybody knows what motivated Ethan in the first place. And I think it is both of these things, like the personal grievance that he had with these people for their contribution to his family's very real, like, suffering and harassment. And I think he also cares about malicious React content, as evidenced by his previous history of addressing
I know
these
your
things.
position is that there is no evidence he lied, or the evidence you don't believe that he necessarily lied, or that he did lie at all. I understand that that's your position, that he didn't in fact lie. What I'm trying to suggest to you is, if he did, you can understand why someone would condemn it. And that.
But what do you think he lied about, though? Why don't we get to that? What do you think he lied about?
Okay, let's get right to it. I think he lied that his motivation for the lawsuit was to protect the React community. That's number one. That's the first lie. So I've identified a lie. And you can confront me and say, he never actually said that. I think that would be an absurd thing to say. Number two lie. He lied when he said that Kaceytron's apology was sincere. I think that those, at a bare minimum, are two significant lies that we should, if true, and I think you should grant me it, if it's true he lied about those two things, or either of those two things, you would condemn it. Fair?
I think not necessarily, no, because I think that I think I agree with you that he put a little peppered, a little mustard on the idea that Kaceytron was being sincere. I think he was kind of, I think it was a kind of gloating for him. I think it was a kind of feigned being like magnanimous.
Well, you don't think he was being sincere when he told his audience not to attack Kaceytron and that this was a sincere apology?
No. I think he was being sincere there. I think he was trying to. You think he was trying to mitigate, like, yeah, or maybe he was. Maybe honestly, maybe he was feeling magnanimous in the moment. But I watched the opening of that stream, and the vibes were pretty clear. Like, he opened the stream. I mean, that was a fucking victory lap. Like, he was gloating. Like, he was gloating throughout the whole stream.
And then I think he acted. Do you think that in the moments when he said Kaceytron's being sincere, don't attack Kaceytron, we understand her plight, we understand what's going on, do you think that was part of the kind of like wink wink gloating, or you think that he was being sincere when he was trying to tell his audience not to go after her? And if he wasn't being sincere, you got another problem there, right? Because then he's winking and saying to his audience, you should continue to do it. So you got
no. Okay. I think he was being sincere. Like, you can, both things can be true. Both things, like, he can be gloating, and at the same time he can, you know, like, have a better angel in himself in the moment to dissuade like future harassment.
But I recognize that there's a difference in terms of whether something is a lie. If there's a kind of general understanding that this is some kind of farce or display where you're not expected to believe it. But you don't think that he was trying to do that with respect to his statements about, guys, Kaceytron, I believe this is a very sincere apology, very nice apology, don't go after her. You think when he did that, wasn't that, right? That wasn't him being insincere. He was being sincere, wasn't he?
No, I think that was him trying to be responsible in terms of like moderating his community.
So was he being sincere? Or
maybe, probably, I don't know. I think, like, listen, I think I don't know Ethan that well, to be honest with you. I don't really know, like, I can't speak to his character, but I have seen him in the past demonstrate sympathy for people, even people that he didn't like. So for all I know, in that moment, like, he can, but like I said, both of the things can be happening at the same time. So he can feel a sense of satisfaction that he got like justice was served. Like, there were consequences for bad behavior that negatively impacted him, his wife, his family. And at the same time, he can also have a part of him that wanted to be like responsible with his moderating of his community in that moment to prevent the war or whatever from blowing up even further.
Well, what I'm trying to say,
he can be motivated by multiple things at the same time.
So I'm not, when you say he can be motivated by things, it's very important, right?
Okay, I think I got everything. I was listening on delay, so I have to listen for a few seconds extra through both ear through you know the delay on this ear. And anyway, let's get Waluigi out of my face. Thank you, Waluigi. I gotta say, yeah, it's a longer gap between commentary than I usually leave. So let me just give you my wide sweeping impression, right? That is that Hutch feels a world of empathy towards Ethan Klein. An amazing amount of empathy. Hutch is not just able to step into Ethan's shoes. Hutch is able to live in Ethan's skin in a way that would be like commendable if it was, just how Hutch treated people, right? Hutch would be a saint. It's kind of amazing. I'm kind of taken aback, right? But yeah, the problem is it's not equal. The problem is it's like all this empathy, all this understanding in the world for Ethan, all of this like, well, Ethan was probably feeling like this, and then he was feeling triumphant, but at the same time a little bit magnanimous. You could like it was we're talking about the paradox of Ethan Klein. That's how deep into Ethan's skin Hutch has managed to crawl, and way more empathy than Hutch allows for anyone left of him. Oh, true. We'll never collab with Ethan Klein. I'm doing my part. He feels empathy because he probably is the same. Yeah, I mean, so what he said about not knowing Ethan that well, that's fair, right? I don't know. He's been on what, twice, once on the H3 podcast. Tremendous amount of empathy from Hutch. Yeah, super right, isn't it? It's super Wait, are you saying you might be a vampire? Secretly? Do vampires have like supernatural empathy? That would be an interesting power. I had to make some baked eggs and flatbread and the snack on out of stress. You know, I got a snack too. It's okay, Rave. I'm gonna be snacking right with you. I had some cabbage left that I cut up, and then I got this chili sauce with the you know, it to me it looks like it says 17 or like L7 or something, but it just it's J, or it's, yeah, it just says J. It says I mean, kind of says vegan. It's complicated. It says something that usually equates to vegan. Oh, yeah, because technically, like the purest of the, you know, like it's a term that actually does come from like the word J to describe like, you know, vegetarian food in Thailand, or Che, I guess is the analog in Vietnam, right? It does refer, I believe, to Jainism, right? And then the Jain diet is not just no animal products, it's also no, like, no root vegetables, I think, and no spicy food, right? So yeah, this is chili paste. It's definitely not J in that sense, but I don't need it to be J in that sense. That's okay. I'll take the spicy food. Right. What would be bad is if they were, because it can be kind of a loose definition, like I said, what's J and not. Sometimes you know, an egg could be considered J. So you do kind of have to watch out if you really don't want to eat any animal products. Sometimes the definition is a little bit malleable. No food. Wait, what? I made cabbage, tomato. You're eating cabbage too. Wow. I dare not call it shakshuka though. No, I mean, this is just like a thing. Like raw vegetables and chili paste are definitely like a thing here. But anyway, yeah, that's my impression. Amazing Herculean feat of empathy for Ethan Klein, and it's just so sad because it's not matched by you know, empathy towards Ethan's victims, right? This is
And I'm not trying to just be like super anal about how we use the words, but it really matters. Like when we say,
excuse me,
it can, like, I will always grant that it can be the case if what you mean by can is it doesn't entail a logical contradiction, right? So if you ask me, isn't it possible that Ethan could have two motives? I'm going to say, yes, it is possible, by which I mean it is not entailing a logical contradiction. So you just said
I feel like we just might as well write like the Tao of Ethan Klein or something, right? We're really in Ethan's world here.
Very, very careful when you say that, because I'm gonna.
Yeah, Ethan is just a boy, a 40-year-old sweet little boy, and he's a birthday boy too, right? He's a birthday boy, so you know.
Every time you say that, gonna say, if by possible, do you mean logically possible? If by can, do you mean it entails a contradiction?
It is logically possible. I'll say it that way. It is logically possible to be.
That's nothing, right?
It's to gloat it's and logically show sympathy for your, you know, conquered foe at the same time.
What I'm telling you is, it's logically possible for you to be able to jump to the moon right now. All we mean by logical possible.
What do you talking about?
Oh,
how is that logically possible?
Because the definition of logical.
Wait. Chat, do you cheapos? Is that how you jump to the moon? I'm supposed to hear Gangster's Paradise, and I'm supposed to start floating, right? Nothing? Okay, T-posing doesn't work.
Possibility, the modality of possibility we're talking about there is specifically about whether or not there's a contradiction entailed by it. So I would be, when I say something like Ethan,
I feel like I would be contradicting the laws of physics by
right. So that's like a different, like,
Vadim, good to see you, my friend. You poked the mold hive, the necro beehive. Yeah, I mean it's a good watch. It's a good watch. It was a good suggestion. Thank you for suggesting that, Vadim. Right, we're also gonna pair it up with Kuihman if oh my gosh, 4 hours into the stream already. Jesus Christ. I don't want to like. Do you know how long do they talk about the Ethan thing? Is it the whole rest of the? I got a little further, and I think it does get a little heated at a point, right? I showed them the very beginning of the debate, just to establish that these two they're friends, right? They're very warm, very familiar. You know, they're co-hosts of Lib and Learn, and they're not. There's not like a, you know. They were chill, right? They showed us being chill. And then as soon as we got into the Ethan Klein, you know, they talked about a few political subjects. And as soon as we get into Ethan Klein here, it's getting a little bit less. I mean, it's still pretty cordial, right? What do you think, Chad? Is it pretty cordial so far? No real disrespect has been exchanged. But yeah, the Asmongold, wait, is there a name for the Asmongold? I mean, I hear the Roaches? Is that his community? Is that what they call themselves? We're talking legal aid in the UK. Yeah, just contrasting it with what the United States offers you, which is only a public defender if you got criminally charged. And how tilted it is, for so many reasons. How tilted the legal system is away from you know, people without money towards people with money. There is a bit of that, yeah, Biva. There's a bit of verbal masturbation going on. Sorry, I mean mastication. I'm sorry, I said it. God, I'm sorry, chat. For the record, I am masticating. Nothing else. Yeah, I'm a public masticator.
If you take as given the laws of physics, then you can establish a contradiction in that the laws of physics. Okay, I know, but then you're introducing some these kind of rules of physics and these external rules that aren't necessitated by the situation itself. And so that's why it matters to talk about this, because what people will hear when you say, "Isn't it possible that Ethan Klein has two motives?" and
let's rewind that a few. He dropped us right into physics. How could you? How could you, Pisco?
Entailed by it. So I would be, when I say something like Ethan,
I feel like I would be contradicting the laws of physics by
right. So that's like a different, like, if you take as given the laws of physics, then you can establish a contradiction in that the laws of physics. Okay, I know, but then you're introducing some these kind of rules of physics and these external rules that aren't necessitated by the situation itself. And so that's why it matters to talk about this, because what people will hear when you say, "Isn't it possible that Ethan Klein has two motives?" and I answer yes to that is, "Oh, well, he just gave the game away," because he's saying that it's possible to have two motives. But,
I'm giving you my best answer. But I'm in the absence of certainty, because I have not personally reached out to Ethan and asked him like what motivated you in that moment. So I don't know.
Have you reached out to Trump and asked him the motivations about his malicious acts? And by the way, when I do this comparison, I'm not saying Ethan is the same as Trump, guys. Okay,
listen, are you suggesting?
I want to make sure. I want to inoculate myself against that. When I made the comparison to Trump, I wasn't saying Ethan is like Trump. It's a comparison.
Okay, yeah, it's a comparison. We get it, but also Ethan low-key kind of is like Trump. Not in every way, right? I'm not accusing him of being like crypto MAGA or anything like that. But he does have undeniably a strange number of Trump-like qualities. Joel Silverwood, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Some people just got turned into jellyfish. Is that a thing that can happen? You know that some jellyfish are immortal? I don't know how that works, but apparently it's true. Or I'm just repeating it and I haven't verified the claim whatsoever. ADHD patience, you just got jellyfished. Yeet the rich, you just got jellyfished. Stefan A. Mate, you just got jellyfished. Taiwaza, I am probably, oh wait, Taiwa's actual, you just got jellyfished. And Ron Stoppable, 22222, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Okay, so Vadim just made me aware that he is under assault from the Asmoldies, whatever they are called, the roaches, the professional neckbeards that follow Asmongold. Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh my gosh, and burp. That's the way to show you're thankful. I guess maybe in some cultures, burp. Does a burp show appreciation? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's also something I've heard but not verified. Anyway, let's try not to get caught up in that. Oh yes, let's talk about reputation destruction. You recently said, oh, this is to Asmongold. Okay, this is what happened. So let's take it in chronological order here. Zach Asmongold. Are they Zacks? Is that their thing? The Asmongold? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what you know what I mean? Like how like communities have like names, right? What is the name of the Asmongold contingent? Let's see what he had to say. Shouldn't have been talking shit. Okay, he's responding to who? He's responding to Vadim. Okay, whoa. Okay, so look, we got some more history here. Okay, so Vadim, maybe this is the original. Sorry, I'm trying to start us off at the very beginning because it's generally a very good place to start. We could look and see the quote tweets. Wait, no, that's me quote tweeting. I'm not ready to do that. I'm trying to look at the. Maybe there are no quotes. Maybe it's all like non. Quote tweets. Okay, so what would be okay? Yeah, this is the beginning. There we go. Beginning. In the future, we'll all take turns being sued by psychotic asshole millionaires and then criticized by brain damaged Nazi sympathizing incel roach fuckers. Wow, he's cooking. When we eventually break down, as 13-year-old edgelords, MAGA dorks, and bots cheer them on, and rinse and repeat. And that's quote retweeting Yeet. Yeet posting Frogan gets emotional, talking about how difficult streaming has been for her in recent months. Twitch streaming sucks. I fucking hate it. It's been bad for a few months. It's my job, and I have to focus on the money. And then Asmongold responds with, only in America can an overweight woman, this is Asmongold's words I'm reading here, only in America can an overweight woman with brand new nails cry about not having money. This reminds me of what Fox News will do when they're like, you know, people claim that poverty is increased in America, and like, you know, more people have claimed you know, like, you know, food assistance or something like that, right? But really, our poor are not, you know, can you call somebody poor when they have a refrigerator? And I mean, like, that's obviously ridiculous. Brand new nails. There we go. Her nails were on fleek, so therefore, what? Not a valid victim? Not having a tough time? Okay, let's read all the rest of this crap. Only in America can I'll try to read it in Asmongold's voice. Can I do an Asmongold? Only in I can't do it, chat. I can't do Asmongold. I can't be arsed. Like I said, if I do it again, chat, I'm afraid that roaches will crawl out of my throat. because that's the nature of this guy. It's like Beetlejuice. If you talk in a, if you imitate his voice too much, then he will possess you, or roaches will crawl out of your throat, or both. I humbly request you encourage Vadim to reconsider speaking to Kuihman. Is that going on this afternoon? Afternoon? What am I saying? Where's it afternoon? It's afternoon for me. It's not afternoon for anybody else. Sorry, chat. I got a virtual monopoly, not an entire monopoly, but a statistical monopoly on the afternoon. I understand why he is unpalatable. Oh, wait. So they're beefing? Wait, Vadim and Kuihman are beefing? That was not on my, what do you call it? What is a dance card? Am I supposed to say dance card here? That's not on my bingo card? That wasn't, in my list of expectations? Well, Vadim, you may know his YouTube channel for the viral character creationist cat. And Vadim's still working on the next video coming up, which I have gotten word, all right? A little bird told me this might be this might be the banger nobody's expecting, right? I can say no more, chat. I am sworn to silence, okay? I know too much, but I can't share too much because I promised, all right? But yeah, Kuihman is covering Vadim versus Ethan. And wait, what? Why would? Oh, what? How did you infer that? Maybe I misread your super chat. Let me look at it again. Yeah, I think I did. Maybe I did the wrong thing with the context. I humbly request you encourage Vadim to reconsider speaking to Kuihman. I understand that he is unpalatable, but he's also wait. So Kuihman covered. Yeah, I thought the implication was somehow that you didn't want Vadim to go on to talk to Kuihman.
It's like you're demanding.
Okay, let me just read the rest of this. Let me get through this Twitter thing. But thank you for the super chat. So yeah, Asmongold says, only in America can the overweight woman with a brand new nails cry about not having enough money and then complain that her job sucks because she has to watch YouTube videos. Next, she's going to tell us that she got PTSD from reading mean comments. Yeah, it was just mean comments. That's all that fucking happens. He should know better. Like from what I've heard, like he's dealt with real life shit and he understands that too. Is an occupational hazard, and yeah, that increases like logarithmically with the amount of hate you get. He should understand this, but again, it's like I guess who we show empathy towards. I don't know. Should have joined the military instead. Wait, what? What is this? I don't get this military thing. Asmon's weird. Anyway. Vadim says, in the future, we'll all take turns being sued by psychotic asshole millionaires, then criticized by... Oh, wait, sorry, yeah. Let me read all this. Frogan gets emotional talking about how difficult... Yeah, we read that part, right? Okay, Vadim says, in the future, we'll all take turns being sued by psychotic asshole millionaires, then criticized by brain-damaged Nazi-sympathizing incel roach fuckers when we eventually break down as 13-year-old edgelords, magadorks, and bots cheer on. And rinse and repeat. Okay, yeah. I know I already read it, but it was a banger, so I had to read it again. Asmongold shouldn't have been talking shit and making things up about people. People like you have no problem participating in reputation destruction, manipulation, and large-scale gaslight. I'm imagining Asmongold. Like, try to imagine Asmongold's voice. Like, I don't want to do his voice. I don't know if I can do his voice. But just imagine his voice saying these things. Large-scale gaslighting, so long as it serves your ideological goals. Fuck around and find out, I guess is what he's trying to say. Vadim comes back with, yes, let's talk about reputation destruction. You recently said your mother, RIP, was a fan of Nick Fuentes? If that's true, I have a hunch it wasn't. You just outed her as a Nazi sympathizer. That's worse than anyone else has said about her publicly, my dude. Chat. Somebody's got to find that clip. Somebody's got to find that. If that clip is out there of Asmongold saying that his mom was a Nick fan, I think, yeah. I think that's proof that he is a bit of a hypocrite. Let's get back to the debate. I don't know how much more of this I'll watch. We also got to get to the Kuihman thing. The Kuihman, the whatever his name is.
Ending that I have certainty, and I don't. I'm giving you my vibe, my best guess from my observation.
That's not. I'm not asking you to say 100%, but I'm at 99.
Because I say it's possible, and you're like, well, then you know, like you have an issue with me saying it's possible.
Because I can't.
I'm sorry. It's possible. It's like Lloyd Christmas's. You mean there's a chance?
You right now that you're not a brain.
So you're saying there's a chance
exist, that you're just a figment of my imagination. Like there's so much that I cannot prove 100%, right? Like I can't prove that 100% that we live on a sphere. By 100% we mean to an epistemic certainty. So understand what I'm saying here is we're stepping way back to talk about like possibility in the abstract. And the only reason I'm doing this,
because you're debate broing me right now.
It's really not an attempt to debate bro, because what will happen is you'll ask, isn't it possible that Ethan has two motivations? And if I say no, I sound ridiculous because of course people can have mixed motives, right? Of course that's
you
possible.
Don't think that. Why don't we skip to that?
Right,
you don't think that.
Right. So,
you don't,
I just want to clarify.
What do you think?
Right.
What do you think?
Right. So I just, this is really important. I want to clarify when I say he doesn't have mixed motive. I'm not saying it's impossible for a person to have mixed motive. I'm saying the evidence that we have is, I think, strong that this motivation, the particular motivation that I'm citing, isn't what's actually motivating. But before we get into that, because I do want to get into that, I just want to get an agreement. If he did lie about Kaceytron's apology and whether it was sincere, are you suggesting that you would say that that was good to do?
If the purpose of the lie was to prevent harassment, for example, would you say that that would be bad?
I think that that if you felt that an apology on anti-Semitism, on whether or not
that sauce is fire. I am not kidding. Look, there's spicy good, and then there's spicy bad, and then there's this like perfect point of equilibrium where it's like maximum enjoyment before the spice turns into pain. And that was right on it, right? Not just like the sauce itself, but like the sauce combined with the cabbage. It's like it somehow hit like a note. Like what is the 440A, or like what's the thing like where YouTube videos are always like advertising, like we've got RA isn't 440, RA is 442, or RA is 438, or you know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen this where they're like they like take a song and they'll like you know pitch shift it to like a slightly lower frequency than like a normal A, with the, you know, expectation that this is going to like provide healing vibes. that will be beneficial in some way to you? Has anybody else seen this? Am I the only one that gets these videos suggested?
It was right to invoke Asmongold's mother, whether or not you're apologizing to your very employees, that you are eliciting a known insincere apology. Why? To protect an insincere person, would you make that? If you were a principled person, I would say, yeah, I don't want you to lie to your audience about whether the
Is it 432?
apology is sincere based on your feeling that you have to like protect someone who's being insincere. Doesn't that make sense?
But if the, again, you're not indulging my hypothetical. Like
yeah,
would it be wrong?
I'm sorry, you don't accuse somebody of being a debate bro and then like not 3 minutes later say, but you're not engaging with my hypothetical. Who's a debate bro, Hutch?
If you're, as a creator, if your intention is to dissuade your audience from like brigading Kaceytron streams and replies
at some level of danger to Kaceytron's health and security, then yes, I think that it's okay to lie if like otherwise she would get killed or assaulted or attacked or some shit like that. And
or
it's
harassed.
Like,
or harassed and brigaded.
No, not that. I do not think at the scale we're talking about here, which is public criticism. All right. I also love this kind of like deflation of the word harassment. That means anytime you get like a bunch of comments, negative comments and shit and negative attention, by that logic, like I'm harassed constantly all the time by everybody. But like,
I'm sure you are.
Harassment. Like when I understand harassment to be, and it's not just like it is a specific wrongful act that puts you in like fear for your privacy or a fear of like that you're about to be in physical harm or something like that, or someone's going to stalk you, shit like that. Not mere criticism because you did a bad thing. Like it's not harassment that we say Trump is a piece of shit or Hexeth needs to go to jail, or we say that all like, I understand these are public figures, but same thing on Denims.
Not the same thing
on
at
Hassan
all,
Piker,
though.
right? Like when Hassan Piker is lying about Israel or Gaza or whatever that you think he's lying about, you wouldn't be like, okay, criticizing that as harassment, right? If he's doing misconduct, if he's being insincere and you criticize it, that's not harassment, fair?
Just criticism is not harassment, but if it's organized brigading, if it's organized brigading,
by which you mean what? Like that they're trying to.
What do you mean? You don't know the term? You know what brigading means? Come on.
Brigading meaning like sending your people over to their servers or the different things.
Yeah, brigading doesn't even necessarily need to be like orchestrated by the creator.
No, I don't think
arises...
yes, to answer your question, no, I don't think that the fear of brigading is enough to justify lying to your audience about an insincere apology. Because what you're saying is
you're motivated by a desire to like prevent harm or limit harm. How could that be immoral?
Well,
because you're lying.
I think that his motivation is to try to claim it sincere for purposes of his further, to justify his position in the lawsuit and to justify the negative statements made about Hassan Piker. So I don't even buy. At this point, I don't have a good inference that he's really motivated to, protect Kaceytron's well-being. And part of that is because of the way he talks about Kaceytron's financial situation, which I find reprehensible. But we can get into that in a second.
He can be petty.
I just want to say that if it were the case,
he's talking about Ethan the way that MAGAs talk about Trump, right? This whole thing, yeah, he can be petty, or like when you point out a lie that he tells, right? And their response is basically like, yeah, he does it, but he's a liar, but he's our liar, right? He's lying for the right reasons. He's lying with the right ultimate goals in mind. So, you kind of dismiss it, right? Or his, they're Christian nationalists and in complete support, in fascist obeisance to Trump, and they're and his own personal indiscretions are pointed out to them, and their response is somehow, well, in the Bible, King David, he did some bad things too, and God seemed to like him a lot, right? So maybe Trump is our King David, right? If you don't know, King David in the Bible does some, like, I don't know how to describe it, scumbag behavior, right? He sends somebody like to the front lines to die so that he can have sex with his wife, right? And yeah, he's not a bad guy. He's not the bad guy. He's not, he's presented as a heroic figure in the Bible, one of the most But yeah, I mean, when Hutch says he can be petty, but he's our guy. He can be petty, but you gotta understand him. He can be petty, but he's got a heart of gold. He can be petty, but he means well, right? I don't know, Chad. What does special pleading mean? Is this special pleading? Why do I feel like this is special pleading? I'm not sure entirely the definition. Special pleading. I bet Pisco would know, maybe. I don't know. Pleading. What is this? Argument in which the speaker deliberately ignores aspects that are unfavorable to their point of view. Kind of. Maybe. Anyway.
That Kaceytron is being insincere in her apology, and Ethan Klein knows her to be insincere. You would say that it's okay for Ethan to lie about that.
I don't think it's necessarily bad.
But given the facts that we have here, if under current understandings of the fact, right, your own interpretation of the facts as you know it, if you found out and Ethan said to you, you know what, Hutch, I was lying, I don't think it's sincere, what would you say to that?
Don't care.
You don't care about the lie.
No.
This is why so I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
Don't care. I don't think it's necessarily bad.
Hutch,
I think.
So chat. What do you think we could do with Hutch to make him cooler? I knew a guy on Twitch, right? I'm trying to remember. He streamed some esport. I can't remember what it was, but he, like, for stream, he was a wizard, right? And he wore a wizard's hat. I feel like with Hutch, maybe he could be like a druid. You know what I mean? If he had like I imagine him with like a cloak, right? Like he's some kind of magic user kind of dude, but he's got a cloak, right? I don't think the wizard hat would be. I don't think that would. You say beanie. People keep on saying that. People keep on saying beanie. But yeah, I feel like he could look like, a pretty bad. Is it a druid I'm imagining? Chat, name some like magic users to me. Like, what are other kinds of like one that would be in a what's like a magic user that would wear like a robe with a hood? Like Friar Tuck?
He was even if I indulged your version of it. Let's say he's.
I mean, yeah, I guess sort of. That's like what is a friar?
Just all it is.
Are friars? Do they have magic? They're like what are friars, like a country priest? Is that the idea? Is that like what a friar is like? So like I imagine maybe they could do a little bit of magic, right? It's like if you're the Pope, you totally cannot do magic, right? Unless it's full on satanic rituals. That's okay, right? But you can't do like regular or even like magic tricks, like make the flower appear from the wand, pull the bird out of the hat, the bird goes back into the hat, disappears, right? You can't even do that. But as you get further away from the center of the church, I think as a friar, maybe you could do maybe you need to do some magic, right? So we just won't tell tell Rome about this. We're not gonna report this, but yeah, she needed a level 3 healing, and I had just regained my mana points, so I took care of the. Yeah, they do alchemy like a chemist. Yeah, maybe they're powerful. I don't know. Cause like Friar Tuck, wasn't he Robin Hood's like what is it called? Like a comrade in arms?
Is just him doing a backhanded like victory lap.
He's the wizard outfit from. Wait, there's a wizard in Cookie Crisp.
I don't care.
Okay, so that's why I lead with this stuff. If you don't care about whether or not he lied about her sincerity or insincerity on the apology, then I'm not going to spend a bunch of time. Even if I could establish that she lied, which actually I will ask you about, that you would think if you're not going to condemn it, right? I'm not going to spend a bunch of time wasting like, well, why you should, right? Like you're saying basically it's okay for him to lie about the sincerity of the apology, even if it's not true. For him to tell his audience it is true.
If you think that I have some kind of moral obligation to condemn him for lying in that spot in this hypothetical, you would have to convince me that the consequences that Kaceytron experienced were not commensurate with the way that she contributed to what happened with Ethan and Hila and all that.
No, like I'm examining the lie.
You would have to say, because earlier in the conversation you said that you didn't think it was necessarily immoral to bring litigation against someone, but be motivated by some other kind of grievance. You said that that wasn't necessarily immoral, right?
Yeah. So I think that there could be motivations that aren't necessarily that it doesn't necessarily make it immoral. That's correct. I was giving some stylized examples, but we'll get into the facts about the lawsuit. But I just want to resolve this issue of lying.
No, but then this conversation needs to be about like, do you think that Ethan bringing litigation was too far of a response to how Kaceytron and Frogan and Denims and that whole community contributed to the CPS call and the harassment that Ethan and Hila got?
Right. So, I mean, the case, you're basically asking me, do you think the lawsuits are justified? That's what you're asking me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I do want to get into that, but I just want to deal with the line. Is that okay?
Could it be justified? You know, like, is that an appropriate?
By could you mean could I see some possible world that doesn't entail a contradiction in which it could be justified? The answer is yes. But again, that's.
But do you think that? That's no. But do you think that?
I think under the circumstances, given the nature of the lies and what's actually motivating it, I do not think that. And I'll tell you.
I mean, how do you feel about do you?
Hutch could be the guy asking 3 questions at the bridge. Like, is that the Monty Python skit? Yeah, that's what, Utana, I was thinking that too. Kaceytron and Frogan barely even talked about H3, says Utana too. I was thinking that I just wasn't sure, right? I mean, I know they reacted to the nuke, but yeah, Kaceytron does. That's why I'm thinking it's like the misogyny play, right? It's kind of like if it was Frogan, Denims, and like somebody else, then maybe, but it's just like the Kaceytron is like hateable to the exact same people that hate Frogan and Denims, right? This is a play for a certain audience. That's why they were included. This is a content decision. That's what's horrendous. That's what's monstrous about Ethan Klein. He is a content fucking monster. And he's playing with, people like pieces on a chessboard.
How do you feel about the collective communities that they had piling on about the CPS stuff? Like, how do you feel about that? And then the lack of moderation.
You understand?
How do you feel about that?
Like, I don't.
No, but that's a really important question. Like, how do you feel about that?
So, depending on the conduct, I of course condemn it. If what they're doing is advocating for or celebrating, for example, calling CPS on those facts, I condemn that. If they're, for example, let's say it's something weird like refusing to condemn the death of a political, the assassination or something, I would condemn that. Not moderating.
No, let's just talk about. Let's just talk about what happened.
I'm just saying,
like they made a mockery of it.
I can think of a bunch of situations where failure to moderate is something that I would condemn.
Did he just roll that back?
I condemn that. If they're
Did he just throw Charlie Kirk in there?
For example, if let's say it's something weird like refusing to condemn the death of a political, the assassination or something, I would condemn that. Not moderating.
No, let's just talk about. Let's just talk about what happened. Let's just talk about what happened.
I'm just saying,
like they made a mockery of it.
I can think of a bunch of situations where failure to moderate is something that I would condemn.
No, but I'm talking about this specific thing. I just want your thoughts on this specific thing.
Right.
Like,
So
do you not think
that?
Do you not think that action that they did, that the way that they participated in the whole
what
CPS
did they
thing,
do?
Denims did CPS. Remember? That's what Ethan said.
I already laid it out for you. We talked about that before.
So it's your view. So you agree.
They enabled it. They were wildly irresponsible at best, and they were maliciously egging it on at worst.
Do you
and
think
in
that
the case of Denims,
they're culpable? Do you think that they're culpable for what happened?
I think they're all like jointly culpable. Yeah,
Okay.
they all have a part to play in that. Yeah, when you don't take any meaningful action to moderate your community, when you can see plain as day what's going on in your chat, and when you're making jokes about it after the fact, like why are you joking about it after the fact?
Well,
like
presumably if you're joking about it after the fact and only after the fact, how do we know that there's a causal connection at all between what occurred and the community? I can imagine a bunch of people laughing at shit that they had no. So I'll give you an example, right? There are some Democrats who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Agreed? Yes or no?
There we go. I called it.
Yes.
Do you think that
like
they're
randos on Twitter? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Are those people
Yes.
culpable for Charlie Kirk's death?
No, but that's not the same thing at all. Wait, hang on a second.
Comparison.
No.
It's an analogy.
No, but this would only be analogous if they were all in message boards where they were talking about potentially unaliving Charlie Kirk. That would be analogous.
So what you need to show, don't you, is a causal relationship between their conduct.
I'm sorry, but comparing, we're literally here comparing, calling CPS, which, could in some situations be the right answer. It's a very problematic answer, considering the issues with that that agency, but you can't, comparing it to an assassination is ridiculous. Why would you even think to do that?
Incriminatory act and the act itself, don't you?
The CPS call happened shortly after Denims did her stream where she platformed a bad empanada video where he was making.
You sound like a Pizzagator, Hutch. You look like a Pizzagator. You need a Pepe Sylvia board behind you, bud. Now, there was only a few minutes after Denims concluded her stream did the CPS call get made. Coincidence? I don't know, Hutch, and neither do you. That's the point.
Making the case that CPS should be called. And she made no meaningful, she like maybe she made some, but like she did not go nearly far enough in terms of moderating her. If I was her, first of all, why is she watching that video? Why is she platforming Bad Empanada? Why is she
platforming Bad Empanada? He's not Nick Fuentes, for fuck's sake. Come on. Do you condemn Hamas calling CPS on the clients while eating Sabra hummus? I mean, condemn the fuck out of that hummus. It gives me heartburn every time I eat it.
With this guy who is tacitly encouraging his audience to call CPS. Do you agree that that's wildly irresponsible as a creator?
To watch a Bad Empanada video?
Yeah, to watch not just...
What if Pisco was like, let's watch one right now? Let's watch one right now, Pisco. Can we watch a Bad Empanada video? Like, let's see, let's go to Bad Empanada and watch a Bad Empanada video right now. Oh, God.
not in a vacuum, to watch a Bad Empanada video of him making the case for why the viewer should maybe call CPS.
Can we find that video? What video is he talking? I think he's talking about oh god, it would be like long, it would be a way long time ago. The simple way to look it up. CPS merch of it. Oh, apparently this is just his merch. Chat CPS. He didn't say call CPS. It was okay. Insane Ethan Klein's conspiracy theory response. CPS investigation sends him spiraling. I don't think that's it. Ethan Klein's CPS lies destroyed. CPS called. This is reporting about the event itself. I don't see one of. I think they're talking about the video where Bad Empanada reacts to the poop clip, right? The clip of CPS visits. Okay. CPS was a thing like definitely. Wait, 7 months ago? Okay, that's longer ago. Nine months ago, about the same. But like, I don't see a video. Maybe I'm just not finding it. Anybody know where it is? I don't see a video by Bad Empanada that like it would be before CPS is called. It would be a video like reacting. I know he reacted to the poop clip, but I'm not finding a video that's like before the call happened, right? Because if you're gonna at all try to blame him for the CPS call, you got to establish that he talked about it before they were called, right? That even ostensibly, and even this is a silly thing to entertain, right? Because we're damning like multiple, communities based on the possibility that they could have, that someone from that community could have called, when in actuality, somebody from Ethan's community could have called. And statistically speaking, seems a little bit more likely that that was the case, right? Again, the call, Ethan, is coming from inside the house.
If by is it a good thing to do?
Is it irresponsible? Is what I said.
Should she do it? I think the answer is no. I don't think she should do it. But that's not
why.
But
why
that doesn't.
though?
Hang on, because I think that
no. But the why matters.
Yes,
the why matters.
I'm
why?
about to wait. I'm answering that. Did you hear me answering that? I said when I was
okay.
talking?
Go ahead.
So I don't think it's good, because if you are watching a video in which these kinds of bad things are being expressed, all else equal, without any pushback, potentially that could encourage a risk or something of something occurring. But
yes.
But hang on a second.
Yes.
But
what
hang on.
But
hang on 1 second. Do you have evidence that Denims knew what was in the video before she watched it? Yes or no?
I don't know off the top of my head, but she kept watching it. That's not the point. She kept watching it.
She kept watching it. Oh, the Bad Empanada video. We're talking about we're talking about Denims watching a Bad Empanada video, and this is the one. Like, I think it was based on this video that Ethan tried to claim Denims did CPS. It's just so silly how far Hutch is reaching to justify his criticisms of Ethan's victims, while having endless charity for Ethan himself. Like, how is he not embarrassed about how stupid that looks? I mean, good point. Yeah.
Wait a second.
She could have turned it off the second he brought that up and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, this is way too far."
So the answer is no. You don't have any evidence that she knew the contents of the video before she watched it.
Why would you skip over? No, she continued to watch it, dude. She
I just want to do it
indulged
one
the
step
logic.
I just want to do it one step at a time. So you don't have any
What
evidence.
the fuck? Anybody know what the Bad Empanada video, like a title for me to search? Because it would really help to know what Bad Empanada video that they're talking about Denims watching. Do you like Warzone? Warzone's my favorite.
Correct, that she knew what was in the video before she watched it.
I think you're trying to worm out of
Wait, can we
the
just do this one
logical
thing?
conclusion
Let's
that
just do
you
it one
just
thing at a
jumped
time.
to.
Let's just do one thing at a
Yeah,
time.
I think you're trying to worm out of the logical
It's
conclusion
my favorite H3 segment, Warzone.
that you just jumped to, which is that if the reason why it's irresponsible for someone to do that in her position is because, as you said, the risk goes way up that somebody in her community might act on that.
But here's the thing. It's an
So how is she not culpable?
So it's an attenuated risk. It's an attenuated risk that is not at all sufficient for culpability. Not even 1%, not even close to 1%, Hutch. The mere acting and watching of a video that encourages bad stuff, now you are culpable for things that might result from
You're
watching a
partly
video.
culpable.
No,
They're all partly
no
culpable.
fucking
All of
way
them are.
that you would
Yes.
apply this standard.
This is special pleading. This is special pleading at work, right? I wasn't entirely sure of the meaning of the term, right, until now. Just like such an operating a dual track of, you know, analysis based on friend and foe, based on Ethan and the femoid, the three femoids, right, that are bad, that the whole internet knows is bad. These are bad women. They deserve what they've got coming, right? It's that kind of, you know, motivated reasoning that we're dealing with here.
To any other commentator who watches something, come
Of
on,
course
bro.
I do.
This is
No,
so
no, no, no,
bizarre and wild.
No.
That
I have a consistent.
me suggesting.
Ask me.
This
Ask
is
my
crazy.
chat if I moderate. Ask my chat if I moderate.
This is crazy.
I take
So-
steps all the time. I tell my chat.
I
explicitly
bet you
all the time.
moderate. I bet if I go in your chat and make fun of you, you'll fucking ban me. I bet you moderate. Yeah.
Don't brigade. I do all like there's certain red lines that I understand that me as a creator, as someone with the following, as someone who could potentially influence someone, I do think that I have a responsibility to use that influence.
You
responsibly.
culpable.
I just realized that I have been remiss. We're not at 50 out of 100. We're actually at 80 out of 100. Because I did not add the gift subs that Joel just gave out to five lucky Twitch viewers. So there we go, 80% chance of bonus content. Is that how that works? Is this a poly market? I don't know. You found it? No way. No way. That's wild. Oh my god. This is, I guess, the Bad Empanada video that Denims reacted to that Hutch is claiming was irresponsible.
Yesterday.
I don't know if we can find the Denims reaction to this, but this is probably enough just to see kind of what she was reacting to, because his accusation was that she was, I don't know, that this was the harmful material, and because she watched it without like saying this is bad and wrong, that she is culpable too. They're all culpable. All of the, you know, pro-Palestinian voices that Ethan criticized are culpable, and this is totally not just his fucking, you know, him exercising his hate boner that he's been nursing ever since the end of Leftovers. No.
Ethan and Healer Klein dedicated their entire H3 podcast episode to saying that they had CPS, Child Protective Services, called on them for a checkup. Now, there is no reason to believe this. They have provided zero evidence. They are liars. They are just chronic liars. There's zero reason to take their word for this. That's the most important thing that you should remember. Until they have provided any proof this actually happened, you should not believe that it happened. They are desperate to self-victimize. They are desperate to frame themselves as like victims of some mass.
She literally, oh, I remember this. I remember this now, Joshua. She literally told her chat, no, don't call CPS. Yeah, wasn't there like an edited clip or something that Ethan watched that excluded that part? It took some parts out, right? And that's when Denims started putting like, was it, I don't know if she still does this, but for a while she started doing time codes. Like there would be like a time code on her video so that he couldn't, you know, surreptitiously cut.
Harassment campaign. Ethan literally threatened to kill himself on the podcast yesterday and said that he's going to go and protest outside of Reddit HQ. So there's no reason to believe this shit. However, it may have happened, and if it did, it was totally warranted for reasons that we are going to get into in a second. There are clear holes in their story, like Ethan, for example, claims in the podcast episode.
He hit one anonymous call. I was like, that's all it takes. But I guess the thing is, he was like, it seemed, we thought it was someone who...
Ethan did everything right, and they indicted him.
I can't
Who
imagine
you know.
how
I did everything right, and they called CPS.
scary.
The guy was very nice. He was a very professional, a nice...
He says the CPS guy told him that we think it's someone who you know. And he said this elsewhere as well.
Somebody, he said, like when...
This video is after the initial video Denims reacted to.
When he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report.
I just want to I think the one that they're talking about is the one where he's watching Ethan, you know, talk about the Giardia, like, right, laugh about, now the whole family's got Giardia, we're shitting our brains out, everybody's poop smells like, you know, has a really weird bad smell to it, I think we got the Giardia, oh well, right, it's that one. Ethan showed an edited video of Denims' chat, then tried to hide it. Sean, oh, it was Sean who noticed it, nice. I think we rated Sean yesterday. How was that?
And I'm like, no, okay. So
obviously a CPS officer is not just going to immediately tell you right off the bat, but something that potentially identifies the person who made the report. That's bullshit. So Ethan Klein said hilariously, this is on his own subreddit, that he's going to file charges against this person for filing this report. Here, I'm filing a police report about the fraudulent CPS call. So to be clear, there's no way that any law was broken here. It's not illegal to call CPS if you have some sort of valid concern, obviously, for doing so, even if you ended up being wrong. It's not illegal. If it was, then no one would fucking call them.
So this is not the video? Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, right, Spencer, are you thinking the video that we're looking for is the one with, the one where he shows the, where he like reacts to, like, because the whole reason this, oh wait, is it this one? Can't handle, wait, I think this is the one, right?
it should be, they should have found it already. But anyway, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic.
Okay, so yeah, this is the one I thought it was, right? Is this not what Denims was reacting? Is this not the video they're talking about? This is Ethan, the original, you know, Giardia story. The reason that CPS got called, for the record, is because he podcasted this.
But we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
This is someone admitting on stream that their kid was crawling around and eating dog shit and they contracted a previously unknown parasite from the dog shit. If you showed this to CPS, they would want to fucking visit this family. This is completely like a 100% warranted reasoning for wanting to visit the family. So he's trying to frame this like it was swatting, no, you try to fucking charge someone for reporting you for this. You can't do that. All I need to do is show them this fucking clip and that's already enough. Like, the implication of this clip is that your children are just wallowing in shit and contracting parasites from dog shit.
What can I do to not get it from
Yeah,
you?
I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get
Can
it.
you crank the AC maybe?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
He literally acknowledges there, you have to eat shit to get it. So him, Healer, and the child all ate poop. He says it right there himself on the stream.
Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
so the problem is,
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the air, bro.
So there's that clip, and don't worry, because there is more. Like, it's so pervasive in his house that he just steps in it randomly. Never mind, I'm not logged in. I'm not allowed to look at Twitter. So I'll play the audio of this clip. I won't show it, but you'll listen to Ethan. This is like a clip from like a year ago-ish. And it's Ethan Klein talking about how he just sits down at his desk to stream and he immediately steps in dog shit that was just lying there for like all dog shit as well.
Is this shit?
You heard him say, is this shit? And like, I'll narrate the clip. Like, he's looking down at his feet. Like, did I just step in shit?
Huge jump up in production quality, then it'll make sense.
The carpet.
Wait, is he not allowed to show this in a YouTube video? Like, if you show somebody stepping in dog dew, you get, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't want to advertise my product with dog dew.
From one of the dogs. It's like a super, it's like a super, how do you call it? Fibery,
Petrified?
super fluffy with like strings, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously we clean our carpet, but
That
I can't even see it.
also makes it sound like your dog is eating stuff that's not food. That didn't click until right now, but yeah, like generally like a fucking, stringy texture in your dog's poop is indicating that your dog is eating more than dog food.
It with my naked eye.
You might want to check your wherever you keep your shoes or stuffed animals. Is there a teddy bear missing, perhaps?
I was passing my foot over it and felt a bump.
Possibly even a Teddy Fresh plush missing.
It's old, by the way. It's hard.
Gross.
He picks it up to his nose. It's like, kind of smells like.
So Ethan Klein's house has so much shit all over it that he sits down at the desk that he streams from and he just steps in old dog shit that's been there for who knows how long. So from those clips, we can surmise that Ethan Klein had a dog with a parasite that is only transmitted from contact with shit. Ethan Klein said that his child was crawling around and she's like eating everything and shit, and she contracted this parasite, and then his wife got the parasite and now he has the parasite. If you were a fucking CPS officer, would you not want to investigate that situation if it was brought to your attention? Is it not totally legitimate to investigate that situation?
I mean, so like the reason I think it's this one, it's like this kind of shit that like right now he is low key like advocating. I know this is after the fact, right? Do we have that confirmed? Spencer, you were pretty sure this is after the fact. It's after the CPS visit, in fact. But this seems like the sort of thing that there's a bad empanada video that Denims is watching that is having, where he's saying stuff that Ethan is like, that's a call to action. That's a call to call CPS, right? That's over the line, right? It would be this one, right?
The answer to both questions is obviously yes, it's fine. Who wouldn't? Just because you're rich, it doesn't mean that you're exempt from this sort of thing. And like the level of oversharing here is ridiculous, by the way. It's fucking crazy for him to frame himself now as like a victim of swatting or something.
It is this one. I called it. Wow. I was right.
Something as if...
Thank you for going back to watch the Denims reaction, Rave.
This is not an entirely warranted visit, given what he had openly said on his podcast for weeks. I am glad that CPS checked on Ethan Klein, given all of this. And there's like a clear line that you can see here, because if you don't know, a couple of weeks ago, or like I think it was like a month ago now, Ethan Klein's housekeeper quit because for a number of other reasons they
Yeah, so here's Bad Empanada's theory, and so I've heard people in chat echoing this.
allegedly refused to give her leave because she wanted to get a hernia operation. So presumably this happened during a time where Ethan Klein did not have a servant cleaning up after him, including the dog shit that he leaves everywhere. And this, after that, seems to have led to his child contracting a previously unknown parasite from...
The fall of the House of Klein? Yeah? They lose their housekeeper? And all of a sudden everybody's contracting parasites?
Consuming dog feces. So, in such a situation, is a call to CPS unwarranted? No. Is a call to CPS warranted? Yes. Was a crime committed by calling CPS? Obviously fucking not. Any normal person seeing this is totally warranted and totally justified in calling Child Protective Services to report what they heard. In this...
So there it is, yeah. This is 9 months ago, but Josh was in chats commenting it feels like 3 years ago.
case, you don't even need an anonymous tip. You don't even need a tip from someone who is close to them. You just show them the video. That's all. The guy saying it himself.
But chat, remember, this is the ranting, dangerous, doxing, disingenuous, terroristic, right? Remember how like how Hutch was describing him? He's Osama bin Laden, basically.
Saying it is way more concrete evidence than a third party saying it could ever be. And now Ethan Klein has announced that he's
Wait. Is that true? It's a law in California that if more than one suspected case of Giardia are in the home, they must make a report to DHS. So in other words, that's like an automatic, right? That may be what got the case, like, even fast-tracked. The dogs got tested and the kids' dog got tested and it came up negative? Or did they get tested as part of the CPS visit?
Protest outside Reddit HQ, like fucking Laura Loomer or something. This is on his subreddit. These people, like, I guess they're going to go and protest with him. I am working on getting permits to protest outside Reddit HQ. This is after he said, by the way, on his podcast, in the latest podcast episode, he said that, like, he's been trying to pressure his lawyers into trying to sue Reddit, but his lawyers can't do anything. Obviously, they can't. He says during this, like, my fucking lawyers can't do shit. Like, rich guy is learning that he can't just throw money to silence everyone, and he really doesn't like it.
Twitter.
I don't think anything.
That won't work.
There's
No.
the answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
Wait a minute. Do you think that this might have been when Ethan decided to plant the trap? Remember, the whole content nuke was a trap. Some people speculate it might have been a trap designed to catch Hassan, right? That he thought he could get Hassan. Maybe that's not true, though, because unlike, these three, Hassan can 100% easily defend himself, right? Hassan can go to the mat when it comes to the case, right? But anyway, he clearly set a trap by registering with the Library of Congress, getting the ability possibly to declare punitive damages, although I guess we'll have to see. Maybe he made that decision right after. Remember, this happens and he's like, why won't my lawyer? Maybe was it about Reddit? What was the lawyer thing about? Was that about Reddit? He registered it after Denims and Casey announced their reaction. So yeah, he had them in mind, I guess, at that point. But I wonder if this came from like his inability to sue on other issues. Like, didn't he want to sue Denims for the CPS thing at one point? And then I think the thing that when he says my lawyers can't do a thing, I think he's talking about snark at that point. So if you're snarking out there, you're living rent free in this guy's head.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, 2:30, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that. That a website.
He needs to explain. He's talking about a specific law, right? At 2:30, but it just sounds like he sounds like a maniac here. It's like 2:30. I think
just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, oh, 2:30 can't.
Ethan Klein thinks that harassment is people talking about his fucking public appearances as a public figure, and he thinks that he should be able to sue Reddit for being a place.
Yeah, it's the provision that states that the publisher isn't responsible for the content, right? That you can't come after, you know, Reddit because of what somebody said on Reddit. You got to go after that person.
Do that. It's unbelievable. And his evidence of this harassment is this totally warranted CPS visit that, to be clear, again, there is no evidence that it ever actually happened. And there's certainly no evidence that it ever actually happened in the way that Ethan and Healer frame it. Obviously, their narrative of what happened is not going to be the full truth. What I would wager actually happened here is they took the kid to the doctor because he had giardia. The doctor was probably, more than likely, worried about the fact that this kid, this rich kid no less, has a parasite that is technically sort of common, but that's certainly human infection in rich babies is not common, and likely reported this, and it got to CPS somehow, or probably went directly to CPS. Probably a standard procedure for a doctor who's actually following the rules. That is the most likely thing here. But either way, regardless of how it was reported, the evidence, which is Ethan outright saying on stream that this had happened, to warrant a check on children who Ethan Klein himself acknowledged had contracted parasites that you can only contract from fecal ingestion. CPS checking on those kids as a result of that is entirely warranted. No one should apologize for this. No one should treat this like it's some sort of grave thing that should not have been done. In the first place, it's fucking weird, the level of oversharing that these guys do, like the way that person.
Yeah, and I think what just maybe we haven't gotten to that part yet. Hutch, Pisco actually, like, I think comments the same. Pisco, secret bad empanada viewer? I don't know. Probably not, chat. Probably not.
Doesn't make you culpable. And
it doesn't make you 100% culpable, but you are partly culpable. Yes.
Hang on. So
at the very
here's a question for you, Hutch. If you're saying that Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, this is before he's killed. Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Charlie Kirk is trying to overturn the democracy of our country. He's instituting these horrible things, and
you're doing the Republican thing now. You're doing the thing.
Why do you think I'm bringing that up, Hutch?
Because there's a difference.
Wait, Hutch, do you think I believe? Wait, Hutch, do you think I believe? Hutch, the fact that you're asking. So I'm not gonna be deterred from bringing up this example. The question stands. The question is as follows: if you, as a creator, are platforming a video, you're watching a video in which someone says Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he's allowing and encouraging criminal actions from the administration, and honestly, I think that he's a fascist, and there should be no moral consideration for Charlie Kirk whatsoever. Hold on. I'm going to finish the question, Hutch. I'm not going to get distracted.
I have a video. I just want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch a video.
I just want to distract you. I just want to.
No. You can I'm asking something. I will
pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Definitely watch your video after I get an answer and then we address it. I will definitely. Okay. Don't worry about it, right? So if it's the case that you have someone who's watching a video of someone else saying Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he should have no moral consideration, and he kind of doesn't do anything, he just kind of watches it. Ends up Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Someone comes up to you, Hutch, and said, you are culpable. You watched this insane video in which he says no moral consideration should be given to Charlie Kirk. You don't actually believe it, and you didn't do any pushback in that moment. Let me finish the question. Finish the question. Would that person who watched that video without any pushback on the notion that Charlie Kirk deserves no moral consideration, he didn't push back there, he let that stand, would that person be culpable for the assassination of Charlie Kirk, yes or no?
Did the video that was watched first. I need to ask you about the video this hypothetical video. In the hypothetical video that I watched, did the creator of that video suggest that someone should it explicitly suggests that someone should unalive Charlie Kirk?
No. He says he deserves no moral consideration. Whatever happens to him is justified.
No, that's too abstract. Why? Then no, there's no culpability there.
So this
is not abstract.
Wait, hang on a second. Don't you agree that there's a risk that someone could get the wrong impression? Isn't there a risk?
That standard is way too
hang
high.
on a second. So I'm just asking.
You
a question.
agree
I'm
with
just
me that
asking
there's a
question.
spectrum.
Isn't there a
You
risk
agree
here?
with me that there's a
So what I'm
spectrum,
trying to prove
right?
is what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is the mere fact that there's an increased risk does not imply that there is culpability. The volitional acts of others cut off the causal chain such that we imply culpability, even if it's the case, that you have dangerous rhetoric, such that you know, it's possible there's a risk. You agree, don't you, by the way, that you know, Destiny, I think, has been based on a lot of his assessments of the double standard and hypocrisy of MAGA. Would you deny that there is a risk that him saying and refusing to condemn at times, sometimes he does condemn it, but at times refusing to condemn carries risk of the assassination? Does it carry risk?
You kind of
Yes,
lost
of course.
me there.
So,
Okay.
so when Destiny refuses to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I am telling you that he's inconsistent on it. Sometimes he condemns it, but there are moments.
I've talked all the time about how yes, I think his rhetoric around that stuff is way too irresponsible.
All of a sudden, there's a Republican.
How's this inconsistent?
All of a sudden, there's a Republican who's killed. And they even cite, you know, Destiny because, oh yeah, no moral consideration, there needs to be equality, whatever. That would be, you would not say Destiny's culpable there, would you?
You wouldn't
say it, would you?
You are fucking debate.
No, just answer it, dude.
Right now. We're
because
so
you
far in the weeds about this. I just want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch a video. We don't need to do the hypotheticals.
We actually do, because this shows that there's a principle that we're not going to impose culpability.
But you're not proposing something that is analogous, dude. These are not analogous.
You need to explain. You need to explain
this, then that.
You need to explain the disanalogy then, because what I provided to you, you said, right? Wait,
then let me ask you a question. You've asked me like 5 questions, bro. Let me ask you a question. Would you, if you were watching a video and then the creator of the video, in the video that you're watching, suggested that someone should unalive Tim Pool, would you continue to watch the video?
I would condemn that. I'm just telling. That's why. And I would say, yes, I might.
Would you continue to watch the video?
Yeah, I might continue to watch the video. I watch unhinged people say unhinged things all the time. Now, I would probably, although unless I like
turn
forgot
that shit off. Come on, bro. You would
if
turn it
someone
off.
said that, wait,
TOS considerations.
Are you shitting me?
Like,
wait,
you don't think
really?
you would turn that off?
If I saw a video in which someone is making a threat of violence, you think I would automatically turn the video off?
If somebody made a specific call to action, you would be banned in like a second if you didn't turn it off, right?
Wait, the mere listening to it?
Hutch, I just need you to stop cornering me on the facts and logic and watch this video. Yeah, watch this PragerU video. What is he going to show him? Exactly.
I've never heard of that TOS.
You can't. Okay.
Wait. I maybe that's
you've never heard.
me.
You've never heard of TOS for a call to action to
if an individual,
a specific call to action to hurt someone or harm someone.
If an individual is endorsing it, but just merely watching the video.
Yes, every platform that you're on, basically. If you're watching a video that says someone should really go unalive Tim Pool, and you didn't,
and I condemn that. Wait, hang on.
You would be no.
So
you would be banned if you didn't turn that off, right?
Wait, I'm not convinced of that. If I've watched, maybe it's just because
hang on,
they haven't.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Pam says his pole dancing skills, lol.
Chat, I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of that? Like, I've watched unhinged people like say crazy things. Like, we consider and we've analyzed, for example, Trump's incitement theories under both legal, and we've watched the videos and stuff. We watched Jan's 6 videos.
You got me shouting, so I need some fucking water.
Oh, no worries. So
if you were watching a video where somebody said, you know what, I really fucking, Tim Pool is just the worst, and you know, somebody definitely needs to go and unalive him, right? You would continue to watch that?
Yeah, if I was analyzing it and saying this is a true threat, this is an example of a true threat. I'll give you another example, right? In the
But you said you would specifically condemn it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context. Like if there's, I think because I do think that potentially there could be, if I just let it play and don't specifically address it, I think that there could be action by Twitch. But again, just because there's action by Twitch or there's a risk for my channel doesn't mean that I'm accepting culpability if something bad happens.
Wait, Rave says the skulls were ordered from Skulls Unlimited the night previous, prior to Wednesday CPS in-home visit. The CPS in-home visit. That was the second one, right? They show up and the kids are at school, and then they come again. They arrived that morning at the Teddy Fresh office. Ethan had previously lied and said they were delivered to his home and that he was doxxed. Now he's claiming Teddy Fresh office address was doxxed. It's available on Google. The skulls were ordered using a VPN from Sweden. A fake H3 email? Oh no. From Sweden nonetheless. Addressed a name to the name Ethan Klein. They were rush ordered. The Kleins kept them over a month before the skulls. Unlimited begged them to return the skulls or pay for them. The Kleins tried to keep them, and then they eventually gave them back. Oh my god. Wait, wasn't the bald guy's pervert daddy banned from being shown on Twitch? Now, I think I said earlier that in a certain way, he's no different than Tectone. I do want to emphasize, though, he is different than Tectone. This is Hutch, right? Tectone, I think, is the guy you're thinking of. The bald guy with the pervert daddy, or his dad, was convicted, I think, of like sex crimes in the military, if I'm not mistaken.
About the distinction there. And second, I do think that there's a moral responsibility to condemn these acts of violence, or even acts, for example, of deception or whatever. And I think that there's a potential risk, and you should minimize risk where possible. Here's the difference, right? Mitigation of risk and an obligation to avoid risk doesn't equal culpability if something bad ends up happening after the fact. And this is easily, you can understand that if you just apply any of the comparisons that I've talked about, that no one in the context that I provided, that you're examining someone saying some unhinged shit about
says they eventually gave them back while texting Taylor Lorenz the entire time.
Charlie Kirk, and then all of a sudden, oops, someone kills him. No one could ever come to a lib creator and you would defend. You would say, this is insane. You know, he was watching a video of someone else doing it. He wasn't doing it.
No, but what if I could show you a video of Denims herself saying that somebody should call CPS on Ethan?
Go for it. I would say that's independently bad, yeah.
Is this going to be the chopped video?
Okay. Apparently there's a video.
All right, show us.
It's on my stream. Just pull up my stream.
Yo, ow.
Can you share it on Discord?
Yes.
Pull it up from his stream. Does he not know how streaming works? Does he not understand
you
delays?
acting like I have like a problem condemning Denims or Hassan or
we're getting into all these hypotheticals though. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think they're culpable, and I think they.
Hutch, why do you think I'm doing this? I'm doing this because I don't want you. I love you. I love you, my boy. To weasel out and be like, there's no fucking.
Don't you weasel out on Pisco.
You're doing this to avoid the possibility that these creators did something that was extremely harmful.
If they advocated for CPS, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to condemn that.
Okay,
Even by the way, just to let you know, even if they're just
let me watch the clip. Let me just watch the clip. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
I'm pressing play.
I'm telling you in advance. I don't even need to see the clip. I will see the clip, but I'm just telling you in advance.
I want to see the clip.
If they laugh about it after the fact, I'll condemn that too. Guess what? It doesn't resolve the issue.
But you don't okay, hold on. Let me watch the clip.
Yeah,
I'm done talking for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Do I condemn CPS, says Snap and Crackle? CPS did Dogtober 7th, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah, guys, he's just watching it.
Oh, it was Denim's chat.
I hope you're not going to impose some kind
Hold
of
on.
strict liability for what your chat says. That's insane, and you're never going to defend that.
You're nuts. You're not. You don't think. Hang on. If your chat was spamming,
shitting me?
Hang on. If your chat was spamming, call the cops on Rob Noor. You wouldn't tell them to not call the cops?
That's not
you
what I
wouldn't step
said.
in?
Wait, that is you what I said, Hutch. I didn't say
Do
that.
you
I
have a
wouldn't- Hutch, yes.
responsibility?
Yes, that doesn't
as
mean
a
you're
creator?
culpable. Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. You understand the difference there? Just because you have a
Of course it does. What do you mean?
No, it fucking doesn't. If someone ends up, so you're saying if I failed to do my due diligence in like saying and giving an affirmative thing, hey guys, I don't agree with this, and you shouldn't call the cops on Rob Noor. If I don't do that, and if I just let it play out, either because I don't see it or because I'm negligent, because I'm just fucking twiddling my thumbs, you think I have culpability for some shithead who does that?
No. That's not what I said, though. Let me give you a hypothetical. You love hypotheticals. Let me give you a hypothetical. Okay? Let's say all of us on Live and Learn, okay?
Yeah.
You, me, Soy Pill, and
Soy Pill.
IRI. We all watched the same video independently with our own.
Yeah, just for the record, chat, IRI stands for I'm Really Important. That's the content creator's name. His name is I'm Really Important. And why is he important? Because he was in a video of the Offsprings called Two Fly for a White Guy, and he was the eponymous white guy in that video. That's his claim to fame, and therefore you should listen to his political takes. Anyway,
viewers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And in that video, somebody makes a claim, and then like all of our chats are like spamming, you know, like
I don't get the feeling that Pisco even watched. Like, it feels like Hutch put it on his did anybody else get that feeling? I feel like Hutch would have watched the Denims video for the drama. I mean, he did put it on. You just said that IRI is the most irrelevant motherfucker out there. Well, the reason you think that, Alice on Fire, and I don't blame you, is that the actual most irrelevant motherfucker out there, you don't even have in your mind. You've completely forgotten about Ahhhhrelevant, right? Ahhhhrelevant. And we're going to get to Ahhhhrelevant in a second, hopefully. We are 80% towards bonus content here. So, surprisingly close. And we're not even done with the Pisco thing. I just want to see how this resolves. Like, I kind of thought that we're going to move on at some point and talk about different stuff.
Like, somebody needs to call the cops on Rob Noor.
Yeah.
Okay. And then somebody calls and we don't do anything. We don't police it at all.
Yep.
And then somebody calls the cops on Rob Noor. Are none of us culpable, or are all of us culpable?
You're not culpable.
None of us are culpable.
Hutch, it kind of sounds like you're saying call the cops on Rob Noor. That seems irresponsible, right? What if somebody thinks you're doing the whatever you do, don't call the, like you're doing an Ethan Klein, you know, like when Ethan's like, whatever you do, don't cough on Taylor, right? What if people think you're doing that, but with Rob Noor? You're like, heaven forbid somebody should call the cops on Rob Noor. Have them, I don't know, examine his hard drive, perhaps? See what he's got cooking out in his tool shed? See what's under his floorboards, crawl spaces? You know, just take a good look. Take a good look. Make sure there's nothing.
No, the culpable party is the parties that encouraged it, explicitly with their active intention to do so, and those who did it. That is the culpable party.
I mean, we just have like a major philosophical.
It's a philosophical difference. Yeah, that's right.
Creation,
So
because
right. This is a deontological perspective versus teleology. I don't know. We're coming at it from different philosophies. This is the act utilitarian versus the rule utilitarian.
So I want you to apply this standard that you're just setting out. Anytime that because there have been left-wing acts of violence, and there are chats that will talk about this kind of shit, saying, you know, these people should. These people exist. You know these people exist.
Of course, yeah, of course,
And you would never say, well, because you failed to moderate your unhinged chat. As opposed to saying, okay, you have a responsibility to upkeep it. I would agree with that, no doubt. But that you're culpable for the actions? That's insane. That's strict liability for what your fucking chat does.
Maybe we're getting hung up on the term, but I think like at minimum, you could say that you, through your inaction and through your tacit endorsement, really, of what Bad Empanada was saying in that.
Yeah, Girl Friday. It's almost like we're dealing with what inductive logic on Hutch's part versus deductive logic. Yeah, completely different philosophy there.
That video, and then you like ignoring your chat, like multiple people in your chat, and you have mods. Like you're looking at, she looks at her chat constantly. She chose to not like do anything about those comments in that moment. Like at that point,
just real quick.
you
I'm not talking about legal.
You have
I'm not. I just want to be clear. Wait a second. Wait a
to-
second. I'm not talking about legal culpability. I am talking about ethical culpability. I just want to be clear.
Yes,
I'm not
of
complaining.
course you're
no, but
ethically-
I'm seeing people in the chat, so I'm only talking about ethical culpability. But go ahead.
This is a major philosophical difference between you and me. I think if you are a creator and you're seeing specific calls to action,
Oh yeah, Hutch? Oh yeah? Name one philosophy.
especially something as serious as government intervention on somebody that you don't like, you have a responsibility to step in at that point and say, guys,
Otherwise,
this
you're
is
culpable,
way
right?
too far. Excuse me?
Otherwise, you're culpable?
Otherwise, you have...
Like, he's saying there's a philosophical difference, and I don't think he knows what he's talking about, right? I don't think he could really, say where they're at odds philosophically.
Contributed to like
Massive
that event
culpability.
happening.
He's just
in
looking
some
for the
small way, or
he's
you
looking
could,
for the
at
exit.
the very least, potentially have done it. The reality is, we can't know who made that call. Was it someone from Hassan's audience? Was it someone from her audience?
That doesn't
Was it someone
relieve
from
you of your
Kaceytron's
burden
audience?
of showing
we
that
don't know.
That doesn't relieve you of that doesn't relieve you of your burden to show that they are culpable. You just because it's hard to find evidence of the particular thing that shows culpability doesn't relieve you of your responsibility to show it. But
when I
your
say
standard.
culpable, do you hear like 100% responsible?
No, I would hear morally culpable for the thing occurring. That's what I understand it to be.
There's a shared culpability is my point. And I think you're using that like uncertainty about where the call came from as a means to just like deflect all responsibility. Like you're saying that they had no ethical obligation to moderate their own chat as they're like making suggestions to call CPS.
What you're culpable for
to me.
What you're culpable for is what you did wrong. What you did wrong was failure to moderate appropriately your chat. What you're not culpable for is actually fucking calling CPS. That is
if you were in Ethan's shoes, just try to imagine.
No, that's
okay?
not. No, so I can totally grant that if I accept all of Ethan's priors, if I take his point of view, we're not talking about from his lights. Does he think it's justified? He's doing it. I suppose.
No, but I'm asking you.
He's like Ethan's therapist here. I swear to God. Did we hear that Temple's brother is the one that shot his house? Oh wow. Who broke the scoop on that one?
I'm asking you to just imagine, like, who would you have blamed? Do you think you could understand blaming like the whole pool of creators that were all dogpiling and encouraging it and joking about it, laughing about it, even encouraging it?
No, because that just sounds like more internet bullshit. That sounds like what's wrong with the internet, right? The fact that like something happens in real and chat, this shit almost happened to me, right? Like beefing with somebody and then something bad happens to them. And then all of a sudden their fans are like, well, I heard that nocommentchick was laughing about that, right? It's like, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take many sparks to light a fire.
You could understand.
That's a big part of what's wrong with content creation is that kind of fucking just brain rot logic, right? That like, well, if something bad happened to Ethan Klein, and so therefore everyone who was criticizing him, they're culpable, aren't they? It was their fault. They shouldn't have been there. That proves they're wrong. This is WL kind of shit, Hutch. Are you a WL streamer? I thought you were a politics streamer.
Blaming like the whole pool of creators that were all dogpiling and encouraging it and joking about it, laughing about it, even encouraging it.
Blaming them
blaming
for
them for the
yes.
fucking
Blaming
for
them for
CPS showing up at your house.
That's unhinged. That's unhinged. That's what the
That's unhinged. No,
everybody that looked at that clip of Ethan talking about him thinking his entire family had been infected, with Giardia from what sounded like his negligence, right? watching that video and being like, damn, what the fuck? That's that's enough to, or really just having been arguing with Ethan Klein when this happened, right?
So I want to hear you say it then. So I'm going to give you another example.
You'd be like, well, we can never know, so I can't blame
example.
any of them. You would not do that, bro.
If your community actively encourages doxing and you fail to moderate that doxing, and then doxing in fact occurs, is the streamer culpable for doxing?
I'll tell you what, how I would feel.
I'm asking if you can.
No, I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you exactly. Imagine me, right? And I found out that somebody in my community doxed someone, and there was a thing that maybe we missed, like I was looking away from chat or something like that. I would feel like I would feel responsible. I'm not going to be distracted.
I'm giving you an example.
I'm giving you an answer.
So no, you didn't answer that question. You said what you would do, that you would feel responsible if some other shit happened, even when you were negligent. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a situation in which community doxes, you're aware of it, and you don't moderate it. And intentionally, you don't moderate. You see it's there, and you don't moderate it. Is the streamer culpable for the doxing?
I think they are partly responsible. Yes.
Okay, so it's a standard you would apply that the mere non-moderation decisions as to your community gives you culpability for the attacks, however attenuated, that might occur because you fail to moderate your community, even though those actions.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe that. I'm a bit incredulous right now because you seem to be you seem to be totally closed off to the possibility that a streamer has any reasonable like expectation of being responsible in their moderation. Because
again, the overwhelming irony is that, like, and this is true to some degree about both of them, unfortunately, right? Being part of the Destiny community, like, what they're discussing here is unfortunately more normal than abnormal, right?
You fail to moderate your community, even though those actions,
right? They like, this whole community has been for the longest side on the other side of it, right? It has been the beneficiary of brigades against anybody that is perceived as their enemies, and then has relied on this same defense that the Pisco is using. Well, like, I'm not, responsible for what my chat is doing. I'm not brigading your stream. I am not in there, right? And I did not tell them to go in there. This is just like, this is just what happens when you mess with Destiny, I guess, right? This is usually like they're, on the other side of this argument. It's kind of funny to see Hutch completely flip when it comes to Ethan Klein, or when it comes to, I guess, Denims and the like.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe that. I'm a bit incredulous right now because you seem to be you seem to be totally closed off to the possibility that a streamer has any reasonable like expectation of being responsible in their moderation. Because what's the point of moderation?
Hutch, I literally said the opposite. So I want to be clear that I literally.
Then what's the point? What's the point of moderation?
First, I'm going to establish that what you just represented is literally the opposite of what I said. So you heard me, didn't you, when I said that there is a responsibility to moderate? You heard that? Did you hear that? Did you hear it? So I'm asking you if you heard me say that.
I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying, because
I just want to make sure you heard it when I said it.
Hang on. Yeah. What you're saying is contradictory to me.
It's not.
Because otherwise, well, what is the point of moderation then?
So I just want to make sure you heard me.
Can you answer that question?
I will, but can you answer my question?
Yes, I heard you.
All right.
What's the point of moderation?
There's self-standing obligations to moderate to reduce risk that a streamer I think has. There's a low cost of compliance and where there are obvious potential benefits to a low cost compliance incident. The fact that you have a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk, I'm going to repeat it and make sure you hear it. So I'm going to say it twice. That you violated your duty to moderate does not mean you are culpable for actions that underlie it. It means that you're
if you're not culpable.
Oh my God. I mean, so you understand that there are two obligations, right? There are two moral weights.
What you're saying makes no sense, because if you're saying you're there to mitigate risk, but you're not culpable if something happens, well, then what's the fuck?
Contradiction? What's the contradiction? You say it makes no sense.
What risk are you mitigating?
Yeah. So the risk that you're mitigating does pertain potentially to later on events, but that doesn't mean that you're culpable.
What does that mean, dude? Come on,
Okay.
don't say events. Risk of what?
Of like either bad conduct, malicious conduct, whatever's responsible, whatever's down the line. Absolutely.
By who?
So I just want to make sure that you understand the distinction here. Do you understand a distinction between a duty to mitigate risk, that is by properly moderating, and the culpable actions of intentional people who are doing the thing? And the reason I'm asking this of you is, if you don't understand that difference, I think that there's like a huge issue in communication here. Because just because you fail to moderate and fail to optimally minimize risk doesn't mean that you're responsible for the volitional malicious conduct of other people.
No,
you understand that?
You're not. Obviously, listen, whoever called CPS, that was their decision. Ultimately, they're responsible for their actions. But you seem to be like aloof to the idea that people with tremendous levels of influence, especially when we're talking about that particular
I'm not going to get distracted.
I'm not trying to distract you. You're acting aloof to the idea that these people could potentially influence their own audience through action or inaction to do something like that. So is Denims 100% responsible for what happened? No, but she's partly culpable, in my opinion, because she contributed to that culture and that community and that rhetoric that led to ultimately the call happening in the first place. Okay. I can't give you like, is she this percentage to blame or that percentage? But there's a general
significant
shared culpability.
So does Denims have significant culpability for the CPS call that she did not place? That there's no evidence that I've seen her encourage before the fact.
I never said that.
Wait. I'm just asking you the question, Hutch. Do you think that there is significant culpability by Denims or Kaceytron?
Define significant. Are we talking percentages here?
That is a primitive, and I will, but I will say I'll put a percentage on it. 5% significant.
Maybe, yeah.
So you think that Denims is 5% responsible?
I don't know.
At least 5% responsible.
No way to give you up. Maybe, sure.
That is,
yeah.
And what percentage is Kaceytron responsible?
2%. I don't. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
At a bare minimum, Kaceytron, as I understand it, insignificant responsibility. Fair?
No, you're missing the point.
Oh my
There's
God.
a shared culpability, friend.
So first of all, I don't even accept that we would apply the culpable standard to the actual act itself. We would apply a culpability to the failure to moderate and uphold the norm of moderating, but it wouldn't extend to the actual act itself. But even assuming that we would, the notion that you would put 5 or greater percentage on a call that you have no evidence that she encouraged.
Okay, so what do we have here? This is from the case. I'm guessing the Ethan versus the Snark mods part of the case, right? Section marked other falsehoods contained. I don't know how much of this you can see, chat, but I'll read all of it to you. Other falsehoods contained in the H3 Snark mods declaration, right? So that's the declaration, the legal declaration that the still anonymous mods issued, right? Ethan is trying to get a motion, that would result in them being de-anonymized, but hasn't gone through so far. All right, so 77, we sent human skulls. So this is a falsehood he's claiming that Snark mods put in their declaration, right? 77, we sent human skulls to ourselves to elicit sympathy. One of the most disturbing claims asserted by the H3 Snark mods against us. It's wild how he gets to name them. I guess because it's his suit, right? But you know what I mean? He gets to divide, like, these are anonymous Reddit mods. But okay, yeah, I guess that's the title of the subreddit, the old subreddit, right? So I guess it's not completely arbitrary, but it kind of frames them in a certain way. Those Snark mods, right? Anyway, against us is that we were responsible for setting 2 real human skulls to ourselves shortly after being investigated. By being investigated, DCFS, based on a fraudulent phone call. When the social worker visited our home for the first time on March 7th, he informed us that the DCFS received their received a call from someone claiming to work inside the home who witnessed our child eating dog feces. That is what commenced the investigation, right? So this is their claim of what CPS told them, or, you know, Department of California something safety, I don't know. Right, the call made to DCFS was fraudulent. Our children have never eaten dog feces. We are extremely selective of who works at our home because we persistently receive threats to our safety and threats to our children's safety. During the months preceding the fraudulent call to DCFS, the only people who worked in our home were our nanny and our housekeeper. Both were horrified by the DCFS visit and, without being asked, denied making this report. Doesn't sound conclusive, but whatever. The DCFS investigation terrified us as we were convinced that we would lose custody of our children. We firmly, so you're catastrophizing, right? Okay, great. We firmly believe that H3 Snark contributed to this incident by fostering a culture on H3 Snark that would, we believe that the forum contributed to it by fostering a culture on the forum. It's a little bit circular, but whatever. That would regularly dehumanize us. By painting us as monstrous supporters of genocide in Palestine, it gave individuals implicit permission to employ any and all means to target us and our children. On March 11th, 2025, we received 2 human skulls at TEI Studio, an address that was not publicly but shared, and Rave has said that this is wait, is this the one where this is a publicly available address? Not public, but was shared on the H3 Snark mods Discord server. The skulls were shipped by a company called Skulls Unlimited International Incorporated. As stated on the website, the company is committed to providing legally and ethically obtained natural bone osteology specimens, as well as the finest replica specimens to educational, medical, and research communities. We later discovered that 1, someone pretending to be Ethan put in the order. 2, the order was placed with a VPN using the IP address from Malmo Skåne County in Sweden. The email address provided was h3 which is not Ethan's email or an email address we or our employees have access to. 4, the order was placed under the business purchase order for next day morning delivery. And 5, due to the urgent nature of the order, the individual was able to bypass the payment and various safeguards Skulls Unlimited had in place. The true and correct copy of the email correspondence between TEI and the managing director of the website is attached hereto and incorporated here and as Exhibit 73. So that is their filing regarding both CPS and the Skulls incident as it pertains to the Snark mods.
Evidence that she knew about it. The only thing you have is chat comments that you can't prove she read that have been provided in a video to you.
Do people still use Hotmail? Look, if I told you Ethan Klein had a Hotmail address, you'd probably believe me, right? You'd probably believe me.
That's all risky, you have, right? And you're willing to say.
That's risky, right?
Wait.
You said that was risky,
hang
right?
on a second. So if she knew about it, potentially, what I'm trying to...
Do you think it's 0%?
Oh my God, this is crazy. Wait, so I just want to lay out...
You say my 5% is dumb.
I'm going to lay out the case.
Do you think it's 0%?
For me, it's 0%. 0% culpability for the call. Unless you
wait, you just said a minute ago that if you don't moderate, there's a risk that someone in your audience could do something, right?
Correct. That doesn't mean that you're culpable for the actual act.
How could it be 0% then?
It's not. They're not the same wrong. Do you understand? They're not the same wrong.
I'm being told to finish the clip. Hold on. There's
Big Al Cake Mix says, so H3 was doing a collab with an artist that heavily uses skulls in their art. I remember seeing that that drop. And that happened also. Oh, Teddy Fresh, that is.
There's more to the clip.
Go for it.
Already lost the clip. I stopped like a minute in. Here, hold on.
I mean, this is weird. So here's the deal. Hutch and Pisco were both streaming when this happened. They're both live to their own streams, okay? And Hutch is showing a clip of Denims in a way that Pisco you can't put it on his end. Right? So Hutch is doing this exclusively for his audience. Like, this is exclusively like his side that's going to see this stuff. I don't know. I kind of don't get the feeling that last time, like, Hutch had to explain the clip to Pisco, so it almost seems like Pisco himself is not able to see it, and he's just like, yeah, he might as well just like cut this into the video and post, right? Because then what Hutch does is he takes down, or at least from what I can tell, like, I don't know, maybe it's left unlisted, maybe it's on a playlist somewhere, right? But from what I can tell, Hutch takes down his VODs, and then a few days later, videos get cut from those VODs, right? So ostensibly, Hutch's version of events is not available right now, right? The only thing we got is Pisco, and the damning evidence that Hutch thinks that he's showing, he's not showing to Pisco's audience or to anybody who's watching in the meantime. Which I think is a mistake. I think you'd call that an L in the WL community.
So I don't know if you're watching the same thing, but she's telling her audience that, you know, she's strongly implying that Ethan's children might die.
What is she? Sorry. Where does she say? What does she say? Give me the words.
Like, just click to a minute into the video.
I don't know what video. I don't see any video.
I put it in the Discord.
Oh, okay, one second. An image.
Shit in their house, and then Denims hosts this and see what she says, and then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
Watch that clip and try to tell me she's 0%, bro.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan
Big All Cake Mix, work meeting vibes, waiting for someone to do something. Well, they are co-workers at Lib and Learn, so.
Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get.
It can be dangerous for it can be deadly for small children. That's one thing that she said. And then the other thing, like much like in many diseases, it's now I interpret this as her saying that there's increased risk, you know, for like the very young and the very old, and that's true for a lot of things. I'm not sure if it's true for Giardia, but it feels like what you know the standard that Hutch is subjecting it to is that, like, you know, if your kid gets Giardia, are they probably gonna die? You know. Are you worried about, you know, are you consulting like the funeral home, like, right? Are you know, are you getting counseling, grief, you know what I mean? Like, is it like that serious where it's like, no, seriously, there's a good chance, you know, that in any event of infection of Giardia, the child will die. No, there's not a good chance of that, right? But it's probably, you know, more likely to happen to a child than an adult. However, you know, I don't know. So yeah, you know, if you want to say that Denim's, you know, positing, you know, what she thinks is the truth is maybe not, you know, you don't really need to do that here, sure. But I don't know if that makes her negligent. In fact, I do know that it does not make her negligent. And it's really silly to say so. At worst, she was wrong. She made a bad guess, right? She, you know, offered an opinion on something that she really didn't understand, right? At worst.
As an adult, you're totally fine. You'll be a-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered.
But actually infants do have some immune system, Denims. You're wrong, right? You know what I mean? You could get petty on any like detail, right? Do you take that to mean that an infant has 0 immune cells? Or do you take that to mean that, you know, an infant's immune system has not had time to develop and, you know, more importantly, like train for, you know, elements like T cells, right? That are responsible for the recognition of pathogens.
Covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew, playing.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. Yeah. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is this happening? How is this happening?
I fail to see how this is encouraging someone to call CPS.
Wow, Hutch.
I didn't say that it encourages someone to call CPS.
Okay.
You don't have to. You don't have to encourage.
Oh my God! Are we changing the goalposts? Are we walking it back? What are we doing, Hutch? What exact claim are you trying to fucking make? You were so happy about that, right? You were gloating about that. You were positively, you know, glowing. Up until the point that Pisco's audience actually heard the clip.
Do you have to encourage someone to call CPS to contribute to the risk of someone calling it?
No.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to suss out for you is the mere, you know, potential increase of risk. And I agree. I mean, like the mere fact that she's reporting, like even viewing the video at all, right? Even in a critical lens might increase the risk of someone calling CPS, right? Even if you were examining a video just to criticize it, right? Just to tear it apart. If you're a big enough streamer, that might contribute to a risk on net that you don't know everyone who follows you fucking watch it. So what I'm saying is there's a
Emily French, exactly. It's a general scientific statement, not an accusation. Go to hell, Hutch. I had the stomach flu when nursing my daughters. The doc said, keep nursing, because the milk had, at that point, in it, antibodies against the flu.
An obligation
against that flu.
100%. But that doesn't coextend to substantive, and here I'm not talking about legal, ethical culpability that I'm going to impose, some kind of ethical breach with respect to the substantive act that we're talking about. And the notion
at this point, it looks like the best you can get on BVOS as Giardia is dangerous to kids and to the elderly. When I was young, there was an outbreak of Giardia and Cryptosporidium in the water supply, so we were warned about the dangers. Yeah, this is it's a ridiculous standard to try to hold anybody to. At most, Denims is an imperfect health communicator, but honestly, you should not be taking her as a healthcare authority. And I don't think she said anything, to imply that she has any special expertise. She's like literally looking it up, as she says it, right? She's trying to piece it together, right? It's that kind of. I mean, Ethan and H3 do the same thing. They get things wrong, and they're like, then somebody like looks it up and is like, oh, actually, Ethan, that the thing that you just said is not true, and we're gonna give him unlimited mulligans. If Shuan had the same shit Denim said, Hutch would find a way to defend her. Oh, I haven't seen him. What is he defending? Has he been defending Shuan Head lately?
I'm going to lay it out here because I watched the whole clip. That you're going to give Denims, as you sit here, 5% or greater responsibility.
You came up with that number.
You bought it, right? So the fact that I said it, you didn't have to adopt that. You didn't have to say, yes, I agree more than 5%. You didn't have to say, you asked me, what do you consider significant? I gave you a number, 5%, and you said, yes. No one put a gun to your head, Hutch, that you had to accept that number. So for you, it's chicken shit right now for you to be like,
no, but you're trying to box me in. I'm not thinking.
It keeps on feeling like they're almost done. It keeps on feeling like they're winding down, or that Hutch doesn't want to argue anymore, right? And I keep on thinking, okay, if we just watch it for 20 more minutes, they'll change subjects. I can move on to Kuihman and Ahhhhrelevant.
About these things in like percentage points, my friend.
You adopted it.
I'm thinking about. I'm at a much more top level.
Yeah, Hutch, you merely adopted it.
View of things. I'm not gonna tell you 2% for Casey, 5% for this. My brain is not working. Your lawyer brain is going there.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Hutch is thinking too high level ideas for you, Pisco.
So first of all, when I say significance, the 5% significance threshold, that's more of like a statistical. If anything, it's not my lawyer background. It's like my, I don't know, econ statistics background from under.
Emily French, I trust Denims more than RFK Jr., to be honest. Joshua Keller, I trust a pair of Chuck Taylors on the floor more than RFK. I trust a moldy jockstrap more than RFK or Hutch.
Undergrad, that I know that there's a 5% significance level, 1%, and so here I'm giving 5%, but I wouldn't even give 1%. So I'm being more generous and saying, okay, significant in this range. I guess I'm being less generous with 5%, but I just want to be clear. So I'm going to lay it out. So you got to let me lay it out, all right? Okay. Because you did adopt it. Unless you want to come back and say I take back 5%. Are you going to say that?
He's going full Willy Wonka on Hutch, right? You stole the fizzy lifting drinks. Good day, sir.
I'm going to stick with it. I'm sticking with the 5%.
Okay.
In fact,
perfect.
I'm saying it's specifically 5%.
Are they playing a game show? Okay. Do you want to go stick with the 5%, or do you want to see what's behind door number 3? Woo.
Would say that Denims deserves 5% culpability, not for failure to moderate and her norms with respect to her moderation responsibilities and her norm to minimize risk.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Oh my god.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna say it's 5.25%.
Okay, greater than 5%. Fair.
Shut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how you're doing this right now sounds like you're kind of like being like you're trying to say that what I'm saying is ridiculous. That
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's giving Nick Fuentes being like, oh, how many were killed in the Holocaust? Well, whatever number that they say it is, right? Is it 6 million? Is it 7 million? Right? It's just like, and then just maybe it's 8 million. Maybe it's better to say that it's more, right? It's like that. He's taking the piss. Yeah, clearly.
What the fuck is your point with that? How would we assess significance in any other degree? How would we supposed to? So clearly you're arguing that they, because you're not going to say that if they have insignificant responsibility that they should be punished this way. Fair? So how else am I supposed to assess their culpability in relation to what happened?
Because I think you're trying to come at it from a direction of like you're hitting it with this like degree of specificity that I don't think I think you're using that to try to like weasel out of some pretty just obvious observations to make. Like if you were in Ethan's,
don't call somebody a weasel when you yourself are weaseling away, refusing to answer questions, trying to actively change the subject, constantly bringing up some video that is supposedly going to change everybody's perspective and make them agree with you, and then when you show it, it's a fucking nothing burger, right? I feel like there's definitely a weasel in this equation, but it's not DGG's law tuber Pisco. This weasel's name is Hutch.
Shoes, and you couldn't know for sure like from whose community this caller came.
You would do a shotgun blunderbuss approach?
Any reasonable person would advocate for group guilt. Any reasonable would just say that like all of the communities mentioned, right, should be punished, and with the caveat that even though it could have theoretically, maybe not so theoretically, maybe even kind of statistically likely to have come from Ethan's chat, if it came from anybody's chat at all, if anyone was inspired to call CPS because of watching a YouTube video, if that did indeed happen, right? Again, who hosted the show with the most people watching Ethan talk about how his family, he thought was becoming systematically, infected with diarrhea, from his dog to his child to himself to his spouse to the other dog, right? There was a human dog centipede of Giardia, right? That this was where did most people see that, right? Where were most people watching? Well, considering that Ethan is a bigger streamer than Denims or anybody else who would have reacted to this. Hassan, I don't think reacted. Like, I don't think Hassan reacted to this video, at least not before. I don't think Hassan was aware of the the CPS or the Giardia story until after the CPS thing happened, right? Statistically speaking, more likely.
Super chatted $19.99. I posted Candace Owens' tweets in the Discord where she reveals it was Tim Pool's brother who shot up his house, lol.
Oh, nice. Candace has got it. She is quite the sleuth. What does she call herself? A mommy sleuth? Yeah. Well, thank you for the super chat. I'll take a look at that in a second. We're hopefully wrapping this up. I really need to get to Kuihman versus Kuihman versus I can't remember his name, chat. What the fuck is his name? Oh, forget it. It's irrelevant. That's a bad joke. Anyway.
Of the responsibility, regardless.
What I'm trying.
Thank you for the super chat.
Any reasonable person in that position would have a shared kind of like animosity or sense of blame towards just the whole group.
Even for people who have insignificant responsibility, that would be reasonable.
I don't think
would
there's
it be
anything
reasonable
like,
or not, Hutch.
But this is what I think you're doing with, like, you're using these words like significant and trying to get at these percentage points. Just like try to engage with what I'm saying without trying.
What the fuck?
Trying to say that
specify
like
it further.
A person in Ethan's position, given
this is painful,
the fact that he can't pinpoint exactly who
would be justified,
who among the culpable parties is most responsible.
I hate to say it, chat, but this is Israel logic, right? There's Hamas members. They did bad things. They fled, back into the Gaza Strip. So therefore, everyone has a Hamas tunnel under their house and, needs to be bombed, right? This is group punishment. This is very Israel logic.
Be justified.
It should be very obvious what's wrong with this.
Being angry at the whole
I
group.
understand what you're suggesting, but the question is, there's a minimum threshold. You wouldn't say that a person in Ethan's position.
But this is unquantifiable.
Oh my God, Hutch, let me fucking talk. So you wouldn't say that someone in Ethan's position, it would be reasonable for them to, target.
Just for anybody who's wondering, we will cover Girl Friday on Tuesday. We will be covering more of the Candace Owens thing. I apologize for yesterday when I covered a very scant amount of the Tim Pool versus Candace Owens thing because we just ran out of time. It's happening again. I got to get better at this, chat. I got to get more trigger happy on pulling us out of stuff like this. I kept on feeling like they're gonna change the topic any moment now, right? Because supposedly they talk about other stuff. Maybe they talked about a little of it before. I don't know, chat. I don't know if this is like the entire 3 hours or whatever. I'll spin on this particular subject.
Someone who has like no culpability, right? Fair?
Okay. Yes, of course.
All right. And you would also, you would not accept that he target people who have trivial responsibility. Whatever word you want to put on it, man. I mean, like,
I don't think it's trivial though.
Okay,
none of
that's what we're talking about, and that's why you're asking for specific percentages. You did ask. What do you mean by 5%?
You did.
What did you mean by significant?
But yeah, exactly. But like, you're the one that's introducing these like individual values that we can't quantify. The point is, someone in Ethan's position, I think, would be justified in being suspicious of everyone in the sense that like,
therefore could you say this about Stalin, right? Could you say that Stalin, had a justified suspicion of people around him, and therefore, his paranoia and the resulting purges that followed are completely understand. Yeah, no, Stalin did nothing wrong. I guess I don't think that's something that Hutch would say. Some people might be of that opinion, right? But like, do you see what we're doing? This is a very similar argument to one that would totally exonerate
That's why you're asking for specific percentages. You did ask. What do you mean by 5%?
You did. You're the.
What did you mean by significant?
But yeah, exactly. But like, you're the one that's introducing these like individual values that we can't quantify. The point is, someone in Ethan's position,
individual values that we can't quantify. Like, he's talking about where he was asking, how responsible, because she's like, do you think she's totally responsible? And he's like, no, but she is culpable. Like, well, how responsible? How culpable? Like 5% culpability, 10% culpability. Just give me a ballpark, right? And that's what Hutch is, kind of being. But really, he's looking for just he's looking for an escape hatch, right? We should call him Hatch instead of Hutch.
I think would be justified in being suspicious of everyone in the sense that like, like, I don't know who's committed, but it could have been any of them.
So therefore they all get punished, right? Therefore they're all, you can fucking take their house away, right? Because you're rich enough to do it and nobody's stopping you, right? So might make it boils down almost to a might makes right argument, but with a side of, I don't know, a side of masculine empathy, but only empathy for the masculine, only empathy for, and specifically more empathy for a wealthy, like white cis straight man like Ethan Klein than maybe somebody else in another situation, right? Certainly, as it regards CPS, how you're treated by CPS if you're, wealthy and But yeah, even in terms of what we're seeing in terms of Hutch's like prodigious levels of empathy when it comes to Ethan Klein and just absolute lack of it when it, comes to anybody else, right? He's willing to just completely be like, well, I'd be, paranoid and lashing out in every direction too. So I guess it's okay that he, you know what I mean? It's okay that he's threatening, people's ability to feed themselves, ability to house themselves, ability to take care of their families. It's okay. It's okay because he's been through a lot. Our guy has been through a lot, and he deserves this, right? He's got the past to be immoral. He's got that moral self-license. He's earned it.
And just being angry at like all of them. And certainly he was justified in feeling a sense of like what I would think would be like righteous rage that after the fact, it became a joke.
So he's not like the God of the New Testament. He's more like the God of the Old Testament, right? Where it's rage, but because it's God, and God is the good guy, God is the hero of the Bible, that it's righteous rage. And if God is like, go to the village and burn everything down, kill every man, woman, child, and animal within the village, then even though that's like normally like, oh, you would never want to do that. Jesus wouldn't, support that. But this is, this is in the Bible. I mean, I'm kind of kidding with the biblical stuff, right? But it is a type of special pleading, and that has a lot to do with religious apologia as well.
It was like a joke to these people, and at best it was a joke. At worst, the same creators after the fact,
Hatch from Lost,
more recently Taylor Lorenz, who was making a joke about it. Like they thought it was like,
oh, you fucking bastard! We came full circle, didn't we? We came full circle. I do believe so. When we tracked this down, I'm trying to remember. Okay, wait. I'm forgetting where this was. Oh, did I show this yesterday? Maybe I showed this yesterday. Maybe I'm remember the tweet I looked at yesterday. It's one where I think, oh no, it wasn't Asmongold. It was actually Yeet that cut. I think like I think it was Yeet. Yeah, here it is. No, it's Hutch. Oh my God, it's Hutch. This is what I'm talking about. Full circle. Okay, here's full circle, chat. Here is full circle, right? Hutch quote retweeting Taylor Lorenz with I hope no one ever calls CPS on Ethan Klein. This is what Hutch is saying, right? He's basing what he's saying on this tweet right here. Hope no one ever calls CPS on Ethan Klein again. I can't emphasize enough how no one should call CPS and report Ethan Klein for negligence and try to get his children taken away. Under no circumstances should you file CPS case against Ethan Klein. Look at this. Look at this incredibly disingenuous bastard. Look at this dishonest piece of shit blowing smoke up our ass, thinking we're stupid. Hutch, I'm sorry. You're the only one here who's not tracking, all right? I'm trying not to be ableist with you, right? It's walking that line here, right? But yeah, Hutch says what is incredible about her corner of the internet, they 1000% are convinced they're the good guys fighting the evildoers. In their minds, yeah, so that sounds evil, right? What she said sounds evil, right? If you're like, oh geez, I hope nobody does bad thing to person X, right? That sounds like some, you're being evil there, right? But who is this coming from? Look at this. You intentionally cropped the post, I'm quote tweeting, of Ethan Klein saying these exact words. If you think, which it sounds like you do, that is a supervillain speech, right? If you think that this is like, wow, you think you're the good guy and you're talking like a supervillain here? That's essentially, what Hutch is trying to say, right? And it turns out that Taylor Lorenz is responding to where do we see the where do we see the Ethan Klein? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. So this is what she's responding to. This is what got cropped out. Look at what a disingenuous. This is why I flipped out on Hutch. Look, I hate calling names. I don't even like to be negative, even about Hutch, right? But this is why I reacted that way. Hopefully, Hutch, you can give me some like moral leeway, just like you're given to an awful lot of moral leeway to Ethan Klein, even though I am not a cis rich dude in a Bel Air mansion some way. Hopefully, you can extend me that same grace, right? Do not cough near Taylor Lorenz if you see her. I cannot emphasize this enough. Under no circumstance should you ever cough near Taylor Lorenz. If you see her in the theater, leave. I don't think that Hutch was ignorant about this. He may try to pretend to have been ignorant in order to make this make sense and not reveal what a dishonest actor. You can't call anybody a bad faith actor again, Hutch. This is like Saltman level bullshit, right? This is where you know that you're lying, and we all know that you're lying, right? Yeah, so anyway, she is getting what she said in this tweet that Hutch posts and says, wow, I can't believe these people think they're the good guys, right? This is a supervillain speech, right? It is a direct Mad Lib of Ethan Klein's supervillain speech. He's the one that's doing it. She's saying that shit not because she wants somebody to call CPS on Ethan Klein or she's being like tongue in cheek or something like that. She is showing, this is what that sounds like turned against you, Ethan. Are you okay with this? Are you okay with people making tweets like this? Right? Do you feel good about this? Do you feel good about what you're doing? Oh my God. Yeah. But, and I think Hutch knows it. I'm pretty fucking sure Hutch knows it. So yeah, there we go. Full circle. And maybe that's a good place to end it. I hate to do it, but like, I don't know. I feel like this is just going to go on and on and on and on. And I got to give you bonus content. Wait, let's look and see what the bonus content is. Right, we're at 100. We're right at 100, right? So we're going to get some kind of bonus content. Oh no, it's more Ethan Klein. Ethan's Giardia Gambit is ahead by 16% over Kunstler versus Lonerbox. That's where we're at right now. Remember, you can change this by voting. 75 of you have voted so far. 75 You have made your voices heard. You've placed your bets, no, not your bets. We're not Polymarket. You've placed your votes is what I'm trying to say here. And you've made your voice heard. And if you haven't already, there's still time to vote. You can still vote. If you've donated, you can feel free to let me know where you want your donation to go. If you want to add it as a percentage to one of these topics and maybe help it over the line. Although it looks like Ethan Klein's Gambit kind of running away with things tonight. So let's take a look at, oh my God, chat, I hate to have to type this, Ryle Kittenhouse, right? This is the, I think this might be a DGG or former DGG orbiter, another former DGG orbiter, right? And wait, somewhere here. Oh, it looks like they've been streaming. It looks like J-Stock's been streaming with Straighteraid lately. This is the one. This is the one, though. Right? This is just him reacting to that. Anyway, yeah, this is Ryle Kittenhouse. They were a DGG orbiter, I think, and now they've become the J-Stalk Industrial Complex.
Well, I don't believe that's the exclusive thing.
So you see over here on the right, you see the Santa holding the snow globe. That's J-Stalk. He is another former Destiny orbiter that has absolutely turned on Destiny, absolutely become an enemy of DGG. And, you know, I mean, I think comes from a very far right corner of the internet. From what I've heard, I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong about this. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But like, you know, just to give you an idea, right? He is, you know, calling out, you know, certainly Destiny's bullshit, especially on the whole Pixie issue. I think that's what turned him against Destiny, as well as Ethan Klein's bullshit in a similar way to Kuihman, where it's just like, you know, yeah, we're on the commentary side of the internet, and the rest of the commentary community has chosen to just like kiss Ethan's ass, but you know, it doesn't pass the sniff test. It doesn't pass the smell test for people like J-Stalk and Kuihman. Straighteraid, on the other hand, maybe used to be a Destiny orbiter, but is a lot further left than would be ever accepted by DGG. So, you know, I don't know that much about Straighteraid, but you know, she seems cool from what I've seen. Anyway, maybe we'll find out more. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what is in Santa's bag. What kind of presents await us from Santa J-Stalk? Is he looking at the 1980 Miracle on Ice snow globe? Didn't Trump somehow, what was the deal with Trump? He somehow like he was talking about a fucking hockey game from like 40 years ago. It was, you know, the United States won the gold medal in 1980 and against, you know, they're not, U.S. hockey team is not usually that good, but they beat the Soviet Union, and so, you know, everybody made a whole like Cold War thing out of it.
I think he's targeting malicious actors.
Well, you believe that is the explanatory factor for why he didn't go after
Just stop talking.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
I'm responding.
So
Are you going to let me speak or not?
So address that. So we went down the
I gotta tell Kyle Ryle Kittenhouse about sidechain ducking.
conversation.
No,
How does
it's just bad
delineate between
faith.
targets?
I don't know, Chad. Am I going to talk to somebody named Ryle Kittenhouse? Probably not.
I would have this conversation for 30 hours longer with Straighteraid or J-Stock, because they never did this. They never did this where they just made shit up, and then when
Okay, that's Relly. Okay, so that's Ahhhhrelevant. You see that symbol that says like 0 viewers, right? That's Ahhhhrelevant. That's his like branding. I guess they didn't have a picture of it. I thought J-Stock did have a picture of him. Right, but we're just seeing the logo here, and that is somebody that I've debated. Maybe you've even watched my debate with Ahhhhrelevant. It was a million years ago, but it was my first experience into like how dishonest and disingenuous these debate perverts could actually be, right? I thought he wanted to have a nice conversation with a fellow streamer. Turns out he wanted to burn me for fucking, you know, clicks, right? He tried to drag me into this like line of reasoning to say that if I you know that somehow being pro-trans means that morally speaking, to be morally consistent, you'd have to be pro-blackface too, right? Just incredibly transphobic, fucked up argument that he then tried to turn around and represent as me endorsing blackface. But guess what, Irrelevant? I'm not Ethan Klein, and you're defending him now. If you had a problem with blackface, right, maybe you should take it up with Ethan, who has actually not just endorsed it, but fucking done it multiple times, right? But hey, that's the kind of drama slop merchant you are at this point, Irrelevant. That is what you've come to, right? The drama slop mercenary. It doesn't fucking matter. Just tell me what to defend, tell me who to sweep for, and I'll sweep. What does the Clout Network want me to do? How can I be useful to Destiny, Irrelevant? That's a bit of a callback. I wonder if he remembers his. Listen, I don't remember him. I don't remember how many H's are in his name. I think there's like 5 H's in Ahhhhrelevant. But it kind of doesn't matter because he really is somebody who has, his name has lost any sense of irony, right? That it might have once had, much like Chud Logic, right? Unironic Chud now, Ahhhhrelevant. Unironically, not somebody I even knew existed anymore. But let's see what he has to say
about it.
Just have a conversation.
I'll be real. Hold on.
Oh, you gotta love these aesthetics, right? It's weird. This is like kind of the boomer aesthetic that Chud, you know, like this is how Chud's videos are edited. With the, you know, wait, DVD? I thought that's not a DVD, right? That's the other one. That's a Betamax, right?
It's like very obvious.
Oh no, that's a VCR, right? That's what
it matters to people. Like these kinds of lies matter, and it matters when they.
That's what those lines mean, right? Oh no, what the fuck? When did what? Okay, I guess this had already happened. I wasn't aware.
Do it right. It matters when Ben Ampanada lies. It matters when Hassan lies. It matters when Denims lies. Fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I feel like we can't just skip over what I just said a moment ago, which is essentially just like not all lies are created equal.
I
agree. Like we should not evaluate all lies as the same. Just like it's just lie equal bad.
No doubt. So for
It's
example,
like,
when
in this
when the
context
Trump
and many other
administration,
contexts,
when they
what, dude?
Okay, let's do the Kuihman
Probably
hot drop.
viewed like disfavorably.
This was the argument. W dialogue.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's the doing the worm.
It was the totality
W dialogue. Let's go.
That was the totality of the argument. The entire argument was
No,
that.
he had some good arguments, but he was too tired because he stayed up for like 36 hours before he went and had this debate. So he literally couldn't talk, and then he did the worm. He got completely entirely, and then did the worm.
Do you think XQC and Ethan could have a dialogue if they wanted to? Like today or tomorrow?
Possibly, yeah, but I think
that has way less to do with how reasonable XQC is and way more to do with how big he is of a creator.
Okay,
like let's introduce Occam's. Raleigh, you have barely substantiated anything in this conversation. You've been reaching for the most insane reads for what Ethan could potentially be doing.
That I've said nothing about what I've said is insane.
Disagree. But
hey, can you give me some of the insane things I said?
Sure, but after I finish my point, which is let's introduce Occam's razor. Is it more realistic that that's why he's not going after XQC? Or is it that he's not going after XQC because he needed to manufacture public support for these lawsuits that would probably be viewed like disfavorably, given that he's now the big guy going after the little guy, and so instead he doesn't want to make
No way, Ethan would never think about optics.
Enemies out of XQC and Asmongold because he needs them on his side to go after these people.
No, I do not believe. I'm not even sure Ethan Klein is capable of looking that far into the future. No, absolutely.
Okay. Well, the ridiculous thing that I thought that you said that was probably a fucking reach, which is that even though Ethan said his stated motive was to not chill the React community and to save them from a potential lawsuit from Sony or Disney that could set a devastating precedent, he's going to sue these creators to set a better legal precedent. And then when you said, he wasn't actually talking about legal precedent, he was talking about
Okay, so Chad, I'm looking at this. It looks like it's mainly a debate between Straighterade and Ahhhhrelevant. That might actually be worth checking out on its own merits. Like I said, I don't know much about Straighterade, but what I've seen, it's, you know, I'm impressed, right? I haven't seen anything bad. you know, I mean, like the fact that somebody's in the destiny orbit does on some level speak for itself, but I I want to believe that people can grow and change, and I really am always there for a redemption arc. So I don't know. I mean, we'll take a look. We'll get a little taste for Straighter Aid. Actually, the name put me off, right? I was like, wait a minute, is this like some straight pride thing? Like, why is it Straighter Aid? But I don't know. People have their names, their branding. Sometimes it means something. Sometimes it means different than what you assume it means. So see, I haven't heard any straight pride or arguments from anything like that from Straighter Aid. So yeah, from what I've heard, she's actually surprisingly far left for anybody that was ever anywhere near the Destiny orbit. So
social precedent by punishing these individual people financially and socially as much as he could, even though he was talking about a legal precedent. That was the most ridiculous thing that you said.
Okay, well, you guys have yet to substantiate him saying, yeah, no, this is a legal thing. I do not care if they all settle. I want a legal thing. I want it to be legally codified. I don't care about settlements. I don't care about any of this. I don't care if
he's saying he wants to set a precedent.
I don't care about any of these things. I only care about legal precedent.
It's not
so you guys have yet to substantiate that, and that's how we started watching some videos. No,
he's saying he wants to set a precedent.
I love all of you. Right? I'm not going to keep getting interrupted, especially when there's more.
This is a little bit messy here, isn't it? They're kind of talking over each other, and yeah, as far as being able to hear, tell who's talking. J-Stock's model, that Santa thing, will move when he's talking, or probably when there's noise on his microphone at all. Like if a cat brushes it, it'll probably trigger it, right? Straighter Aid's picture, right, in the middle will light up when she is talking. Kuihman's, wiggler, it just wiggles. It doesn't really like move its mouth or anything. And then Ahhhhrelevant's, it's just his it's literally just his like avatar. It's literally just his like logo there. Well, that's a good advice. Tabula Pasta says, don't judge a book or a streamer by their cover or username. Or I'll go one further. Don't judge a band. I've missed out on many good bands because their name struck me as like, well, that sounds like a shitty band. And then you listen to them and it turns out, no, they're like, an amazing band.
No, but you do just like ramble and say accurate shit for like.
Okay, great. I understand you feel that way.
I'm opting out of this conversation now.
No,
so just so you know, Relly, I'm opting out. I won't be interrupting you anymore. I'll be moderating on your side. Okay.
Same.
Okay, cool. So for the legal precedent thing, if you can find that clip and stuff like that, that would be really important. Because as far as I am aware, and based on everything that I saw leading up to it, and I only had saw it for like the first. I want to say like 2 months that this was going on. But as far as I saw, it seemed like all of his posture was, yeah, we're going to go through with this court case that these people can't do this. But if they settle, but if they apologize, but if they do these things, then yeah, that will be.
So yeah, as I recall, Ahhhhrelevant's presenting Ethan as the scamp, the lovable scamp with the heart of gold, right? Sure. Will he sue you? Will he force you to get legal, representation? Drag you through a bunch of proceedings? Yeah, no, he'll do that, right? Will he have people like hunt you down in the middle of the night to try to serve you with papers? Absolutely, right? Scare your roommates? 100%, right? But at the end of the day, he just wants recognition, and when you settle with him and agree to read his hostage script, then he will show you the heart of gold that he has by, I don't know, leaving you with some amount of money, I guess, right? He won't come for your, house. He won't come for your car. But yeah, because he's got a heart of gold. He's got a heart. You just don't understand, right? He was just doing this to teach Kaceytron a lesson. Kaceytron apparently, didn't have, as good of a father as Ethan Klein. So he just wants to give Casey some extra parenting, right? That's all.
Okay, let's walk down this.
That was consistent. Please just
some precedent. He wanted some precedent.
Please just. Right? He wanted either a social or legal precedent. That was my understanding.
What precedent?
At the beginning.
What did he want?
He wanted individuals to stop maliciously taking content.
But you already said that he didn't do it to all people that maliciously take content, just people that he felt like he couldn't have a dialogue with.
There is content that's being maliciously taken, all right? But for the most part, anymore, it's not so much on YouTube. It's like stuff like, you know, people's content being repackaged and repurposed on TikTok, right? That does happen where people's, you know, videos will straight up get ripped, right? And then, you know, monetized on TikTok, right? I'm sure that does happen, right? But that's not what we're dealing with from Denims or Frogan or even Kaceytron. I don't know. I haven't watched the whole Kaceytron thing. Obviously, the part that Ethan shows is when she's just, you know, smoking, you know, weed and maybe right after the hit, she's, you know, pretty incoherent. But I don't want to, you know, conclude from that's, you know, that's all that happens in the video. I don't think that's true. And also, even if it was, right? Here's my bold claim. Even if it's just Sniper Wolf, you know, putting her face in the corner and saying, whoa, you know, every now and then, I think that's transformative content, right? I think I kind of want like that standard to be there, you know, so that the only thing that's really gone after in copyright is when somebody's actually trying to produce a market substitute, right? If it's not that, like, here's my example, right? If you're a Xander Hall fan, would you accept nocommentchick dunking on Xander Hall as a substitute for a Xander Hall video when the same video is available without my annoying ass? I think that's pretty obvious. And even if I don't know, go for, you know, X amount of time without saying anything, I think that fact remains. That if what you were craving, if what scratches that itch is Xander Hall, me criticizing Xander Hall is never gonna you know, fill that slot for you, right? And even just like, you know, I think it has to be, you know, a straight ripoff, or you know, one of those things where I mean, I guess like with television, sometimes they'll mirror the, you know, if you mirror the image, I guess I'd say that's not transformative. If you put a filter on it, right? You know, but yeah, I have a very low standard for you know, what I would like to be considered transformative, because I live, as somebody commented earlier, in this ecosystem, and I would rather err on the side of you know, permissibility and have the chance that somebody's gonna maybe do a lazy react to my video. Oh well, I think that my viewers would still prefer to watch me.
Correct.
Okay. Why did he say that?
Where did he say what? What
That was his rationale, that if you have a dialogue with him, you're exempt.
No, I'm just inferring based on
you're just making
his
that up.
conduct.
You're just projecting that onto him.
Okay, where did he say where did he say he has no intent
well, it's just like you're suggesting
for any kind of
it's
no.
Crazy to say
if we're gonna play the game, play the game. Where did he say that he has literally no intent to do any kind of precedent whatsoever, and it's entirely out of spite?
Well, no. What I'm saying to you, Riley, is that
so he didn't say that. So you're inferring something.
So
is that what you're doing?
What I'm saying to you,
so
Riley,
you're inferring
is that you suggest it's crazy to suggest that Ethan might look ahead and think, oh, should I sue Asmongold and XQC, or should I?
You gotta understand, the suing thing is one, for Ethan, it's content, and two, for Ethan, it's PR. And you know, if the narrative is that Ethan has, you know, just taken some small channels to the woodshed, with his, you know, money and his lawyers and stuff like that, it's not gonna look good, unless you have it where he's going after people who already have hate followings, right? Kaceytron, Denims, Frogan, you know, even somebody like the Queer Kiwi, right, has like a hate following, has like commentary people doing videos about them and creating, like, you know, viewers that enjoy seeing them in a negative sense, seeing them brought down, right? And that's very much true. That's the common thread between Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan, and that is 100% why he chose them. Whereas XQC and you know, Asmongold, they've definitely got detractors, but a lot of those detractors are in Hassan's audience, and it's not, you know, the audience that Ethan's going for. And yeah, they've still got like, you know, way more, you know, fans than they have detractors. That I'm 99% sure was Ethan's logic, right? It was content, it was PR.
To Hassan's orbiters, which one's going to make me win in the public eye? You think that's crazy to suggest, but you're willing to
that was
make
crazy
up
to suggest?
Right as I came in, you were saying you were scoffing at Aaron and saying you don't think Ethan thinks that far ahead.
Aaron is Straighterade's name. Oh, I didn't know that. Rel got doxxed by Destiny, I guess back in the day. I mean, I feel bad in saying that, right? Because, you know, I don't know. Sometimes the best thing to do with the dox is just to keep quiet about that. But hopefully that shit has died down. Because I know I don't know. I don't think I've ever directly had the attention of the Destiny hate mob, but from what I've heard from, you know, people like Dak Katie, it is it's nothing I would wish on my worst enemy.
All of those various steps that she listed out, yeah, no, I don't believe.
What? So you don't think Ethan can figure out? You don't.
Manufacturing consent
that's just a
for
big
this?
word,
No.
really. I'm sorry, the big word's confusing you. All she's saying is that Ethan knows there will be public support for going after Hassan's orbiters and not for XQC and Asmongold.
Yeah, no, I don't believe this. I don't believe.
I'm sorry, based.
That's
You
what
don't think
motivated
Ethan
it.
can figure that out?
And to be clear, you said that I needed him verbally saying what I am trying to articulate.
I was raising that as a point. I was
okay. So you were just
demonstrating
making
something
shit up. You were literally
I was
just throwing shit at the
demonstrating
wall.
something to you, Riley.
So you were just
Everyone
throwing
else
shit at the
following
wall.
what I
You were
just
just
said.
making shit up.
You seem to be lost.
Okay, so you were making shit up. That's
I do appreciate how fastidiously this editor you know, keeps everything monetizable. I do appreciate that because not everybody does.
What you were doing? Just say you're.
And there's a lot of words on you know, on here that YouTube or Twitch might not like.
You're making shit up.
No,
That's fine.
I brought an argument to you. I got you to read something so that I could then.
I'll throw the argument
raise
back
another
at you.
point.
Where did Ethan say that he has no intent for illegal or social precedent? He only wanted spite. Where did he say that?
I haven't even said that yet, and
you said
So
you asked
just
me
to be
that
clear,
exact
for
question
both of
in
you
the
guys,
opposite
I would say
direction.
if you don't have direct statements, you need other evidence. So, Relly, you need other evidence that he wanted to.
Really?
Yeah. So, what is your other evidence for suggesting that he wants to only discuss this with reasonable people? And then, Kuihman, what is your evidence for spite? Go ahead.
Well, I would like Ray to lay that out. Yeah. So, why do you believe he's only targeting people who he can talk to, or people who he can't talk to? Sorry.
Well, I don't believe that's the exclusive thing. I think he's targeting malicious act.
It's a little convoluted, but I guess what Irrelevant has proposed that he didn't target what is it, like Asmon and XQC, because these are guys that he could have a talk with, right? Like if he said, I didn't like the I didn't think you put very much effort into your reaction, right? I think this is veering a little too close to you know, a rip of my video, that they would be like, all right, then Ethan, I'm going to take steps to address your concerns. I really didn't mean to, you know, provide anything close to a market competitor with your videos. And I'm going to pay attention to this. I'm going to take this, and this step, be proactive to prevent anything like this in the future. Right. That's essentially from what I, you know, what I'm getting is Irrelevant's point of view. He can do that with XQC. He can do that with Asmon. He can do that with the boy. Oh, is that it? Is that he can have a conversation with the boys? I don't know. This always points back to, and I also got to point out, not to be mean, not to hold somebody to, you know, the content that maybe they used to do. Maybe they don't do it anymore. I haven't really checked back, but the last time I checked in, Ahhhhrelevant, former drama, you know, streamer, former drama slop streamer on Twitch, you know, somebody who just, you know, exists as apparently to tear down the adversaries of larger streamers with clout, right? When that well ran dry, he converted apparently into doing incel content, right? And went as far, from what I've heard, maybe this is wrong, as to claim to be himself an incel, right? Yeah, and thereby, you know, do content appeal. I don't think he's an incel. I don't think that's true. I think he was grifting as a fucking incel, and I think that's a pretty pathetic way to make your money. But again, there ties it back to this, like, you know, all roads lead to misogyny here. Right? And not, like I said, not necessarily Ethan's misogyny, not necessarily Ahhhhrelevant's misogyny, but the misogyny by the audience that he's targeting by putting the crosshairs on Kaceytron and Denims and Frogan, right? There is a common hate audience for these three women pre-existing. So you could start off with, you know, an insurmountable number of people cheering on their destruction, much more than, you know, virtually drowning out their supporters. And that, you know, in my estimation, makes a lot more sense, Occam's razor wise, than Ahhhhrelevant's contrived claim that Ethan is a kind, fatherly man who just wants to teach a lesson with his legal, with his litigation, with his aggressive litigation. He just wants to have a conversation, and if you convince him that you're reasonable, you can have a conversation, and you'll read off his hostage speech, right? Then you too can be let out of the lawsuit for only the cost of retaining a lawyer for a while, and, you know, right? Anyway, no, it doesn't make sense. Ahhhhrelevant. It's not. That's a ridiculous thing. That's like saying that, like, somebody like this guy, you know, like, listen, this guy, if you see him at the gym, you know, and you spar him, he's gonna go and beat your ass for real, right? He's not gonna hold back. But if you, I don't know, like, say, hey, you're a really good fighter, then he'll stop beating your ass and he'll actually teach you some really useful techniques. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird, but I've already beat up, but I've already got a black eye, but I've already got a bruised lip. I've already got, you know, a giant welt on my, you know, on my leg, right? From getting low kicked, right? I mean, it's a little late to, you know, if you were willing to just have a conversation and all you needed is for me to acknowledge that you got great fighting technique, why didn't you just say so? Why did I have to get hurt, right? That's the real question. Why did they have to spend any money on lawyers?
Well, you believe that is the explanatory factor for why he didn't go after NCC?
Because another way to pursue this is to send something like a cease and desist and say, this is the offending content. I think this content violates, right? And this is a pretty normal way to handle things. I think this content that you've got up, I think it violates my copyright. And so I'm sending you a strongly worded letter from my attorney saying that you need to cease and desist and, you know, take this down from your YouTube, right? I mean, that's what reasonable would look like, right? Or even reaching out to somebody in DMs. Hey, did you know that your content, you know, was lazy, right? Do you know that your React, you know, I feel like your React stream was very short on the React and very heavy on the showing my content, right? I didn't appreciate it when you said, you know, you suggested your content as a way to, you know, watch the video without giving me any views, because I somehow think that those viewers that hate my guts are going to come to me otherwise, right? You could have said these things to them. Ethan did not choose this path. Ahhhhrelevant is absolutely sweeping, and this is one of the most pathetic roles in a clout network, to be a sweeper. That is what this guy used to be relevant, despite his name, in and of himself. I mean, not so, you know, he would cover everybody's drama, you know, in a kind of predatory way, right? But he wasn't dependent on, like, I don't know, I mean, he was always getting raids and stuff, but he wasn't as dependent on, like, the Destiny orbit, right? Now this is his role. His usefulness to Destiny, you know, which you can imagine, you know, what it's been through the years in things like the N-word Andy scandal. You can imagine what Ahhhhrelevant's utility to Destiny might have been in situations like that, right? His relevancy at this point has dwindled down to sweeping for Ethan fucking Klein, a man who is, you know, regularly referred to as the R-slur in DGG spaces and Discords and offline chat and the like, right? That is how these people think of Ethan Klein, and Ahhhhrelevant's job in the Clout Network is too sweet for that guy. This is a pretty bad job to get. In other words, let's listen to more.
Okay, that's what you said. That's what you said.
I'm responding.
So
Are you going to let me speak or not?
So address that.
No, we gotta stop the interruptions, bro. I'm in the middle of talk. I literally had 2 words.
Well, it sounded like you were going off track. So I'm just reminding you of it.
I definitely wasn't. I promise I'm.
It sounded like there's things that you didn't want to answer that Kuihman was trying to get at, right? It sounds like this whole thing is a deflection, and then combined with a why are you deflecting?
Sometimes
I think we can enter this with mutual
before
respect.
the other person goes. I don't think it's like totally disrespectful.
I was starting.
Just clarify.
I was
right
in the
before
middle
they
of it. Okay.
Just focus on that.
All right, I see where this is at. Okay, so
I didn't stop you
just
from doing
to be
it to
clear,
him either, Relly. Go ahead.
Okay, so just to be clear, all right, I believe that he is targeting.
For the record, is J-Stalk affecting Trump here? I hear a little bit of Trump emphasis in the way that this isn't the normal way for J-Stalk to be talking.
People that he feels are maliciously stealing his content, that he is incapable of having some kind of mutually respectful dialogue or some kind of conversation, or he can hold them to account in some way.
You said the same thing twice. This is what I meant by bloviating. So I don't believe that's the case.
No, you asked me for my opinion. You asked me for my opinion.
So
I gave my
so you said that, no, what I'm pointing out, you said the same thing twice. You said mutually respectful dialogue with, or some kind of productive conversation. Those are the same thing. So I'm saying to you,
I said they can move, he could sway him socially through some kind of social.
So what I'm saying to you, Relly, is that there is no evidence of that because he has not attempted to have a conversation with Denims, Kaceytron, or Frogan about copyright at any point. So why would we believe that that is the factor that is making the difference?
Oh my God, it's about to get
have a dialogue with Kaceytron to be able to get the settlement.
We're talking about the decision to sue. Relly.
I'm sorry.
That's the whole conversation right now.
That's a very expensive dialogue to have, right? Oh, what is this? Oh no, they're talking. The lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos that copy entire copyrighted works, purposefully siphon views and revenue away from the original. Over 7 years ago, the plaintiff, Tenor Entertainment Incorporated (TEI), Ethan and Ela established the legal standard of fair use in the his whole name, Matt Haas's whole name is Hassan Matt Hassan Zada. Hassan Zada versus Klein, 2017. I thought it was longer ago, huh? It was in 2017. Anyway, he's just bringing up the introduction to the case here.
Time moves.
No, prior to the suit. No, he obviously sued, but then he had a dialogue with her that resulted in him dropping the suit. So that would infer that if he that would show that if this individual is willing to be able to have a dialogue with him, to be able to be like, hey, you know what, X, Y, and Z concession, then yeah, they would be able to drop the lawsuit. They would settle.
Okay.
We have in the lawsuit itself, just real quick, just so you guys know.
It's a little different. What you're talking about is a shakedown, Relly. That there's nothing nice, there's nothing wholesome, there's nothing heart of gold about that, right? That is Trumpian fucking behavior. That is Trumpian behavior. Right? Did you hear what he said? You know, you got to agree to his terms. You just align yourself with Ethan. This is what people say about Trump too, and it's true, right? If you're Bill Maher, if you're Morning Joe, all you got to do is go to Mar-a-Lago and kiss the ring. And he will offer you, a whole new set of circumstances, right? If you ever get charged with anything, you can expect a pardon. Right? All you got to do is make yourself useful to Trump. And Relly's got a whole history of making himself useful to Destiny, but I guess now his job is to somehow try to save Ethan's ass.
In the lawsuit, it's
save Ethan from himself. Let's be real.
This lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos that copy the entire copyrighted works and purposely siphon views and revenue away from the original. So that is the precedent.
Literally the first line.
Okay. So Relly,
you agree? That points in any specific direction, but okay.
Oh my God! How?
This cannot be the explanatory factor for why he sued Kaceytron, Frogan, and Denims, and not Asmongold and XQC, right? You must agree with that.
Sorry, say again.
You're using example.
If Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan are guilty of lazy reacts, and that's the point of his video, right? Considering that there's bigger streamers that have done lazier reactions, shouldn't they be involved in the lawsuit? Maybe even to the exclusion of the other 3 who are much smaller content creators. Wouldn't that make more sense if you really want to, a precedent that bites? Wouldn't you want to show that being a large streamer with a large audience that fucking brigades people is no protection from the long arm of Ethan's litigation team?
After the lawsuit has already been filed, to demonstrate Ethan's reasoning for why he delineated between different targets in the filing of the lawsuit.
What's the benefit for him with H3? I mean, it's probably more towards, people like Dan Saltman, right? That's probably where the benefit is, in other words, whose behalf he's doing this on, right? Rather than Ethan's. Yeah, you're right. Does H3 even have any motion? It is even regarded, I believe, by some DGGers as a lolcow these days, right? But it's a strategic chess piece, and they want to keep it viable. I think that's why Ahhhhrelevant has been tasked with something like this as a lowly, content janitor here.
What? Right?
It's not just that the delineating of who he would. If we're talking about prior, all I would need to do is say that he didn't believe that he could have a reasonable dialogue with, what's her face prior.
Did he attempt to?
I don't know.
The answer's no.
Well, do you know that for sure? Do you know that none of
unless they're all?
Do you know?
Unless they're all hiding.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
All hiding.
You made the claim. No. Do you know that none of the H3 staff, nobody attempted to reason with Kaceytron at all? Because I know while their relationship was declining. Okay, well, you just made a claim without evidence. You said no, they did not reach out. That is a definitive claim.
No evidence happened. Because no evidence happened.
Okay, so hold on.
It's a negative claim, right? You understand? Okay,
lack of evidence means you can say that it definitively didn't happen.
Lack of evidence is not an evidence of lack, my friend.
Happen?
Quite embarrassing, right? I start.
This is embarrassing. Something definitively
did
not. And then if someone says, it did happen,
there's no way. So there is. So you are saying something definitively did not happen because there is no evidence at all pointing in either direction.
No.
There's no evidence something happened, so I don't believe it happened. Correct.
No, you said that it did not happen. Not you're agnostic.
Yeah, I don't believe it happened.
No,
is he still demonetized? When was he on YouTube? You mean when was he demonetized?
Okay, with no evidence, you know that it didn't happen.
I don't believe it happened.
Ahhhhrelevant is during JStalk streams is always a colossal waste of time. You can scratch out half of the words in that sentence and just say Ahhhhrelevant is always a colossal waste of time, and it would also be true. Thank you for the super chat, Spencer. Let me.
So you understand? Just to be clear,
I just need to work this out right now. You apropos of nothing say something didn't happen, or did Relly say something happened and then you said it didn't happen?
No, I said I was agnostic. I said I don't know whether or not it did happen. He said it did not happen. He made an affirmative claim.
Unless you have evidence it happened, you treated it as though it didn't happen.
Relly asked me, did they reach out? Did they try and have a conversation with Kaceytron? I said no.
Oh wait, it's the wrong one.
Which is not how logic works. You said something definitively did not happen.
I think you said no. You should have said no. You should have said.
You could say you believed it didn't happen. You could say you believed it didn't happen. But the correct answer is I don't know. I don't have any evidence to show that it did happen. That would be your argument.
Relly, is your brother a?
As far as my knowledge, no.
See how that works? Why would you say no?
See how that works? See how that works?
Why would you say no?
Wait, you see how that works? You see how that works?
Why should I? No, I don't believe so. No, I don't believe that's the case. That's what I've said multiple times.
I think in any other situation you would have said no. It's only you've only modified your statement to try to, I don't know, disingenuously deny the obvious. That what Kuihman is pointing out here, right?
No, you didn't. You said no.
No, I don't believe it's the case.
You said
no
no.
Evidence.
Okay, so if you want to just say that's your opinion. Because there is no evidence.
It's not an opinion.
And that's a separate
there is no evidence.
Okay, so it's not an opinion. It is objective fact. The answer is no.
It's objective fact. There's no evidence.
Okay, I'm talking to a retard. Can we get somebody else? This is insane. This is crazy. You just said no, something definitively did not happen because there was not
there is no evidence. Have you got evidence of it, Relly? Can you present any evidence?
Get somebody else.
Kuihman is like chemotherapy, toxic but necessary. He's not the one being toxic here.
There is no evidence.
Hold on, you guys are having a conversation.
This is crazy.
You understand
You
that
disagree.
This is
Kuihman's
crazy.
correct, but he's saying
Is there
something
evidence?
that's
Yes or no?
incorrect.
He's not.
Hold on.
Relly, is there evidence? Yes or
I'll tell
no?
you guys exactly how it works. You cannot say, I think this could have happened. Do you have any evidence that it didn't? It's like, no. If you want to use that, if you want to introduce it to the conversation and not just say, well, is it technically possible it could have happened? Then you need to give some evidence that it's probable that it happened, that there's some reason you should consider it. Otherwise, shut up, okay? But Kuihman saying that it definitely didn't happen is also stupid, and he knows it's stupid, so treat it like it didn't happen.
I'm saying no. My position is
No, wait, just to be clear, I never said it did happen. No, just to be clear, I never said it did happen.
There, so
what
when
did
you're
I
presenting it as a possibility,
I
you're
did.
just
I
obfuscating because you don't have a real
When
argument.
did I do that? When did I do that? When did I do that?
Oh, well, sorry, you didn't.
When did I
contend
say
when
it did
Kuihman said-
happen? When did I say it definitively did happen? When did I?
Can you tell me what the
Relly, you're
purpose
spazzing out
is
so
of
bad.
introducing a hypothetical scenario that you have no evidence for, other than to obfuscate?
When it was because I was asking.
Irrelevant. This isn't a trial, and if it was a trial, it wouldn't be Ethan Klein on trial. It would be fucking Kaceytron, Denims and Frogan, right? So the benefit of the doubt, the burden of the proof is not on us to prove that there's no chance that Ethan fucking reached out or something and tried to I don't know, what the fuck would this be? He just wanted to hear an apology. They don't fucking owe him that. Like, this is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. He's trying to make a guy that's using, like, I'm gonna say it, lawsuits for like quasi-terroristic purposes, right? He's trying to create a chilling effect. He's trying to engender a fear across content that if you piss off the rich guy, it doesn't matter if it was fair use. He's gonna. Are you ready to pay for, the kind of legal representation that you're gonna need to actually take that case to court, to actually take it all the way, to not have to not be forced into some kind of shitty settlement that involves you like eating shit to build up Ethan's ego.
The question as to whether or not they reached out prior.
They're playing verbal Madden.
You guys are like A-logging all these people because that's like
so then
what
I
you
think
guys spend
Kuihman's
all your
response
time
should
doing.
So funny,
I'm
man.
literally
You're
sitting over there talking about politics all the time. I literally asked the question.
Dry your
eyes.
It's literally
nothing
crazy.
about it.
Dry your eyes, mate. Come on.
That should have been the
Dry your eyes.
response.
I literally.
All right. There's this funny little, there's this funny little phenomenon that happens that, when one person talks on stream, it's good, it's interesting. So you'd think maybe when multiple people, when 2 or 3 people talk on stream, it's better, but it's actually not. It's worse because when 3 of you are talking at the same time, I can't hear what any of you are saying. So if you could kindly speak one at a time. Otherwise, nobody is getting anything out of this stream. I'm sorry, I just gotta. Famous words.
I'm telling you, you have every right to be annoyed that Kuihman was
just as true now as they were in 2021.
It's not technically correct. He should have said, I have no reason to believe that happened because I have no evidence that it happened, right? But then I think you move on. You don't really talk about it.
No, but the problem is he's even refusing to say that. He doesn't want to have
the conversation here.
It's only totally irrelevant if he's actually willing to have a respectful conversation, but he's like, no, it's correct to say that something objectively did not happen because I have no evidence in front of me saying it did.
There is no evidence. It has never been raised. It's been discussed extensively. There is no reason to believe it happened.
So therefore, it objectively did not happen.
No, there's no.
Therefore, you can't use it as a fucking debate point, loser.
Reason to believe it didn't happen.
This guy's formulaic, and his whole thing is to contrive a fucking like logic tree that he tries to lead you down. And if you object to any of his bullshit, like it's not even logical. Like the points he's making don't follow, right? They have holes. There's holes in his argument, and when you point those out, he acts like you're being bad faith somehow. That's what I experienced in this case. It's even more pedantic, and the equivalent chat that I would draw to what Ahhhhrelevant is doing is in a boxing match when one of the boxers is suffering from the exchange. In other words, they're trying to punch each other, and this boxer's punches are not landing and the opponent's punches are. They're getting hurt, and they want that hurt to stop. they do this thing where they wrap their arms around the other boxer's arms so they can't get punched, right? It's called clinching. And, it's a sign that they are not doing well in the exchange, and they just want to tie it up until the ref pulls them apart, right? That's what we're getting from Ahhhhrelevant. That's what he's been reduced to here against the new blood on the scene. Kuihman, right? Things have changed, Ahhhhrelevant, since 2020. Things have changed.
Objectively, Riley, I'll be super clear. Riley, I'll be super clear. I am not saying it objectively did not happen.
You said that literally 2 minutes ago. You literally are flip-flopping, but okay.
I think you just trying to concede on that one thing.
It's being so clear.
Okay.
I am not saying it objectively did not happen. What I am saying is we have extensive information about this topic and discussion, and there is objectively no evidence in the public domain that this happened, and no reason to believe
Big Al's Cakes Mix says it's Logan Paul's only move.
So this is the reason why I don't think this is a very productive conversation. Is because
you can't make this about anything. Because I just explained to you guys exactly how it went. You were both
Who was talking for those 7 minutes?
You were both upset
Who was talking for those 7 minutes? He was screaming for those 7 minutes.
You notice how I'm still not able to speak? This is crazy. No matter what, I'm still not able to. For 7 minutes, I had to go back. Okay, for 7 minutes, I had to go back and forth with whether or not this objectively did not happen, because I said, are you sure that it did not happen? Or do we, whatever? And he's like, yes, it objectively did not happen. I'm like, okay, how do you know that this isn't the case? Because the point that I wanted to illustrate...
I said objectively, there is no evidence.
No, you didn't. He's literally just lying.
I literally did say that.
This is not true.
There is no evidence this happened. I can't talk to this guy. I can't talk to this guy. I can't talk to this guy.
Wait.
What am I supposed to do?
I think what's happening is that Ahhhhrelevant, you're stating the maxim, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So it's possible to not have evidence of something, but that doesn't mean it didn't occur. We just don't have the evidence for it. I agree with that. Kuihman, I think what you've been saying is Hitchens' razor, which is what is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yes.
When did I assert it? That it happened?
Well, Riley, we were going down an argument. You were saying
you're slipping right now.
We were going down. I'm reminding you where we were. So
I never said it.
We were going down an argument.
I want to hear you rewrite.
And we were hashing out how Ethan delineated between targets for filing his lawsuit. Okay. Your suggestion is that if he can have some kind of social or interpersonal dialogue with someone, then he wasn't going to sue them. So I presented, well, if that's the case, why didn't he reach out to them? And you said, well, how do we know he didn't? I'm saying, well, there's no evidence he did. But we've got no evidence for that.
You never said that. You said he did not do it.
That's where we are now. We're getting to where we are now.
No.
So whether you can either keep saying,
what do I do? He's literally lying about our conversation.
You can either get hung up, rather you can get hung up on the fact I said no to a question that you asked me earlier, because I believe that
I'm getting hung up on
presented that evidence,
refusing to have this conversation in good faith.
You can get hung up on that I said no 5 minutes ago when you asked me, did something happen?
You're literally lying.
I said no.
I don't know what to say.
No, I'm just going to continue to strawman you, strawman over what you're saying.
You're literally lying.
Really. So
it's
now
literally not true. I asked you point blank. I asked you point blank. Did that? You're saying it objectively did not happen, and you're saying yes. I'm saying no, it did not happen objectively. You said that point blank.
I've just been over the conversation 3 times. You can keep rehashing the same thing. We're at this point now, okay? So we went down that conversation. How does he delineate between targets?
I would have this conversation for 30 hours longer with Straighter Raid or J-Stock, because they never did this. They never did this where they just made shit up, and then when I about it.
Just have a conversation.
I'll be real. Hold on. Now, I agree. Disrespectful.
This is so retarded. It's such a
I agree that
Kuihman's
disrespectful, but I do believe that, to be honest, during this conversation, you've given a lot of reasons that you could just make things up or be totally subjective, and I don't know a way to handle that other than having a different moderator or to be rude. And I don't want to be rude because we're friends. So I understand how other people might.
Oh no, you're friends. I'm sorry.
Have the impetus to be rude when they feel like you're sort of working on your own subjective standard. That is my personal opinion on this right now.
So I really
and
just
I
want to
hope you would
catch up to where
understand.
we
Shut the
were
fuck
in
up,
this
bro.
conversation.
I literally don't want to talk to you. I'm going to talk to one of the other two reasonable people in the room because I actually don't want to have a conversation with you anymore because you're just trying to move past something because you're
just weaseled the fuck out of it. Yeah.
like ego tripped or something like that.
Really, I love you. You're very stupid. Okay, you're very
all
dumb.
right.
and
You
you're embarrassing
don't love
yourself.
me. I don't know why you're acting like you love me, but for
Relly's so washed.
For J-Stock, I understand why you.
Oh, he left.
Oh,
he was.
Okay.
He was upset.
I thought I got dragged out.
Are we gonna talk more shit about him? Well, now that he's gone, is that what?
Okay, J-Stock, I understand why you would feel this way.
Okay, no, we're just gonna go back to J-Stock and Straighter at 8. Anyway, that is what happened on what went down on J-Stock's stream between Kuihman and Ahhhhrelevant, and you love to see it. You love to see the new blood coming in and just having a go at the what's become a jobber now in Twitchpol. So somebody, whose name started off as being ironic because he was a pretty prominent Destiny orbiter, was had a decent amount of attention, a decent amount of way more respect than he ever deserved, just brought low by Kuihman. So nice to see it. Anyway, I promised you bonus content, right? We've hit we're slightly over 100, so yeah, we do, it does qualify for bonus content. What's winning? Ethan's Gambit. If anybody, speak now or forever hold your peace if you've donated or if you want to donate, support something else because this is your last chance before we get off to the bonus train on in Gambaville. I got Gambaville. God, that sounds like something weird. Okay, we're totally
easy. I think you have a $5 play $5 get $50.
You want to listen to this whole thing? So this is Ethan and Tom promoting a gambling site.
Today I want to thank our wonderful sponsors over at Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making players pick for the first time, trying something new can be hard. Can I get music? Because I feel so wrong with that music. Thank you. I feel like I'm just in an empty room and just hearing my own. I'm just like, guys.
Don't worry, Ethan. One day soon, you will be very empty room with soft walls. Maybe.
This is brought to you by Prize Picks, guys. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new, it can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action every night, the action never stops.
Ethan is so ready for a kick. So what is the deal with this? Did he has done the only thing I can remember as far as like anti-gambling content was his debate against XQC. I think he debated, XQC made a lot of money from Gamba from basically he was getting this deal, I think from stake.com, where they give him free money to gamble with. So XQC's got money that, just like, it's not like he basically goes in and gets free tokens, right? Or not goes in, but he plays the slots or whatever kind of gamba he was doing, right? And he's got free money to play with. And the reason they do this for big creators like XQC is because they want their audience to see how much fun it is to gamble, right? And so they're encouraging the content creator, don't even worry about the money, right? Just go in, gamble, show them how much fun it is, and then they can deal with the consequences. And I think, XQC took this deal for a really long time. Ethan debated him on it, and I think, won. It's not terribly hard to win a debate against XQC. And Ethan did. But other than that, I don't know what, when he's taken, like, people are saying he kind of used to take a principled stand against Gamba. That's why part of what Love, I guess, first found him through some kind, I don't know if it's the XQC video or some kind of for the idea of combining his two businesses, letting people buy a mystery box, which could have a kind of bear themed hoodies. No, it could have any of the horrible adult toddler clothes that Teddy Fresh sells. Oh my god! And you just have to wear it then.
guys, and Prize Pick lets you take control. Yeah, no, it seems like a really fun thing. Zach's not here. He usually does our picks, but Tom actually, you've been
But hey, if anybody's got any content to suggest, if anybody's got any videos that show Ethan, I don't know, back in the day, being like taking a principled stand against gambling, against feeding your audience to these kind of predatory businesses, which maybe, from what I've heard from chat, maybe advertising on my, I didn't realize Twitch had gone that low. Maybe advertising on my channel now.
Picking.
I was picking actually before the show today.
What are you picking?
Well, the only sport I really watch is basketball, so I'm like very involved in basketball. And the Phoenix Suns are my team. Shout out Suns, and they're doing good this year. And tonight they're playing OKC, who's killing it. And I was looking. I like that you can just do greater than or less than, so it's just simple games you can play. Is Shea gonna score 31 points?
Interesting.
Is he gonna score greater than 31 or less than 31?
So I feel like you could make an informed bet on that.
I said less.
Because I feel like I've seen how sports guys do this. They go like, how many
Is that an AI hand on a phone in the bottom there?
games has he played? Has he been looking good? Has he been exercising? Is he on his routine?
How does he play?
They look at like a paparazzi. Is he eating well?
Yeah.
Has he been going out?
Was he out late last night?
Yeah. You can actually, if you're really deep into it, make it.
And I like those ones because you have like a 50-50 shot. More or less?
Right. Well, hopefully more if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw too. They had soccer on there too. Like they have all these different games. Like I don't know anything about soccer, but like, will this one guy have more or less than 1.5 shots on goal?
Right.
I don't know how you have. Okay, I guess 2 would be more. It's just
On
a
their
weird number.
own goal?
Shots on the other team's goal.
Oh.
Like shots trying to go in.
Right.
So it's fun.
Yeah, and it's very simple to get started. Isn't that right, Tom?
It's very easy. You can download the app. It's easy. I think you have a $5 play $5, get $50. There's a lot of incentives to play. And it's legal in all 50 states too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Download the PrizePick app today. I'll give you guys the code straight up. If you use code H3, you get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Wowee. That's code H3 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, baby. It's good to be right. That's what they say. And they have all kinds of different sports on here. I think they've got everything. If you're into any of these kinds of competitive sports, they've got it on there.
Especially like fantasy football. The season ends for fantasy at the playoffs. But even though you don't have a fantasy team going in the playoffs, you can still play week to week.
Right.
You set your lineup and see what they do that week.
I see.
It's fun.
It's got to make watching sports, if you're super into it, a lot more just exciting, right?
For sure,
like,
yeah.
You don't have to put a lot of money on it. Just put,
$5.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I did today. $10 and $5.
Like, yeah, exactly. It's just entertainment, really. New feature alert. PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finished. Stop the vote.
What?
You can stop the vote. Interesting. You probably get a lower... The vote. Interesting. You probably get a lower payout, but you can take a guaranteed win. That's how I imagine
Yeah, that's how I
before.
imagine it. Yeah.
Interesting.
But you get the cash then.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's sick.
Find your community on PrizePicks, guys. With the new social feed feature, you can share PrizePicks with your friends.
Come on.
Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tail or fade our picks.
Can I just find the insiders that are betting and just copy their bets? That's what you got to do with these things.
With just one click. Well, I
don't even know. What are they gambling? What kind of gambling is this like? Is it like polymarket gambling? Is this like Kalshi, or is this just like, go on and play virtual slots, or blackjack or whatever.
Oh, you're not gonna be able to tailor fit my picks because
No, they're a lock.
there's Tom has picks.
I have picks.
Yeah.
I'll share them.
But anyway, once again, guys, download the app, use the code H3, get $50 in your first lineup after your first $5 lineup, guys.
I dated a gambling addict who went to Gam-Anon for years because of it. This gambling stuff makes my blood absolutely boil. Yeah, I mean it's attacks on desperate people, right? Really, that's what they create desperation. The wealthy create desperation through in so many ways. Slant the economy against the working class, and then when everybody's desperate, they come out with businesses like this to wring the last few cents out of us, right? You can bet on literally anything. That's what it is. Generic sport. Oh, it's like sports, like DraftKings, maybe.
Come on now. Prize picks, baby. It's good to be.
I don't know about you, chat, but this music just makes me want to gamble.
Over there. Thank you so much to our wonderful sponsors over there at Prize Pick. Thank you. Yeah. Are you still getting Chipotle?
Yes, I ordered.
What about that Chipotle? When's that Chipotle coming? Anyway, wow. She's kind of getting yelled at for the Chipotle not coming at. First line of ad talks about starting a new routine gambling. Used to watch gambling is ruining the internet. Sports gaming, yeah, very much. So sports gambling is ruining sports entertainment world, and but the school is just desperately for anything to sponsor him. If I was a fan, obviously I drew the line in the sand a long time ago. I would be pissed. These sites are actively insidious and ruining people's lives. Exactly. Young people are especially vulnerable and susceptible to the allures of having a well-padded wallet because they see the successes of their favorite influencers. Some who do not live as comfortably or as you may think. But that's part of the art of being an influencer to make it look good. I mean, just watch the ARG I Am Sophie for more of a like artistic take on that dynamic. Influencer celebrity who is the unfortunately don't realize that a lot of these people don't earn enough wealth through lucky winnings or good betting. And again, like a lot of these people like XQC, from my understanding, they get free money to gamble with. So it's for them, there's not really any downside, right? It's just a game, right? And then if they win something, then they get some money, but if they lose it all, they're none for the worse. Same day as New York Times dropped a massive investigation piece on the dark world of online betting. He'll be gambling on Kick in no time. Yeah, well, he's already talked about starting a Kick channel. I don't know if it'll happen. Anyway, chat, like I said, so I found, I think, I found the content that the principled stand that I guess maybe, I don't know if this is what drew love in, but it does seem to be Ethan hosting a Twitch gambling debate featuring XQC Trainwreck, right? Key person in the creation of Kick. I think he denied it for years and years and years, but then eventually admitted it. XQC, who made a lot of money basically advertising Gamba on Twitch, and then when Twitch banned gambling, due in part, I'm trying to remember who was the impetus. I think Hassan was part of it, right? Part of the group of creators who were like, this Gamba thing on Twitch is actually hurting us all, right? Is damaging all of our brands, including Twitch's brands. We don't want to be part of this fucking predatory casino. Please take these ads off. And Twitch, I think, took the Gamba ads off, but I guess DraftKings is still, sponsoring. So
do you want other people to be subjected to the same experience that you yourself?
I never said he's dumb. He's very smart. I like XQC.
Oh, thanks, man. I like Ethan sometimes.
Thank you. Sometimes. Let's start with that. That's a good way.
I slipped it in there. Maybe I should have. Okay, let's just forget about it.
Okay, Hassan, what do you want to say?
I'll be right back.
Okay. First and foremost, I think that gambling streams, especially when it comes to slot streams, are really bad. I've been saying this since day one. This is my day one argument. I think it's terrible. And if you want to understand why it's terrible, look no further than Trainwreck's own personal experience. Train, do you want other people to be subjected to the same experience that you yourself have subjected yourself to?
He says
because
it's
the
fun.
reason why you get paid $1 million a month from Stake is not because they're fucking idiots, but because obviously there is a return on their investment there where a bunch of people are getting caught up in a similar problem. That's the issue at hand.
If you use that as a content pivot or a content guide for you, no content will ever make sense. If you say, "Oh,
why?"
Because I feel like it's just an odd argument.
It is, and also
no, I don't think it's an odd argument.
Not. He's
I don't think it's an odd argument at all. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. There's so much regulation around gambling and also even alcohol and other vices, right?
He's answering a question that was posed to him.
Yeah.
Let us
first, let me respond. No, because Hassan asked me a question first. Did he not? Yes, he did. So let me answer the question from that Hassan asked me.
Come back.
And then he can respond to his. So let me answer your question. The way I go about it, from when I talk to him, okay? I stay transparent as possible, and I show the reality of gambling on my stream. You understand? By not taking any of this bullshit, shady deals, no fake money, I show new people who might have not seen gambling before the real bullshit of gambling. You will lose, and you will be very, very, very lucky to even break even. It is a terrible thing. I have a good time. Just wait. The people that are being paid, or me getting paid to gamble on their site, the people targeted aren't new people. It's people who are using the other sites that are gambling regardless. Do you understand? Those people are looking to be transferred onto that are gamblers like me. Any new people, that's why constantly I talk and constantly I stay transparent about how shitty gambling is. My gambling pay or me gambling.
You can't possibly be making an argument that like what you're doing is a positive, right? Like about
I'm not doing it. I'm not saying
like educating people on the terrible side of gambling, right? That's not what you're saying.
No, 100%. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
This is unquantifiable, and I think it's rerouting the damage elsewhere. But when I think it's like a blanket thing. I think it's across the board.
Now let me just explain another thing as far as like the slippery slope argument goes, right? There are certain things that are completely regulated and even restricted to advertise on Twitch, on every other platform. For example, a lot of these gamble streams would not fly, especially ones where like they're staking you. They would not fly on YouTube at all. They would just not. That would not happen. The only reason why we're able to do that here is because the only reason why
did I miss anything?
We're able to do that on Twitch is because Twitch does not regulate it.
Why do we care? Is YouTube the law? What?
No,
when has YouTube became the law?
We're just watching Ethan eat. We're trying to figure out what Ethan's take is on this, right? Because I was told that he put up some kind of principled stand on this issue, and that people are disappointed at him for having taken, a gambling sponsorship, right? It sounds like a sports gambling sponsorship.
Model of our existence.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying
I'm gonna go out there
that.
on the street and do dumb shit. But do they do it on YouTube? Let me Google this. Can I do dumb shit like this in real life? Oh no, YouTube doesn't do it. I can't do it.
Where was this argument for the sexual content, right?
What is
the
that?
cutie syndrome not bring up that YouTube will...
Can I finish my point? Hold on.
Sure.
Just hold on.
Okay.
The reason why said regulations exist is because of the incalculable harm that it does when you're promoting a dangerous vice like gambling, sometimes to even younger audiences. It's not even a think of the kids argument at that point. It's just that it is.
Okay, is it better on Hassan's point of view? I should have just watched that. There's no reason, chat. I figured since H3 is a fucking podcast that they would have the better view. Since he's the host, I thought he would have the better view of it. But the version I've got with Hassan, it's like hours.
Okay, Hassan, what do you want to say?
Okay, first and foremost, I think that gambling streams, especially when it comes to slot streams, are really bad. I've been saying this since day one. This is my day one argument. I think it's terrible. And if you want to understand why it's terrible, look no further than Trainwreck's own personal experience. Train, do you want other people to be subjected to the same experience that you yourself have subjected yourself to? Because the reason why you get paid $1 million a month from Stake is not because they're fucking idiots, but because obviously there is a return on their investment there where a bunch of people are getting caught up in a similar problem. That's the issue at hand.
If you use that as a content pivot or a content guide for you, no content will ever make sense. If you say,
why?
Because I feel like it's just an odd argument.
Why is that?
Also,
no, I don't think it's an odd argument.
No, it's not.
I don't think it's an odd argument at all. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. There's a reason why there's so much regulation around gambling and also even alcohol and other vices, right?
First, let me respond. A question that was posed to him.
Yeah. First, let me respond. No, because Hassan asked me a question.
How long was this ago? Was this? I don't know. 4 years? Is that about right? 4 years ago?
Hassan asked me a question first. Did he not? Yes, he did. So let me answer the question from that.
Don't do anything. Come back.
And then he can ask.
Yeah. Would it be between 4 and 5 years ago?
Then he can respond to his. So let me answer your question. The way I go about it, from when I talk to him, okay? I stay transparent as possible, and I show the reality of gambling on my stream. You understand? By not taking any of this bullshit, shady deals, no fake money.
You show the reality of gambling on your stream? Really? Do you go like? Do you sleep outside when you lose? Do you have your family leave you? What kind of realities of gambling are you showing? Right? Do you not eat the next day? What are the reality? You showing the realities of gambling? Come on, Train.
I show new people who might have not seen gambling before the real bullshit of gambling. You will lose, and you will be very, very, very lucky to even break even. It is a terrible thing. I have a good time. Just wait. The people that are being paid, or me getting paid to gamble on their site, the people targeted aren't new people. It's people who are using the other sites that are gambling regardless. Do you understand? Those people are looking to be transferred onto that are gamblers like me. Any new people, that's why constantly I talk and constantly I stay transparent about how shitty gambling is. My gambling pay or me gambling.
You can't possibly be making an argument that like what you're doing is a positive, right? Like about
no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Like educating people on the terrible side of gambling, right? That's not what you're saying.
No, 100%. I'm not saying that.
Anybody remember? Does Ethan have a strong opinion? Does he act as a host? Does he act as a moderator? Does he stay out of it? Like, I just want to see what Ethan's. I mean, as much as like I'd love to revisit 4-year-old. Debates with Hassan and Trainwrecks. I'm more curious what we can find out about Ethan's principled stand. If this is where Ethan is right. He's just eating and he looks bored. You're right.
Okay.
This is unquantifiable, and I think it's rerouting the damage elsewhere. When I think it's like a blanket thing. I think it's across the board.
Now let me just explain another thing as far as like the slippery slope argument goes, right? There are certain things that are completely regulated and even restricted to advertise on Twitch, on every other platform. For example, a lot of these gamble streams would not fly, especially ones where like they're staking.
Is it 2021 again? This probably is from around that time.
They would not fly on YouTube at all. They would just not. That would not happen. The only reason why we're able to do that here is because the only reason why we're able to do that on Twitch is because Twitch does not regulate it. Now,
why do we care? Is YouTube the law? What?
No, it's not.
When has YouTube became the model of our existence?
No, I'm not saying
I'm gonna
that.
Go out there on the street and do dumb shit. But do they do it on YouTube? Let me Google this. Can I do dumb shit like this in real life? Oh no, YouTube doesn't do it. I can't do it.
Where was this argument in the section?
Is it just me or is XQC just like completely? Oh my gosh, you're right. I'm sitting behind. I'm in the shadow of Waluigi. Thank you for reminding me. That's the first chatter to notice.
Content, right?
What is
Can
that?
I
Can
finish my point? Can I finish my point? Hold on. Just hold on.
Okay.
The reason why said regulations exist is because of the incalculable harm that it does when you're promoting a dangerous vice like gambling, sometimes to even younger audiences. It's not even a think of the kids argument at that point. It's just that it is still a bad and wrong thing to do. And I think your personal experience, it's not. It's YouTube still demonetizes and punishes casino streamers and gambler streamers though.
It hurts them. It's not like they're getting paid hundreds
You said
of thousands,
something.
millions behind the doors. But no, they don't get the code in the description. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Fuck off.
Why do you think? Why do you
The
think?
code that's restricted. That's it.
Why do you think there are restrictions around gamble streams and slot streams and just gambling in general? Like, why do you think you have to leave a certain? Why do you think you have to leave a certain state in order to be able to gamble freely on an offshore gambling website? Why don't you go to a regular sweepstakes website, for example?
Because American laws are the way they are, and
do you understand why there are laws around this specific issue?
Same way that there's laws with drinking, smoking.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
It's a vice.
Okay.
We're gonna bring up.
It causes damage to people.
Would you do an affiliate? Would you do an affiliate code? Would you do an affiliate code for smoking cigarettes on stream if you were paid enough money? And
I don't know. You were the one sitting here the other day with Miskiff who was at Friday Fireballs, and you didn't seem to bring that bringing.
I'm asking you a question. Yeah. There's a difference.
Yeah, anybody know what the fuck XQC is saying? Friday Fireballs.
There's a difference between alcohol and cigarettes. Would you?
Is a fireball a drink?
And there's still regulation. There is still regulation surrounding.
Backpedal Andy up in this bitch.
It's not a backpedal. I'm asking you a direct question, and instead of answering it, you're deflecting. Would you smoke a cigarette on stream or multiple bogues on stream, and then tell your
Skitsy says he's probably gambling off stream.
Man,
wait, Ethan or XQC?
Like XQC codename Juicer. If you use the affiliate code, you can get a fucking Marlboro Red.
We don't do that for gambling though. We don't do that. We talk about no.
And as far as the drinking alcohol goes, as far as the unethical nature of like alcoholic content or whatever, I don't know how Miskiff's audience.
Yeah, no, chat. Alcohol content is unethical, and I disavow it. And you will certainly never find any clips of me jumping on a trampoline, talking about the possibility of having my cancellation commuted by virtue of being corporally punished by various members of BreadTube. Right? You will certainly never find such a clip, especially with me playing Rocket League, as I almost fall off a trampoline out of after drinking an entire bottle of wine. That is not something that exists.
I've worked with. I have worked with, and also on top of that, just wait. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. I can't speak specifically.
Go ahead.
Okay. Stop malding. Just listen.
Respond
I
when
can't
Hassan's
speak
done.
specifically for Miskiff's situation. Okay, but there's 2 points I'm going to make. Number one, in most circumstances, when you are promoting alcohol, the alcohol.
Ecomaniac Fireball is a shot. I used to get emotional after consuming them. I get emotional after consuming this chili paste. Right, this stuff is. I need to get some more vegetable to eat with this. Right, I just need to get raw vegetables and just go to town. This is how you get your veggies in Thailand. You eat it with spicy chili paste.
Provider that is buying gambling on your inventory will request your demographics to ensure that a certain percentage of it is above the age of 21 or 18 if applicable to the international audience. Now, I don't know if that's the case, but regardless, if Miskiff was literally mainlining Fireball and getting fucking absolutely wasted and then drunk driving, he would literally, if he was doing that on stream, he would get banned. He would get absolutely fucking banned. Fedmeister unironically got banned for being sloppy as shit and completely fucking.
Yeah, the rules are if you are so far gone that you look like a danger to yourself or others, I think that's when Twitch bans you. So actually falling off the trampoline, as I almost did, would have been a pretty bad thing, right? It would have definitely, looked like maybe I was a little out of control.
Straight up drunk. He got banned.
It's a self-harm rule, Hassan, not a fucking ethics, morals, or law rule. You can't get blacked out dying.
Wait, what's the ethics behind the self-harm rule then?
Yeah, what's the reason for that self-harm rule?
No, you're right. What's the ethics and the morality behind self-harm? Why can't you show self-harm on Twitch then? Except for slots, apparently. But why can't you show self-harm on Twitch?
Oh, yikes.
What? No, nah. You don't get to do that.
Okay, come on. Answer my question. It's a simple question. Why can't you show self-harm? Why can't you show self-harm on Twitch?
The reasons don't matter.
No, it does matter. It absolutely does matter.
I do not understand.
Those reasons are literally the reason why we are having this conversation to begin with around morality and ethics.
Why?
Self-harm is not allowed on the content because it promotes a horrifyingly destructive set of behaviors that if an impressionable audience were to follow, they would fucking engage in self-harm. Now, that's precisely why getting fucked up. That's precisely why getting fucked up on alcohol.
Okay, so let's see if we can find Ethan talking. Nope.
Right? Oh, but you're influencing people.
Oh, here he is.
That's the difference.
I'm not in.
And you're being paid a shitload of money.
Which I use to gamble, and I lose all of it.
The fact that you're losing money doesn't make it okay. It just means you're a bad gambler. Gamblers are bad at the end of the day.
Wait, what you just said being a bad gambler, if anything, now you have sold.
You're being paid.
You have done more damage there than I have on my stream. Saying that me losing money is you saying that. You're telling me that me losing.
Okay, there's a point on that as well that I want to make.
You saying I'm a bad gambler implies there's a good gambler.
No, I just said all gamblers are bad immediately afterwards, so there's no need to latch onto it. We all agree it's bad. You're being paid $1 million a month plus to do it, and so you turn your head to doing a bad thing.
I don't turn my head to doing a bad thing.
There's an additional point to make here.
Yeah, I don't need to get paid to do it.
Trainwreck's talking about Trainwreck. You talking about how you're a deterrent. You talking about how you're a deterrent. Trainwreck's is not a good argument either, especially Trainwreck. Tyler,
I'm not providing an argument, Hassan.
Okay, you talking about that doesn't mean anything because here, you and I both know this because I'm a fucking addict myself, okay? And even on like Grand Theft Auto Roleplay when I was playing No Pixel, it was with fake fucking money. You and I both know that you see those wins and you're like, oh, I could get that too because the wins outweigh and completely over.
Yeah, confirmation bias. You remember those wins so much more than you remember all the losses in between.
Foreshadow the losses. The wins are a significantly more important motivator for people to go out.
Okay, I want to see, what we can find. We saw Ethan, so he is definitely on Hassan's side in the argument. I don't know if this speaks to him being like, taking a principled stand. That's what I've heard people say that, that his, the perception of Ethan was being. Now, let's be clear, right? He's not against gambling, right? He gambles himself. He plays poker, right? But he is against, or was against, I guess, like, this kind of sponsorship, right? Feeding your audience to the corporate gamba predators, right? Is what it sounds like he's against here. Let's see if we can find some more Ethan talking.
Is legal. These guys have a license in Canada, correct? Yes. There's an older demographic that enjoys it. There's an older demographic that likes watching it, and there's an older demographic that enjoys it, correct?
Tell me, do you have demographic information?
So why? I posted on my Twitter, yes. So why? Yeah, so
it's specifically showing the online gambling, like, the frictionless gambling that's available to everyone. And advertising it on your stream, right? Using your parasocial relationship with your community to, effectively, feed them to a particularly predatory sponsor.
Okay. So why is it the case that we've somehow shifted to gambling is bad overall and shouldn't be streamed for everyone? But we started out gambling shouldn't be streamed toward kids and promoted to kids.
Trent, I got you.
They don't exclude each other.
I'm confused.
So it starts at the top, Trent, and it's a breakdown. It starts at deceiving paid for gamba is bad. Then it's paid gamble is bad. Then it's a gamble promotion is bad. Then it's gamble is bad. Like you just don't get there. We understand.
Wait, that's all correct to varying degrees.
No, it's not. Here's my problem.
But that's all correct to varying degrees. You are correct. I don't know why you keep making that.
Before me and XQC joined, this all started with scammers, the fuck rigged. That's what it started as. Now we're just sitting here virtually.
Okay, I mentioned this already. I don't know why you guys are hyper focusing on this because, like,
because it's serious.
We didn't even It was a fucking. It was a brief aside in an overarching conversation about promoting gambling to people and how that's bad to do. And the reason why I guess you're hyper focusing on it is because like it's speculative and it's the only part that is not tangible or tangible.
That is incorrect.
And
you know that.
XQC literally agrees with the rest of the fucking points that Ethan made, so I'm already confused on the rest of this conversation.
Here's the problem that I have with you, Hassan, and Ethan.
The difference is that you're saying, I'm not saying you can't do it. Clearly you are and you can. The difference is you've decided not to do it. You agree it's bad. You agree it has a negative effect on the people that watch you. We all agree that not disclosing is even worse, right? Not disclosing that you're unsponsored or not playing with your own money. That's even worse. But ultimately, you know, is it ethical to be playing slot machines while being paid millions of dollars from the sponsor on Twitch? Is it ethical? No, no, I don't think so. But you I think you agree on all those points, but you continue to do it. So what can I say?
I think there's degrees of it. I feel like if
I think
this is my true take. Okay,
black and white.
I've completely stopped it, but I think everybody's bound to their opinion.
Why did you stop?
I think my opinion is that
did you stop gambling? XQC.
Okay, I said this on stream. I love talking about this. Okay, so gamble. I'm very easily addicted. Okay, when I play and I play a lot. Things feel weird. Maybe you guys don't get that. Okay, I'm like a dopamine, like a.
That's what
gambling. I've had like a full 4 days after gamba where things just didn't feel right. Where a normal.
Oh, Chad, that's like psychedelics for me. Like 4 days, things just don't feel right.
Anything that was positive was kind of flat, like and now it was kind of kicking in a little bit. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, your home runs got imbalanced because you got too used to the fucking dopamine hit from winning like a shitload of crypto.
Yeah, you're describing being addicted, you know, having
okay.
That's it. And then you
Okay. Which brings
Do you want people in your audience to get into a similar situation?
Exactly.
That's the question.
Okay. There goes now here's my point.
The pros and cons is like do I let my audience get sucked into this, or do I take $1 million plus a month? That's the choice you face.
That is such a misrepresentation.
Yeah, oh my God. No, I think it's a perfect representation. Ethan, truer words were never spoken. And you have proven yourself once again to be a phenomenal hypocrite, right? We hear that once again, Ethan? I think those are the words we needed to hear.
Exactly.
That's the question.
To bring this all full circle, to wrap this all up with a bow.
Here's my point.
The pros and cons is like, do I let my audience get sucked into this, or do I take $1 million plus a month? That's the choice you face.
That is such a
I think he means, do I not let my audience get sucked into it? Either way, the point stands. Either way, the point stands, right? He offered a pretty clear choice, right? Do you want the money or do you care about the audience? At the end of the day, the irony is that Ethan came to the point where he wanted the money more, and that's where he is now, and that's how we ended up here, you know, with him.
Today I want to thank our wonderful sponsors over at Prize Picks.
He's come around. He's come around. All it took was, you know, losing half of his audience, you know, probably losing a lot of his income, not knowing where to replace it. Where do we replace it with again, Ethan? Tell me.
Prize Picks.
We replace it with Prize Picks. That's right, with a sponsorship, you know, for sport. I think people are, you know, what, sports gambling? Is that what this is? I don't know anything about gambling, chat. This is all very confusing to me. But I think I've got what we need for this segment. We can wrap it all up with a bow, and what maybe even Um, I don't know. I'm trying to tie it all together, with the Hutch Pisco debate. It's not as easy as it seems. I don't know if there's a tie-in. I don't know if I can tie it all together, but I guess Ethan is the connecting thread for all this, right?
It's a source of comedy. Like that would, I don't know about you, but that would make me, I would boil with rage if that was me.
Okay.
Like that's not funny. There's nothing about that that's funny. We're well beyond internet beef at this point. The government, you're in the system now. Like you're asking yourself like, oh my God, are they going to take my kids away? That is way too far. And I don't think it's trivial to mock that or make light of it or justify
oh my God.
it.
Whether you think it's trivial on some other norm of being like respectful to people, after some tragedy occurs.
Oh my God, chat. I'm gonna raid you in on Twitch, right? If you're watching me on Twitch, I'm raiding you into Lesbian Hot Sauce, an awesome streamer who is, I think, getting Kirkified right now. I'm not sure, chat, if the Kirkification will still be in effect. But it looks like one of those cursed AI videos of we are Charlie Kirk, will carry the flame, that whole thing. So I'm excited to see what Lesbian Hot Sauce has got cooking. Whenever I eat delicious food, it is made better. That's right, by Lesbian Hot Sauce. So okay, like I said before, everybody that supports me on Patreon, at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. We're at the end of the stream now. Let me give those shouts out to ya. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, it looks like the raid has, did the raid happen? I think the raid happened. Let me go over and make sure. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Let's see.
Nocommentchick. If the
oh yes, oh yes,
Raiders.
Oh yes.
You know you can be easy.
You remember this one?
The cake will end up.
Wait, chat. I gotta know.
Welcome in, folks. Welcome, Raiders. Break it down, bitch.
Yep, it is. It's the remix.
Motherfucker, break it down, bitch. Welcome in, folks. Thank you.
Okay, so that sounds like a lot of fun. If you want to give that a try, that is going on right now at Lesbian Hot Sauce on twitch.tv. Great streamer, highly recommended follow, and awesome person. And hey, thanks for the shout out. Thank you to the mods for keeping us safe. Thank you to Thumb Gang for helping me get my message out. I didn't even do a blast off tweet today. I really fucked up, chat. I think wait, did I? Maybe I did one on I think I did some. I just didn't put it in chat, right? I usually put it in chat, and well, anyway, thanks if you're supporting my stuff on Twitch, if you're supporting my stuff on Blue Sky. Thank you also. Much love, everybody. I gotta get to sleep now and try to be back tomorrow. Try to keep a regular schedule. We are making up for lost time. I've streamed for 8 hours today. Look for more like 4 hours in the future, maybe 5 hours if we do bonus content. That's what I'm trying to hit, so that I have enough time to edit some videos, do all the other important things, and not burn myself out. Stay healthy and stay cogent, and keep coming to you with good content covering politics, news, and a little bit of drama from time to time, which I guess kind of what we got, but I don't know. I feel like most, it's a level up from most drama slops. So we wanted to see what's going on in SlopTube. I think we've satisfied our curiosity going down the rabbit hole, and we can get back to I don't know, maybe some news tomorrow. Supposedly Candace Owens is Erica Kirk has gone on Barry Weiss, gone on CBS to do an interview, and I think that's coming out tomorrow. So I waited for the Erica Kirk segment of the right wing Civil War Planning on covering that tomorrow. You know, Barry Weiss, willing, right? Because she is what's kept me from getting that. I really thought it would be out from now. Apparently it aired tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern and 8 o'clock Pacific. And I think they're gonna put it up on their website tomorrow. So we'll see. It's up on YouTube by that time, and if so, you can look to another installment of the right-wing culture war. I'll also maybe try to check and see what's going on with Vadim, because that sounds scary. He's dealing with Asmongold. We never figured out, what are they called? Roaches? Whatever, you know, his community. I think they're called the Roaches. Anyway, much love, everybody. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other.